Chapter 33-43. Since Duan Lingtian had only used the 5 divine elements' energy for a brief moment and had the pine willow divine tree as a disguise, none of the titled celestial emperors present on the scene realized he had used the 5 divine elements' energy. Only titled celestial emperors who had been keeping an eye on him would be able to tell. After severely injuring Lei Ying, the merciless celestial emperor, Duan Lingtian knew he would no longer be able to use the 5 divine elements' power since there would be titled celestial emperors watching him. Even if no one was watching him, Lei Ying, who had witnessed his strength, would definitely keep an eye on him. What kind of energy is that? Lei Ying's injuries were even more severe than when Su Yasi had injured her. Her eyes were filled with disbelief as she looked at the purple figure in the distance. How could a mere celestial lord like Duan Lingtian possess such powerful energy? Little did she know that not only did Duan Lingtian borrow the energy of the 6th form 5 divine elements, but he had also used the prominent 7 orifices exquisite sword. Otherwise, Duan Lingtian would not have been able to injure Lei Ying so severely. Moreover, the reason Duan Lingtian had asked Lian Qiu to make a move earlier was because he wanted Lian Qiu to distract Lei Ying so she would not focus on him and discover the secret of the 5 divine elements. Bang! At this moment, a loud explosion rang in the air. The 3 titled celestial emperors under the heavenly emperor of the boundless heavens command had joined forces to destroy Su Yasi's attack and injure her. Su Yasi's attack had been dispelled. Swoosh! Su Yasi was sent flying for a distance before she finally regained her balance. At the same time, her undead clone merged with her body again. Blood could be seen trickling down the corner of her mouth. Seniors, you live up to your reputation indeed. Su Yasi wiped the blood off the corner of her mouth as she looked at the 3 titled celestial emperors solemnly. Little girl, your strength is truly shocking. The water staff celestial emperor looked at Su Yasi with a solemn expression on her face. If the 3 of us didn't join forces, we might not have been able to do anything to you. With your current strength, you're comparable to that brat, Yu. The soaring celestial emperor looked at Su Yasi with a hint of admiration in his eyes. Su Yasi, you've done your best. You can't stop us for them. You've done your best. Even if you don't do anything, he won't blame you. The explosive flame celestial emperor said. It was obvious Su Yasi had stopped the 3 of them for Duan Lingtian. Any normal person could see Su Yasi had the intention of escorting Duan Lingtian away. Seniors, I told him, that if they leave today, 3 days later, I will personally capture them and bring them back. I'm the head warden of the Heavenly Pool Palace's Thousand Chains prison. Do you not believe me? Su Yasi looked at the 3 celestial emperors in front of her. You? Use words. What could the Heavenly Pool Palace do to you even if you failed to catch up to them in 3 days? What can they do to you? Immortal Emperor Waterstaff said flatly, little girl, you don't need to show off your little schemes in front of us. You didn't even exist when we were scheming. Little girl, we've already shown mercy earlier. Otherwise, you'd only be alive at most. You won't have a reason to attack us anymore. The soaring celestial emperor said indifferently, if you attack us again, not only will you oppose the Heavenly Pool Palace, but you'll also oppose the Heavenly Emperor Palace as well. A hint of warning could be seen in the soaring celestial emperor's eyes as he looked at Su Yasi. Su Yasi. At the same time, Yu, the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace, said, I know you're a sentimental person, but you've already done your best. If the 3 seniors didn't show mercy, you wouldn't be able to fight anymore even if you're still alive. If you attack us again, you'll be asking for it. Remember, he's not your only junior brother. Yu warned Su Yasi. However, when he looked at Su Yasi, a hint of shock could be seen in the depths of his eyes. He did not expect Su Yasi would be so strong. He did not expect Su Lang's daughter to be as strong as him. If he did not send a message to his grandfather, the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven, the Soaring Celestial Emperor, the Explosive Flame Celestial Emperor, and the Water Staff Celestial Emperor would not have come. If the three of them did not come, Duan Lingtian and Lian Qiu would definitely be able to escape. After all, it was obvious Su Yasi was helping Duan Lingtian. Eldest senior sister. Earlier, Duan Lingtian's attention was focused on Lei Ying, so he did not see what happened to Su Yasi. However, based on the current situation, not only was his first senior sister no match for the three celestial emperors, but if the three celestial emperors did not go easy on her, she would not have suffered such minor injuries. You don't have to fight for me anymore. Apart from gratitude, there was also a hint of determination in Duan Lingtian's eyes as he looked at Su Yasi. I'll settle the rest myself. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he appeared above the pine willow divine tree and glared at the soaring celestial emperor and the other two heavenly emperors. Based on the current situation, Duan Lingtian had no choice but to rely on the five divine elements to defeat the titled celestial emperors in front of him. Only then would he and Lian Qiu have a chance of escaping. Swoosh! 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 As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he hovered above the pine willow divine tree's godly image phenomenon while the three celestial emperors flew out and surrounded him. At the same time, Lian Qiu flew behind Duan Lingtian and stood with his back facing Duan Lingtian as he looked at the three titled celestial emperors in front of him with a solemn expression on his face. At this moment, all the titled celestial emperors had their own opponents and were being held back. Lei Ying was severely injured and temporarily lost the ability to fight. Su Yasi stood at the side. She could not make a move since she would offend the Heavenly Pool Palace and the Heavenly Palace of the Boundless Heaven if she made a move. Not only that, but her father, Su Lang, and her two junior brothers and sisters would also be in danger because of her. Based on Yu Fengyu's words, it was clear he would not let her junior brothers and sisters go if she insisted on making a move. It was precisely because of this that Su Yasi was in a dilemma. In the end, she could only choose to compromise. Little junior brother, Su Yasi sighed inwardly as she looked at the purple figure in the distance. Eldest senior sister. I've done my best. Brat, you're the one who released the prisoners from the Heavenly Pool Palace's Thousand Chains prison? The Water Staff Celestial Emperor sneered as she looked at Duan Lingtian. Brat, do you know there's a person imprisoned in the Thousand Chains prison by the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven? He's Pei Yuanji. The Explosive Flame Celestial Emperor glared at Duan Lingtian fiercely as he spoke in a deafening voice. You're just a mere celestial lord. How dare you release Pei Yuanji to make an enemy out of the Heavenly Palace of the Boundless Heaven? I have to say, you're quite bold even though your cultivation base is weak. Similarly, the Soaring Celestial Emperor looked at Duan Lingtian coldly as well. You talk too much. Faced with three titled Celestial Emperors, Duan Lingtian, who had made up his mind to use the five divine elements, said indifferently. His expression was indifferent. If you want to fight, let's fight. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed coldly as he communicated with the five divine elements in his little world. Huang, the sword soul of the seven orifices exquisite sword, was also prepared to cooperate with Duan Lingtian. Brat, since you're so eager to die, I'll fulfill your wish. The Explosive Flame Celestial Emperor was the most hot-tempered among the three titled Celestial Emperors from the Heavenly Palace of the Boundless Heaven. Naturally, he could not hold himself back when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He transformed into a flaming giant and charged toward Duan Lingtian. Alas, just as Duan Lingtian was about to make his move, something unexpected happened. Bang! Exploding Flame Immortal Emperor took a step forward and a layer of spatial barrier appeared out of thin air, blocking his path. The raging flame energy wreaked havoc in the air, but it couldn't advance any further as if it was blocked by an even more powerful force. The law of space. The explosive flame Celestial Emperor did not give up and unleashed his energy again. However, he was still unable to break through the spatial barrier. At this moment, the Soaring Celestial Emperor cried out in alarm. "Who are you? Why are you helping him?" The Soaring Celestial Emperor looked up at the clouds in the sky as though there was someone behind the clouds. Swoosh! The sound of wind whistling in the air rang in the air as 5 figures appeared near Duan Lingtian like phantoms. They were a middle-aged man, a beautiful woman, and 3 young men. The middle-aged man was the leader of the group. The middle-aged man was dressed in a dark golden robe. He was tall and muscular, and his square face was dignified. The beautiful woman wore white clothes. She had an elegant and graceful bearing. As she stood there, she seemed to cause everything around her to dim in comparison. Of the 3 young people behind him, one was a young man in black with a cold expression, one was a young woman in white with a pure and holy temperament, and the last one was a young woman in gold with a delicate and pretty face. She seemed a little mischievous. When Duan Lingtian was stopped by the explosive flame Celestial Emperor, he suppressed the 5 divine elements energy that was on the verge of surging out of his body. At that time, he knew someone was helping him, but he did not know who it was. Is it someone from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven? Did Senior Meng find someone to help him? Duan Lingtian could not help but think to himself. However, as soon as this thought appeared in his mind, he discovered 5 people had appeared out of thin air not far away. As someone who specialized in the law of space, Duan Lingtian could easily tell that these 5 people had appeared using the teleportation profundity. Please remember the domain name of this book. Literature Museum. Chapter 33-44. Duan Lingtian was extremely unfamiliar with the dignified middle-aged man and the graceful and luxurious-looking beautiful woman. He was certain he had never come into contact with these 2 people before. In fact, he had never even seen them before. However, although Duan Lingtian was certain this was his first time seeing the 3 young men behind the 2 of them, he did not know why he felt a sense of familiarity and closeness from the 3 of them. It was as though this was not his first time meeting these 3 young men. However, he was certain this was not the case. He was certain he had never seen these 3 young men before. "Who are you?" Celestial Emperor Ling Kong looked warily at the middle-aged man in the dark golden robe. Although he found the middle-aged man familiar, he could not remember where he had seen him before. As expected of a titled Celestial Emperor under the Heavenly Emperor of the boundless heaven. The golden-clad middle-aged man glanced at the Soaring Celestial Emperor and said meaningfully, "Although we've only met once, I still remember you, Soaring Celestial Emperor. It seems like a nobody like me isn't worthy of your attention, Soaring Celestial Emperor." A mocking smile appeared on the golden-clad middle-aged man's face when he finished speaking. "You know me?" The frown on the Soaring Celestial Emperor's face deepened. As a titled Celestial Emperor who was skilled in the law of space, he had his own circle of titled Celestial Emperors who were skilled in the law of space in the boundless heaven. In fact, his circle of titled Celestial Emperors who were skilled in the law of space would often leave the boundless heaven to interact with titled Celestial Emperors from other Devata realms who were skilled in the law of space. Although the golden-clad middle-aged man looked familiar, he could not recall where he had seen him before. "Old man, is it because you're not wearing the mask that the Soaring Celestial Emperor doesn't recognize you?" The elegant and beautiful woman standing next to the golden-clad middle-aged man asked with a smile on her face. Indeed, the Soaring Celestial Emperor has a short memory. The golden-clad middle-aged man scoffed and said indifferently. "Mask?" The Soaring Celestial Emperor was taken aback by the beautiful woman's words. Then, a thought appeared in his mind. His face paled immediately, and his eyes widened in shock. It was him. Deliberately mystifying things. At this moment, the explosive flame Celestial Emperor, who was infuriated by his failed attacks, became even more furious when he saw the mysterious person who had attacked him earlier. He roared and turned into flames again. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang, a huge hammer shadow appeared in the flames. It was surrounded by boundless flames as it smashed towards the golden-robed middle-aged man. Exploding flame, stop! Exploding Flame Immortal Emperor's sudden attack was out of Soaring Immortal Emperor's expectation. When Soaring Immortal Emperor realized who the opponent was, Exploding Flame Immortal Emperor had already attacked with all his might. Not only did he use his own immortal artifact, he even used all of the fused profundities that he had comprehended in the laws of fire. Clearly, he was extremely furious. He no longer held back and used his full strength to attack the golden-robed middle-aged man in the distance. The Soaring Celestial Emperor ordered the Explosive Flame Immortal Emperor to attack. His voice was so loud that it was deafening. At this moment, the other titled Celestial Emperors who were fighting, including Yu Fengyu, the Palace Master of the Heavenly Pool Palace, Meng Chuan, the Jade Rainbow Celestial Emperor, and Pei Yuanji, the Nirvanic Celestial Emperor, retreated after a brief exchange of blows. With just a glance, they saw the golden-clad middle-aged man in the distance. At this moment, Exploding Flame Immortal Emperor seemed to have fused with the blazing hammer shadow. He unleashed a powerful force and smashed it toward the middle-aged man in a golden robe who was standing in the distance with an indifferent and expressionless face. The Explosive Flame Immortal Emperor had displayed his strength as a titled Celestial Emperor under the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven. If he joined forces with the Soaring Celestial Emperor and the Water Staff Celestial Emperor earlier, I wouldn't have suffered such minor injuries. Su Yasi thought to herself when she saw this. She knew the Soaring Celestial Emperor and the other two Celestial Emperors had gone easy on her. Even the Explosive Flame Celestial Emperor, Ling Long Celestial Emperor, and the Water Staff Celestial Emperor did not use their full strength. If the Soaring Celestial Emperor and the other two titled Celestial Emperors unleashed their full strength, she would only be able to fight two of them at the same time. Why is he here? Unlike Yu Fengyu and the Nirvanic Celestial Emperor, the Palace Master of the Heavenly Pool Palace, Pei Yuanji, the Nirvanic Celestial Emperor, the Heavenly Pool Palace, did not react at all. Meng Chuan's eyes widened in shock when he saw the golden-clad middle-aged man. He did not expect the golden-clad middle-aged man would appear here. After all, the golden-clad middle-aged man was as famous as his elder brother, Meng Luo, the Heavenly Savage Celestial Emperor. In fact, compared to the golden-clad middle-aged man, Meng Luo could only be considered a rising star. Even then, Meng Luo was only barely able to fight the golden-clad middle-aged man to a draw 100 years ago. Die! The Explosive Flame Immortal Emperor roared. His voice reverberated in the air like thunder. He was already enraged, and after using his full strength, not only did the power of flames roar out, but even his emotions were driven by the scorching flames. It was like a prairie fire that could not be controlled. Although the Soaring Celestial Emperor's voice was not soft, it was extremely weak compared to the sound of the wind. Due to this reason, he could not hear him clearly. You think you can kill me with just this little bit of strength? Under everyone's watchful eyes, the golden-robed middle-aged man smiled faintly. A hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes as he looked at the Explosive Flame Celestial Emperor. In the next moment, the golden-clad middle-aged man disappeared from his spot under everyone's watchful eyes. When he reappeared, he was already standing in front of the Explosive Flame Immortal Emperor. I'd like to see how you're going to kill me. The golden-clad middle-aged man looked at the Explosive Flame Immortal Emperor mockingly when he entered the Explosive Flame Immortal Emperor's attack range. Boom! Rumble! Facing the provocation of the golden-robed middle-aged man, the Explosive Flame Immortal Emperor, who was already enraged, unleashed the hammer shadow that was formed by the flames. It was like a rolling wave that overlapped with each other. Then, it unleashed its strongest power and smashed down on the golden-robed middle-aged man. A terrifying flame energy danced in the air and swept out, causing the air within a dozen miles to become scorching hot. Bang! A loud explosion rang out, as if it was earth-shattering and heaven-shattering, and it exploded in the void. This, under Duan Lingtian's gaze, the hammer that resembled the fire god's hammer fell on the golden-clad middle-aged man's head. However, it seemed to have encountered some resistance and exploded in the air. The dazzling flames seemed to have transformed into fiery dragons that had escaped from their cages and fled in all directions. Humph! However, the golden-robed middle-aged man snorted coldly when the explosive flame Celestial Emperor's all-out attack only managed to cause the barrier above the golden-robed middle-aged man to tremble slightly. The golden-robed middle-aged man snorted coldly. In the next moment, rip! Accompanied by a clear and ear-piercing tearing sound, a ferocious and terrifying spatial crack appeared in the void above the golden-robed middle-aged man. It was like the bloody mouth of a space behemoth. As it breathed and swallowed, it swallowed the flames that were still sweeping in all directions. After devouring the flames, a crisp and ear-piercing sound of glass shattering could be heard. The space in front of him started to fold in a strange manner. Then, it continued to spread out, as though it was forming a flight of stairs. The spatial crack seemed to have a life of its own as it slid down the stairs toward the explosive flame Immortal Emperor. Lord Ji Yunyan, please show mercy. At this moment, the soaring Celestial Emperor finally regained his senses and hurriedly cried out. However, his words were too late. Chi! 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 Although the explosive flame Immortal Emperor dodged when he saw the spatial crack moving toward him along the folded space, his body was strangely torn apart as if he was a piece of paper being cut off piece by piece. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the spatial crack swallowed the explosive flame Immortal Emperor who was cut into pieces like a piece of paper. At this moment, everyone present on the scene could clearly see the explosive flame Immortal Emperor's body. When the explosive flame Immortal Emperor's body was torn apart like a piece of paper, he was no longer breathing. What a terrifying law of space! This was Duan Lingtian's first time witnessing such a terrifying law of space. Even the supreme powerhouse's divinity in his sleep had only fused 2 profundities from the law of space. However, the golden-clad middle-aged man's attack was not as simple as fusing 2 profundities from the law of space. In fact, the golden-clad middle-aged man's attack was much more powerful than fusing 3 profundities. Although it was not as powerful as fusing 4 profundities, it was not far off. The explosive flame Immortal Emperor, one of the titled Celestial Emperors under the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven, took the initiative to attack the golden-clad middle-aged man. However, the golden-clad middle-aged man had killed him with just a slight counterattack. Ji Yunyan? At this moment, the water-staff Celestial Emperor, who was standing next to the soaring Celestial Emperor, looked at the golden-clad figure in the distance. Her eyes narrowed, and she could not help but say in a trembling voice, "He's Ji Yunyan? Duan Lingtian." Even Ji Yunyan helped him. The golden-clad middle-aged man was Ji Yunyan, the Grand Elder of the 10,000 Beasts Heaven's Dragons, the fragmented element Celestial Emperor. When Ji Yunyan attacked, he had fused many profundities from the law of space. He could easily tear a person's life apart, just like how the explosive flame Immortal Emperor was torn apart like a piece of paper by Ji Yunyan. Chapter 33-45. Fragmentary Element Immortal Emperor, Ji Yunyan. Among the titled Celestial Emperors present on the scene, only Meng Chuan and the soaring Celestial Emperor had seen him before. Moreover, the soaring Celestial Emperor had seen Ji Yunyan with his golden dragon mask. Because of this, Immortal Emperor Ling Kong only felt that Ji Yunyan looked familiar but couldn't remember where he had seen him before. It was only when the elegant and beautiful woman beside Ji Yunyan spoke up that he recognized Ji Yunyan. When he recognized Ji Yunyan, the explosive flame Immortal Emperor attacked Ji Yunyan furiously. Although he wanted to stop the explosive flame immortal emperor, he was one step too late and the explosive flame immortal emperor was killed by Ji Yunyan. He's the fragmentary element immortal emperor, Ji Yunyan, the grand elder of the Wanshou Heaven's dragons? I've long heard of the fragmentary element celestial emperor. Now that I've met him in person, it seems like he really lives up to his reputation. The explosive flame celestial emperor is a powerful titled celestial emperor under the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven, but he's nothing compared to the fragmentary element celestial emperor. Too strong. Apart from Meng Chuan and the Ling Kong celestial emperor, the other titled celestial emperors present on the scene had only heard of Ji Yunyan. At this moment, the eyes of the few titled celestial emperors, including Pei Yuanji, lit up. Ji Yunyan's arrival was beyond their expectations. However, after Ji Yunyan showed up and attacked, they realized something. Ji Yunyan was a friend, not an enemy. Elder Ji Yufengyu, the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace, looked at Ji Yunyan with an unsightly expression. The explosive flame celestial emperor, the soaring celestial emperor, and the water staff celestial emperor were all sent by his grandfather, the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven. But now, the explosive flame immortal emperor was killed by this person. The explosive flame celestial emperor was sent by my grandfather to help me deal with these fugitives. Why did you kill him? Shouldn't you give an explanation? Yufengyu's tone became increasingly gloomy as he spoke. Others were afraid of Ji Yunyan's strength, but he wasn't. Just like how he didn't dare to kill Meng Chuan, Ji Yunyan didn't dare to touch him easily because he had Heavenly the Arch Boundless behind him. As for the exploding flame immortal emperor, he knew that Ji Yunyan only dared to kill him because he thought the exploding flame immortal emperor was not important in the eyes of his grandfather. However, even though he knew what was going on, he still questioned Ji Yunyan. After all, morale was very important at this time. It was not difficult to notice that both the soaring celestial emperor and the water staff celestial emperor were thinking of retreating after the explosive flame celestial emperor was killed by Ji Yunyan. You want an explanation? Ji Yunyan glanced at Yufengyu indifferently and said, I'm afraid you're not qualified to talk to me, the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace. If your grandfather comes here personally, I might be able to give him an explanation. In other words, Elder Ji, you intend to make an enemy out of the Heavenly Pool Palace and the Heavenly Palace of the Boundless Heaven? Yufengyu didn't expect Ji Yunyan to not give him any face. His expression became extremely ugly, and his eyes shot out waves of coldness, like knives and swords. If looks could kill, Ji Yunyan would have been killed countless times by Yufengyu. It's fine if you think so. Ji Yunyan said nonchalantly, completely ignoring the threat in Yufengyu's words. Yufengyu was so angry that he almost vomited blood. At the same time, he could only send a message to his grandfather, the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven. The Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven had only sent the soaring celestial emperor, the water staff celestial emperor, and the explosive flame celestial emperor because he felt the three of them were enough to help his grandson. He did not expect Ji Yunyan, the grand elder of the dragons of the Wanshou Heaven, would come as well. Ji Yunyan doesn't give me any face at all. I'll go over. The Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven's tone darkened when he learned about Ji Yunyan's brazenness. Yufengyu's eyes lit up when he heard his grandfather was coming. Elder Ji, my grandfather will be here soon. Do you want to wait for him or run away like a rat before he arrives? Yufengyu asked meaningfully as he looked at Ji Yunyan with a piercing gaze. Humph. As soon as Yufengyu finished speaking, Ji Yunyan's expression darkened slightly. Then, in just a blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Yufengyu. Bang! While Yufengyu was using his power to defend himself, Ji Yunyan's power was even stronger. The violent spatial power easily destroyed Yufengyu's power and landed on Yufengyu's chest, sending him flying. Blurg! Yufengyu was sent flying like an arrow. Blood spurted out of his mouth as he flew for nearly 100 meters before he finally came to a stop. Palace Master. The expressions of the Heavenly Pool Palace's titled celestial emperors changed drastically when they saw Yu Fengyu was severely injured. They glared at Yu Fengyu with a hint of dread in their eyes. Ji Yunyan looked at Yu Fengyu indifferently as he said, "So many years have passed, but you haven't improved at all. Even that little girl is much stronger than you." As soon as Ji Yunyan finished speaking, he turned to look at the woman standing nearby. She was none other than Su Yasi. Based on Ji Yunyan's words, it was obvious he had been watching from above the clouds all this while. "What? You want to spar with me?" Ji Yunyan glanced at the Heavenly Pool Palace's titled celestial emperors and said indifferently, "If you want to, come at me together." Ji Yunyan was indeed arrogant. However, based on the Heavenly Pool Palace's titled celestial emperors looking at each other, it was not difficult to tell that Ji Yunyan was arrogant. After all, he had the right to be arrogant. Huh? Ji Yunyan suddenly turned to look at Yang Xiaotian. "No wonder I thought you looked familiar. Aren't you the Howling Heaven Celestial Emperor, the Three-Eyed Celestial Emperor? Since when did a little wolf like you come to the Heavenly Pool Palace? Why didn't you obediently follow the Three-Eyed Celestial Emperor and come to the Heavenly Pool Palace?" Ji Yunyan shook his head when he finished speaking. Senior Ji. The Howling Heaven Celestial Emperor was not angered by Ji Yunyan's reprimand. Instead, he said awkwardly, "I had a little conflict with my big brother, so I came out to relax." A hint of fear could be seen in the depths of the Howling Heaven Celestial Emperor's eyes when he looked at Ji Yunyan. He had met Ji Yunyan a few times in the past. Naturally, he had met Ji Yunyan with his big brother, Yang Jian. Yang Jian had looked for Ji Yunyan to spar with him. In the beginning, he was defeated by Ji Yunyan. It was only recently that Ji Yunyan managed to turn the tables around and end up in a tie with Ji Yunyan. After all, Ji Yunyan was not any weaker than his big brother, Yang Jian. Yes. Ji Yunyan nodded slightly. Elder Ji. At this moment, Yu Fengyu finally recovered from his injuries. He looked at Ji Yunyan from afar and asked in a deep voice, "Why are you interfering in the Heavenly Pool Palace's business?" "You'll have to ask the three little fellows next to me," Ji Yunyan said indifferently. Ji Yunyan said indifferently. When he said the word "little guy," his tone became much gentler. It was as if he was a completely different person from his previous domineering attitude. Everyone, including Yu Fengyu and Duan Lingtian, shifted their attention to the three young men standing behind the beautiful woman. Meanwhile, the beautiful eyes of the young woman in golden clothes spun mischievously as she grinned at the other two. "Little black, little white, I told the two of you long ago. Big brother Ling Tian definitely won't be able to recognize us. Am I right? Alright, you win." The young woman dressed in white said helplessly. Because the current atmosphere was a little quiet, even though the voices of the two were not loud, it was still clearly transmitted to the ears of everyone present. Everyone, including Pei Yuanji and Yu Fengyu, shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian. Earlier, when the young woman dressed in golden robes mentioned brother Ling Tian, there was only one person present whose name was Ling Tian. Little black? Little white? However, at this moment, Duan Ling Tian completely turned a deaf ear to everyone's gazes. This was because he was also shocked by the words of the two young women before him. Little black, little white, how familiar and affectionate they were. When Duan Lingtian looked at the three young men standing in front of him, a thought flashed in his mind. Is it them? They've grown so big? In his memory, although the three little fellows had transformed into humans, they still looked like children. However, the three young men standing in front of him looked like they were about the same age as him. Besides that, he'd felt that these three people were slightly familiar earlier, but he just couldn't figure out why they were familiar. Yet now, he'd completely recovered from his shock. It turned out that these three people were the two little pythons and the little gold mouse from all those years ago. Brother Ling Tian. The young man in black clothes with a cold expression was the first to fly forward and arrive before Duan Ling Tian. He squeezed out a smile on his face, and his originally cold and indifferent eyes became extremely gentle as his body slightly trembled. Little Black? Duan Ling Tian asked tentatively as he sized up the black-clad young man who was as tall as him. Although he could vaguely confirm the other party's identity, he was still in a daze. It's me. When the black-clad young man heard Duan Ling Tian calling him Little Black, his eyes lit up immediately. Then, he lost his composure and stepped forward. Both of his hands were frozen in midair as his body trembled violently from excitement. It turned into a pair of gentle eyes, and faint tears rolled down his cheeks. Huh. Little Black, it's really you. Duan Ling Tian stepped forward and hugged Little Black naturally. Both of them hugged each other tightly like brothers who had not seen each other for a long time. Looking at the excitement in Duan Ling Tian's eyes, it was obvious he could not control his emotions. It had been 200 years. He had not seen Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold for more than 200 years. The three of them had grown up. Chapter 33-46. When he was young, Duan Ling Tian had already met Little Black and Little White. At that time, they were just two special little pythons. Later on, after a few transformations, they had all taken human form. After that, they mysteriously disappeared with Little Gold in the Beyond Heaven secret zone in the mundane realm. After that, Duan Ling Tian did not have any news about them. Sometimes, he even wondered if they had met with misfortune. Every time, he did not dare to think about it. As for Little Gold, she was also a little golden mouse that he had met when he was young. She had accompanied him for a long time. Brother Ling Tian. When Duan Ling Tian and Little Black had just separated, a golden figure rushed over and threw herself into Duan Ling Tian's arms. It was the young woman in golden clothes. Huh. Little Gold has become a big girl. Duan Ling Tian laughed. At the same time, he could clearly feel Little Gold's excitement and saw the tears flowing down her face. He quickly patted her back and comforted her. Silly girl, it's good to be reunited. Don't cry, don't cry. Little Gold, are you done hugging? At this moment, the white-clad young woman who seemed calm and elegant suddenly frowned when she saw Little Gold hugging Duan Ling Tian for a long time without letting go. She seemed a little displeased when she saw Little Gold hugging Duan Ling Tian tightly. What? Do you want to hug Brother Ling Tian too? If you don't want to hug him, I won't let you hug him. Little Gold laughed when she heard Little White's voice. She made a face at Little White and hugged Duan Ling Tian even harder. Humph. Little White snorted and pushed Little Gold away. She took half of Duan Ling Tian's arms and leaned her head on Duan Ling Tian's chest. Tears flowed down her face involuntarily. Brother Ling Tian, Little White missed you so much. I finally found you. Even the fourth elder of the dragon clan couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the beautiful woman standing not far away. This was the first time she had seen Little White like this. All along, Xiaobai had been very sensible, independent, and bright in front of her. Not to mention shedding tears, even the slightest bit of emotion was rare. Only then did she know that Little White still had one more year. It was to the extent that even Blackie, who was usually cold, lost his composure in front of this purple-clothed young man. It was the same for the mischievous Xiao Jin. No wonder Little Black and Little White insisted on being surnamed Duan instead of Ji like the rest of the clan. So it was all because of this young man. Currently, Ji Ningyun also knew that the purple-clad young man whom the three little fellows missed so much was Duan Ling Tian. The reason why the three of them had the surname Duan was most likely because of him. Take them away. At this moment, the fragmentary element Celestial Emperor, Ji Yunyan, the first elder of the dragons, said bluntly to Ji Ningyun, "I'll stay and wait for the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven. Speaking of which, I haven't seen that old friend of mine for many years. When I'm done catching up with my old friends, I'll look for you." Ji Yunyan said. "All right." Ji Ningyun replied as she looked at the three little fellows and Duan Lingtian. "If you want to catch up, let's go somewhere else. Don't disturb the old man from catching up with the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven." After she spoke, Ji Ningyun did not seem to have done anything, but a pure and holy white energy was like the dawn that suddenly lit up in the darkness. Once it appeared, it seemed to cause all things in the surroundings to fade. "Let's go!" Ji Ningyun cried out before the pure white energy wrapped around Duan Lingtian and the others and brought them away. "Senior, please bring Senior Lian Qiu with you." Duan Lingtian looked at Ji Ningyun respectfully before he turned to look at Lian Qiu in the distance. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Ji Ningyun's energy swept out again and brought Lian Qiu with her. Lian Qiu thanked Ji Ningyun profusely. "Thank you, Senior. Brother Pei, all of you should leave as well." Duan Lingtian said loudly to Pei Yuanji. As soon as he finished speaking, Pei Yuanji and the other 5 titled celestial emperors who were imprisoned in the Thousand Chains prison made their moves and left the Thousand Chains prison. From the beginning until the end, the group of titled celestial emperors from the Heavenly Pool Palace could only watch helplessly. Of course, when they glanced at the figure in dark golden robes standing not far away from them from the corner of their eyes, waves of intense fear appeared on their faces at the same time. Similarly, the Soaring Celestial Emperor and the Water Staff Celestial Emperor did not dare to make a move. "Damn it! I can't believe Duan Lingtian managed to escape." Lei Ying's expression was extremely unsightly. She did not expect Duan Lingtian would be able to escape under such circumstances. Her eyes were filled with hatred as she looked at Ji Yunyan. Naturally, she only dared to show her hatred when Ji Yunyan was not looking at her. If Ji Yunyan looked at her now, she could only lower her head and hide her hatred. With Ji Yunyan's strength, even if she was at her peak, she would still die if she fought him, let alone when she was heavily injured. Moreover, Ji Yunyan only needed a thought to kill her with his domineering spatial energy. Ji Yunyan's mastery of the law of space was comparable to some heavenly emperors who were skilled in the law of space. Moreover, he could even revert to his true form as a 9-clawed divine dragon. Even if he fought the weakest heavenly emperors in the Devata realms, he would still be able to defeat them. In just a few moments, no matter if it was Duan Lingtian, Pei Yuanji, or Duan Lingtian, they had already left. Meanwhile, Yu Fengyu, the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace and Meng Chang Celestial Emperor, had been recovering from his injuries. After about 15 minutes, he looked at Ji Yunyan with an unsightly expression on his face. "Elder Ji, it's one thing for you to protect Duan Lingtian, but why do you have to meddle in other people's business as well? Especially Pei Yuanji, the Nirvanic Celestial Emperor. My grandfather was the one who imprisoned him in the Thousand Chains prison. Are you trying to offend my grandfather by letting him go?" Yu Fengyu asked in a deep voice. Upon hearing Yu Fengyu's words, Ji Yunyan glanced at Yu Fengyu indifferently and said, "I only showed up to save Duan Lingtian. What does the others have to do with me? Naturally, it's fine if you think of it as me saving them." Ji Yunyan's expression was indifferent when he finished speaking. Upon hearing Ji Yunyan's words, the titled celestial emperors from the Heavenly Pool Palace were infuriated. Based on Ji Yunyan's words, it seemed like he did not intend to protect the others. However, 15 minutes had already passed. Even if they wanted to chase after the others, it was already too late. It was impossible for them to catch up. The fourth elder of the dragons, the condensing cloud celestial emperor? Although Duan Lingtian had guessed the beautiful woman was a titled celestial emperor when she brought him, little black, little white, Little Gold, and Lien Qiu away, he did not expect her to be a titled celestial emperor. He did not expect her to be the fourth elder of the dragons. Although the dragons of the 10,000 beasts heaven were on par with the heavenly pool palace of the boundless heavenly pool and the heavenly sword mountain of the solitary destructive heavenly pool, they were much stronger than the heavenly pool palace of the 10,000 beasts heaven. In fact, even 10 heaven-grade forces like the heavenly pool palace and the heavenly sword mountain would not be a match for one of the dragons. The dragons were one of the strongest heaven-grade forces in the Devata realms. Even the heavenly emperors of ordinary Devata realms would not dare to provoke the dragons. There were more than a dozen titled celestial emperors among the dragons. Moreover, the weakest titled celestial emperor was on par with Su Lang, Duan Lingtian's teacher in the heavenly pool palace. In fact, they might even be stronger than Su. After all, titled celestial emperors among the dragons were capable of transforming into 9-clawed divine dragons. Most importantly, there was one more thing. Rumor had it that one of the heavenly emperors in the Devata realms was also a member of the dragons. Although the heavenly emperor had established his own heavenly palace, he was still a member of the heavenly emperor palace. However, if something happened to the dragons, he would not let the matter rest. Moreover, in terms of strength, the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven was ranked in the upper middle tier among the heavenly emperors in the Devata realms, whereas the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven was ranked in the lower middle tier among the heavenly emperors. Brother Ling Tian, let's go to the Thousand Tribulation Sword sect. I heard Sister Huan is with you. Where is she? Little Gold asked curiously. She's waiting for me in the Saint Province realm. Duan Lingtian smiled. Senior Lien Qiu is Huan father. Then, Duan Lingtian turned to Lien Qiu and introduced his 3 grown children to Lien Qiu. Senior Lien Qiu, they're my younger siblings. I've known them since I was a teenager in the mundane realm. All right. Lien Qiu smiled. Since his wife was a phantom fox, he had a special fondness for celestial beasts. Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold. What happened to you in the Saint Province realms beyond Heaven's secret zone? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. Back then, the 3 little fellows had entered the Beyond Heaven's secret zone to look for him. However, after he left, they did not come out. Since then, there had been no news of them. Brother Ling Tian, at that time, we were taken to the 10,000 beasts heaven, Little White said. Xiao Bai began to recount everything that had happened back then. She said that she and Xiao He had gone to the dragon tribe, and Xiao Jin had gone to the Blood Moon Ridge. She also told Duan Lingtian about their experiences over the years. We thought we were stronger than you, Brother Ling Tian, but today, we realized we're still weaker than you. Little Gold smiled bitterly. Earlier, Ji Yunyan, the Grand Elder of the Dragon's Heaven's secret zone, had been hiding in the clouds to watch the battle. Therefore, they had witnessed how Duan Lingtian defeated a titled celestial emperor. Since they were too far away, even if Duan Lingtian had used the 5 divine elements' power, the Grand Elder of the Dragon's Heaven's secret zone, Ji Yunyan, would not be able to detect it. For this reason, Duan Lingtian was not worried about the 5 divine elements in his body being exposed when he heard Little Gold's words. Fortunately, the Grand Elder of the Dragon's Heaven's secret zone intervened in time. Otherwise, would have used the 5 divine elements' power. Duan Lingtian still felt a lingering fear when he recalled the battle with the Soaring Celestial Emperor, the Explosive Flame Celestial Emperor, and the Water Staff Celestial Emperor. In the Hall of Literature. Chapter 33-47. Earlier, Duan Lingtian was so close to revealing the power of the 5 divine elements to the titled celestial emperors. Once the 5 divine elements were exposed, Duan Lingtian would become a rare treasure in the eyes of the titled celestial emperors. After all, there was no one who did not want the 5 divine elements. Even if the 5 divine elements were low-grade, they would be able to increase the chances of a titled celestial emperor who had comprehended the laws of the 5 divine elements to become a god. Becoming a god was the dream of every titled celestial emperor. In the Devata realms, only a handful of heavenly emperors who stood at the peak of the Devata realms managed to become gods. Based on this, many people, including the heavenly emperors of the Devata realms, would go crazy if the 5 divine elements were exposed. At that time, Duan Ling Tian would become everyone's enemy in every Devata realm. Brother Ling Tian, where's Sister Kerr and Sister Fei? Did you ascend with them? Little Gold asked curiously. Kerr? Fei? Upon hearing Little Gold's words, Duan Ling Tian fell silent for a moment before a hint of resentment flashed in his eyes. They didn't ascend with me. In fact, they're not even in the Devata realms. They're not in the Devata realms? Little Gold frowned. That's impossible. Little Black, Little White, and I returned to the Saint Province realm. However, we didn't find you, Brother Ling Tian, Sister Kerr, and Sister Fei, in the Saint Province realm. At this moment, Little Black and Little White also turned to look at Duan Ling Tian. They're in the Divine Offering Land, one of the realms of gods. Duan Ling Tian replied in a low voice. Realms of gods? Divine Offering Land? Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Little Gold, Little White, and Little Black frowned slightly. They had more or less heard of the realms of gods, but they had never heard of the Divine Offering Land. Even Ji Ningyun, the 4th elder of the dragons, turned her attention to Duan Ling Tian. After all, even she had to look up to the plane of gods. Brother Ling Tian, why are Sister Kerr and Sister Fei, in a realm of gods? Little White asked doubtfully. Little White, Little Gold, and Little Black had left the mundane realm before Yun Qing Yen brought Kerr, Li Fei, and the others to the Divine Offering Land. Because of this, they did not know what happened later. Faced with Little White's doubts, Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath and explained everything in detail. After so many years, Duan Ling Tian's eyes were still burning with rage when he mentioned the past buried in the depths of his heart. His body couldn't help but tremble slightly because of his anger. The Yun family of the world of divine remains? Ji Ningyun, the 4th elder of the dragons, could not help but gasp when she heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Senior, do you know about the Yun family of the world of divine remains? At the same time, Little Gold asked Ji Ningyun in confusion. Flames of anger burned in the depths of her eyes. She did not expect Sister Ku, Sister Fei, and her little nephew and niece would be forcefully taken to the Divine Offering Land by someone called Yun Qing Yen. If possible, she would have helped Ling Tian to save Sister Kerr, Sister Fei, and the others from the Divine Offering Land. I know a little. Ji Ningyun said solemnly, the Yun family is considered a big family in the Divine Offering Land. Not only that, but they're also very powerful. Any elder in the Yun family is a god with extraordinary strength. Even an ordinary servant in the Yun clan or a young disciple with outstanding innate talent is a titled celestial emperor. Moreover, they're not ordinary titled celestial emperors. Although they didn't go to the title temple to obtain a title, they're stronger than most titled celestial emperors. Ji Ningyun said. Duan Ling Tian was, naturally, aware of Ji Ningyun's words. After all, Senior Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, was forced to enter the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms, by a servant of the Yun family. As it turns out, the person who forced Feng Qingyang into the Azura Hell was from the Yun family of the Divine Offering Land. Moreover, it was because of you. Ji Ningyun sighed as she looked at Duan Ling Tian. I didn't expect Senior Feng Qingyang would be implicated as well. Duan Ling Tian smiled wryly. However, I didn't expect you to be Feng Qingyang's successor in the mundane realm. As far as I know, he doesn't have any formal disciples. He doesn't even have half a formal disciple like you. Ji Ningyun looked at Duan Lingtian in surprise. Why didn't you go to the solitary destructive heaven to look for him? I only learned about Senior Feng Qingyang's safe return from the Azura Hell and regained his position as the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. However, at that time, I thought I was only his successor in the mundane realms. Perhaps, he had other successors in the Devata realms and other mundane realms as well. Therefore, I thought I might be rejected if I went there recklessly. Duan Lingtian smiled awkwardly. Shut the door? You're thinking too much. Ji Ningyun shook her head and said, Feng Qingyang is arrogant and aloof in front of those he's not close to. However, he's very kind to those he's close to. Back then, he had a battle with the patriarch of the Dragon's clan, and they became good friends. Later on, when the patriarch came to him for help, he agreed to help without any hesitation. Ji Ningyun looked at Duan Lingtian and continued to say, based on his character, he'll definitely acknowledge you as his successor. Lord Heavenly Emperor's successor. Lian Xiao, who was standing at the side, was shocked by Duan Lingtian's words. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian was already his future son-in-law. However, he did not expect Duan Lingtian to have such a close relationship with the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. At this moment, he felt his daughter had found a treasure. Feng Qingyang, the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, was like a god to Lian Xiao, a disciple from the Heavenly Sword Mountain. In fact, most of the sword celestials in the solitary destructive heaven regarded Feng Qingyang as a god. Unfortunately, even Senior Meng Chuan can't contact him. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. Meng Chuan? No wonder I thought the person fighting the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace looked familiar. As it turns out, he's Meng Chuan, the Jade Rainbow Celestial Emperor under Feng Qingyang. He's the younger brother of the Heavenly Savage Celestial Emperor, Meng Luo. Realization dawned on Ji Ningyun as she asked, since Meng Chuan can help you, why didn't you ask the other titled Celestial Emperors from the Heavenly Palace of the solitary destructive heaven? If there were enough titled Celestial Emperors, you wouldn't have to fight the Heavenly Pool Palace. You could have killed your way out before the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven appeared. Ji Ningyun could not help but feel puzzled when she finished speaking. Based on Senior Meng Chuan's words, he can't contact Senior Feng Qingyang or his elder brother. It seems like he's not sure how important I am to Senior Feng Qingyang. That's why he can't ask the other titled Celestial Emperors from the Heavenly Palace of the solitary destructive heaven to help him. Duan Lingtian explained Meng Chuan's purpose in coming here today was to keep you Feng Yu, the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace, busy. I see. Ji Ningyun nodded. Brother Lingtian, there are still more than 700 years before the passage between the Devata realms and the realms of gods opens. With our current strength, we might be able to kill our way into the world of divine offering and rescue Big Sister Ku, and Big Sister Fei, after 700 years. Little White comforted Duan Lingtian. Although Blackie did not say anything, his eyes flashed coldly when Xiaobai mentioned the divine offering land. A wave of killing intent rose in the air. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded with a smile. I've already survived for more than 200 years. 700 years won't make much of a difference. I just hope they'll have a good life in the divine offering land. A hint of worry could be seen in the depths of Duan Lingtian's eyes when he spoke. Brother Lingtian. Little Gold could see Duan Lingtian's worry, so she changed the topic and asked with a smile, tell us about Sister Huan, How did you meet her? This time, you've risked your life for her. In addition to deliberately changing the topic, Xiao Jin was also quite curious about this. Duan Lingtian seemed to be in a daze as he said, we met 200 years ago. Then, he told Little Gold about how he met Huan, Lian Xiao smiled wryly as he said, it's all because of me. If I wasn't imprisoned by the Heavenly Pool Palace, Xian wouldn't have come looking for me. Otherwise, Huan wouldn't have been abandoned. It's fortunate she met you. It seems like Xian wasn't lying to me when she told me that she had sought the help of an elder in the Phantom Fox clan who could foresee the heavenly secrets of her clan. Lian Qiu said. In Lian Qiu's opinion, Duan Lingtian was Huan's savior. Senior Lian Qiu, I'll return to the Saint Province realm with you. Duan Lingtian said to Lian Qiu. Then, he looked at Little Gold, and Little White before he asked, do you three want to return to the Saint Province realm with us or return to the 10,000 Beasts heaven? Brother Ling Tian will return with you. We'd like to meet Sister Huan as well, Little Gold said with a smile. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Little White and Little Black did not reply. Instead, they looked at Ji Ning Yun. It's rare for all of you to reunite. Why don't you return to the Saint Province realm with us? I'd like to visit Little White and Little Black's hometown as well. Ji Ning Yun smiled. Senior. Duan Lingtian suddenly remembered something. He looked at Ji Ning Yun and asked solemnly, Senior Ji Yunyan is there. Will he be fine when the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven arrives? Although the dragons had a powerful background and were supported by a Heavenly Emperor, Duan Lingtian was the Grand Elder of the Boundless Heaven. As the Grand Elder of the Dragons, Ji Yunyan had a high status among the dragons. If something happened to Ji Yunyan, the dragons would definitely stand up for him. However, the Heavenly Emperor who had left the dragons might not make a move. In the Hall of Literature. Chapter 33-48. Ji Ning Yun was taken aback when she heard Duan Lingtian's question. Little White and Little Gold, on the other hand, could not help but laugh. Even Xiao He had a faint smile on his face. It was apparent the three little fellows were laughing because of Duan Lingtian's question to Ji Ning Yun. What's wrong? This time, it was Duan Lingtian's turn to be slightly puzzled. Was there a problem with his earlier question? Brother Ling Tian. Little Gold asked with a smile, do you know there's a Heavenly Emperor among the dragons who's now a Heavenly Emperor of a Devata realm? I've heard of it. Duan Ling Tian nodded. With this in mind, he was certain the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven would not dare to offend the Dragon Clan. However, that did not mean the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven would not dare to provoke the dragons, the Grand Elder of the Dragons. The relationship between the Dragon Clan and the Heavenly Emperor who left the Dragon Clan was naturally close. The latter would definitely not easily watch the Dragon Clan be bullied. However, the Great Elder of the Dragon Clan, Ji Yunyan, and the Heavenly Emperor who left the Dragon Clan, might not care. Then, do you know the relationship between the Heavenly Emperor and Ji Yunyan? Little Gold asked again. Duan Lingtian shook his head and asked, is it possible that Elder Ji Yunyan is closely related to the Heavenly Emperor of the Dragons? Elder Ji Yunyan is a direct descendant of the Heavenly Emperor. He's Senior Ji Yunyan's great-grandfather. Little Gold smiled and said, moreover, when Elder Ji Yunyan was very young, he was brought to his great-grandfather's heavenly palace and stayed there for 1,000 years. That's how he became what he is today. Even if Elder Ji Yunyan is not as strong as the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven, do you think he would dare to provoke Senior Ji Yunyan? In the circle of Heavenly Emperors, the relationship between Elder Ji Yunyan and the Heavenly Emperor is not a secret. Xiao Jin finished in one breath. After hearing Xiao Jin's explanation, Duan Lingtian came to a realization. At the same time, he finally understood why the fourth Elder of the Dragons wasn't worried about her husband's safety at all. Apart from that, the first Elder of the Dragons, Ji Yunyan, had a fearless expression on his face when he learned that the Boundless Heaven's Heavenly Emperor was coming. It turned out that the Great Elder of the Dragons had such a backer. You worried for nothing. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Of course, Duan Lingtian was very grateful to the first Elder of the Dragons. Not only had he saved him, but he had also saved Senior Lien Qiu, Big Brother Pei Yuanji, and the others. Big Brother Pei Yuanji. Upon thinking about the others, Duan Lingtian immediately contacted Pei Yuanji. "We're planning to return to the Saint Province realm. Do you want to go with us to see Huan, Back when he was still in the Thousand Chains prison, he had already exchanged soul orbs with Pei Yuanji, so they could communicate directly. "I'm not going." Pei Yuanji replied through voice transmission, "Since Du Xian has come out, I'll be able to answer to her. I'll continue on my path. I hope we'll meet again in the future." Pei Yuanji nodded. "We will." After replying, Duan Lingtian sent a voice transmission to Meng Chuan. "Senior Meng Chuan, have you left?" Earlier, when they left with Pei Yuanji and the others, Duan Lingtian saw the Jade Rainbow Immortal Emperor, Meng Chuan, still there. "I just left." Meng Chuan replied through voice transmission, "I don't want to stay there and be a punching bag." "A punching bag?" Duan Lingtian was stunned. "When the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven arrives, he won't be able to do anything to Ji Yunyan. At that time, I'm afraid he'll vent all his anger on me. Although he definitely won't dare to kill me, it won't be a problem for him to torture me. So, I'd better take advantage of the fact that that old man hasn't arrived yet and leave first." Meng Chuan smiled. Upon hearing Meng Chuan's words, Duan Lingtian could not help but fall silent. Indeed, Senior Meng Chuan's plan was very thorough. "Duan Lingtian, I didn't expect you'd be able to get the Grand Elder of the Dragons to help you. If I knew he'd help you, I wouldn't have stayed in the Heavenly Pool Palace." Meng Chuan sighed. "I didn't expect it either." Duan Lingtian said, "Similarly, I didn't expect Ji Yunyan to come. Alright, I'll see you next time. When the Heavenly Emperor returns, I'll mention you to him. If he wants to see you, I'll bring you to the Boundless Heaven." Meng Chuan said, "You'll still be in the Boundless Heaven, right?" Communication celestial talismans could only be used to send messages within the same Devata realm. Even the best communication celestial talismans could only be used to send messages across different Devata realms. It was impossible to send messages across realms. "I'll be in the mundane realm, the Saint Province realm, Senior Feng Qingyang's hometown." As for the Boundless Heaven, initially, Duan Lingtian wanted to say that he would not return to the Boundless Heaven. However, when he thought about his teacher, Su Lang, his senior brothers, and senior sisters, especially his eldest senior sister who had protected him the first time they met, he could not help but hesitate. Would he really not return to the Boundless Heaven? "Under normal circumstances, I won't return to the Boundless Heaven," Duan Lingtian said. "Which Devata realm do you plan to go to after leaving the mundane realm? If the Heavenly Emperor wishes to see you, I'll have to find a place to send you a message, right? The 10,000 Beasts Heaven, the Jade Emperor Heaven, the Spirit Overarching Heaven, or the Solitary Destructive Heaven?" Duan Lingtian replied. "If you can't find me in those Devata realms, the mundane realms, or the Saint Province realm, you can look for me in the Boundless Heaven. Perhaps, I'll return to the Boundless Heaven," Duan Lingtian added. The mundane realms, the Saint Province realm, the 10,000 Beasts Heaven, the Jade Emperor Heaven, the Spirit Overarching Heaven, the Solitary Destructive Heaven, the Boundless Heaven. Alright, I'll remember that," Meng Chuan replied. Duan Lingtian was about to send a message to Su Lang when he remembered he had given Su Lang's soul pearl to someone else before he was sent to the Thousand Chains prison. "It seems like I can only contact second senior brother, third senior sister, fourth senior sister, fifth senior brother, and sixth senior brother." When Duan Lingtian thought about his senior brothers and senior sisters who probably did not know the ins and outs of the matter, a bitter smile appeared on his face as he felt slightly guilty. Although he did not intend to use them, even if the Heavenly Pool Palace did not punish them for leaving the Heavenly Pool Palace, they would still be looked down upon by the other Heavenly Pool Palace disciples in the future. After all, there was a traitor among them. After taking a deep breath, Duan Ling Tian sent a voice transmission to his sixth senior brother, Hong Fei, and his third senior sister, Hu Mei. He was the most familiar with both of them. Third senior sister, please apologize to teacher on my behalf when you see him. Sixth senior brother, please apologize to teacher and eldest senior sister on my behalf when you see them. Whether it was Hu Mei or Hong Fei, they were confused when they received Duan Ling Tian's voice transmission. Little junior brother, what's wrong? Did something happen? Hu Mei was confused. Little junior brother, what's going on? Hong Fei was confused as well. I'm sure all of you have heard about the prisoners escaping from the Thousand Chains prison, right? Duan Ling Tian asked through the voice transmission. It had been a while since the incident had happened. Only the 9 titled celestial emperors from the Heavenly Pool Palace were chasing after them. The others must have spread the news. I just heard, it seems that a genius disciple released all the prisoners. Hu Mei replied. Yes, I heard about it. Moreover, someone said that you were the one who released the prisoners. I refuted them. Our eldest senior sister is one of the 3 head wardens of the Thousand Chains prison. Little junior brother, you didn't do it, right? Hong Fei did not seem to care at first. However, when he thought about what Duan Ling Tian had said earlier, he wondered if he should apologize to their teacher and eldest senior sister. With this thought in mind, Hong Fei hesitated for a moment before he asked. It's me. Duan Ling Tian replied. Hong Fei fell silent. Meanwhile, Hu Mei also fell silent when she received Duan Ling Tian's voice transmission. Why? Hu Mei asked. At the same time, her voice became cold and solemn. After listening to Duan Ling Tian's explanation, Hu Mei fell silent again. After a while, she finally said, Little junior brother, I understand. Third senior sisters, all of you will forever be my senior brothers and senior sisters. In the future, if there's anything that I, Duan Ling Tian, can help with, I'll definitely do my best to help. Duan Ling Tian was naturally moved when he heard Hu Mei's words. You'll always be third senior sister's little junior brother. Forever. Hu Mei said, moreover, I know eldest senior sister's character very well. Since she tried so hard to get you to leave, I'm sure she's just being polite. If she really wanted you to stay, why would she help you? Hu Mei chimed in. I understand. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Little junior brother, what's going on? You. Why did you release those prisoners? Hong Fei asked when he regained his senses. Sixth senior brother, I've already told third senior sister the ins and outs of the matter. If you want to know, just ask her directly. Now, I'll be leaving the boundless heaven. Don't forget what I told you to do. As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, he left the boundless heaven with the 3 little fellows, Lian Qiu, and Ji Ningyun, and made their way to the Saint Province realm. The last time he returned to the Saint Province realm, he had returned with Huan Er. However, this time, he returned with the 3 little fellows. This made Duan Ling Tian feel very different. Huan Er. Duan Ling Tian immediately brought everyone back to his hometown, the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Huan Er was waiting for him in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Brother Ling Tian. Huan Er looked like a peerless beauty who had walked out of a painting as she threw herself into Duan Ling Tian's arms like a gust of wind. The 3 little fellows and Ji Ningyun's eyes lit up when they saw Huan Er. Before this, they could not believe such a peerless beauty existed in this world. Chapter 33-49. Although Huan Er did not follow Duan Ling Tian to save Lian Qiu and his wife, she still felt a great deal of pressure in her heart. In fact, she had been keeping an eye on Duan Ling Tian's soul pearl. If anything happened to brother Ling Tian while he was trying to save her parents, she would die with him. This was the promise she made when Duan Ling Tian forced her to stay in the mundane realm. This was her bottom line. Now that she saw Ling Tian had returned safely, it was only natural that she was happy. She even forgot about her father, Lian Xiu. Lian Xiu stood at the side and looked at the woman who was hugging Duan Ling Tian with a dazed expression on his face. Do you see this? At this moment, a snow-white phantom fox had appeared in Lian Xiu's arms. The phantom fox's injuries had healed a lot. In fact, it was already able to open its eyes with great effort. When it saw Huan hugging the purple-clad young man, its eyes shone with excitement. Huan seemed to have sensed the phantom fox's gaze. She left Duan Lingtian's arms and walked up to Lian Xiu. She nodded at Lian Xiu, but she did not address him as father. She looked at the phantom fox in Lian Xiu's arms. Huan, is that you? My daughter. Is that you? A series of voice transmissions rang in Huan's ears. To her, this voice was heavenly. Moreover, it had been more than 200 years since she last heard this voice. Mother, it's me, Huan replied. At the same time, her white robes fluttered even though there was no wind. A gigantic phantom fox the size of a small mountain appeared behind her. It looked noble and holy. When the white fox appeared, whether it was Ji Ningyun, Little Black, Little White, or Little Gold, they all clearly sensed the pressure from the depths of their souls. It felt as though the phantom fox was a celestial beast that was more powerful and noble than their true forms. In other words, it was no longer a celestial beast. After all, their true forms were already top immortal beasts among top immortal beasts. This is, Ji Ningyun narrowed her eyes when she saw the white fox's silhouette. She was stunned for a moment before she blurted out, 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox. 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox. Upon hearing Ji Ningyun's words, Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold finally regained their senses. They looked at Huan, in shock. At the same time, they finally understood why the silhouette behind Huan exerted such pressure on them. It turned out to be 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox. Whether it was the Wanshou Heavens Dragons or the Wanshou Heavens Blood Moon Ridge, they were both heaven-grade forces with the longest legacies in the Wanshou Heaven. They had deep foundations and strong foundations that other heaven-grade forces like the Boundless Heavens Heaven Pool Palace and the Solitary Destructive Heavens Heaven Sword Ridge could not compare to. Because of this, the Dragon Clan and Blood Moon Ridge would impart to them some common knowledge about demon beasts to them when they were not cultivating. This included some divine beasts that had appeared in the history of the Devata realms. For example, there was a 10-clawed divine dragon among the dragons. A 10-clawed divine dragon would appear once every 100,000 years. The 10-clawed divine dragon was a 10-clawed divine dragon. The heavenly emperor of a Devata realm was a 10-clawed divine dragon. He was the only 10-clawed divine dragon in the history of the dragons in the Wanshou Heavens Blood Moon Ridge. There were also divine beasts in the Blood Moon Ridge. However, unlike the 10-clawed divine dragon that appeared once every 100,000 years, the appearance of a divine beast in the Blood Moon Ridge depended on luck. Over a long period of time, only one divine beast would appear every several 100,000 years. Sometimes, 2 or more divine beasts would appear in the Blood Moon Ridge. In the history of the Blood Moon Ridge, the most famous divine beast was the 9 Depths God-slaying mouse. The current Lord of Blood Moon Ridge was a direct descendant of the 9 Depths God-slaying mouse. Currently, many powerhouses in the Blood Moon Ridge were rat-type celestial beasts. For example, the Lord of Blood Moon Ridge and the Grand Elder of Blood Moon Ridge were rat-type celestial beasts. Due to this reason, Little Gold, who had obtained the legacy blood pool from Blood Moon Ridge in the mundane realm, had undergone an extraordinary transformation and was now a top-tier celestial beast, was treated very well in Blood Moon Ridge. Moreover, the Grand Elder of Blood Moon Ridge treated her like his own granddaughter. The 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox is a divine beast that appears once every 1,000,000 years in the Phantom Fox clan. I didn't expect to see 1,000 phantoms ice fox in my lifetime. Ji Ning-yun sighed emotionally. Then, she turned to look at Little Black and Little White as she thought to herself, in the history of the Devata realms, the Dragon Clan's 10-clawed divine dragon only appears once every 100,000 years, but the Phantom Fox Clan's 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox might not appear. However, if 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox appears once every 1,000,000 years, a 10-clawed divine dragon would appear as well. It seems like a 10-clawed divine dragon will appear soon. Little Black and Little White have the highest chance of becoming a 10-clawed divine dragon. Who will it be? Ji Ning-yun was very curious about this matter. The high-ranking dragons of the 10,000 Beasts Heaven had met more than once. They all agreed that Little Black or Little White had the highest chance of becoming a 10-clawed divine dragon. Both of them had the highest chance of becoming a 10-clawed divine dragon. You're Huan, right? Let me treat your mother, Ji Ning-yun said with a faint smile as she walked up to Huan. Huan looked at Duan Lingtian for the first time after hearing Ji Ning-yun's words. When she saw Duan Lingtian nodding, she nodded at Ji Ning-yun and stepped aside. You have a good daughter. Ji Ning-yun nodded at Lian Qiu and the white fox in his arms. She narrowed her eyes and a white holy energy shot out from her body. It was like holy light that enveloped the white fox in Lian Qiu's arms. In the next moment, the white fox's external injuries healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. I've long heard that the law of light is even better than the law of wood when it comes to healing injuries. It seems like the rumors are true. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly when he saw this. In just half an hour, Ji Ning-yun had healed the white fox's external injuries. She had also healed most of its internal injuries. When Ji Ning-yun retracted her hand, sweat could be seen dripping down her forehead. However, as soon as she withdrew her hand, the sweat evaporated. Swoosh! At the same time, the white fox in Lian Qiu's arms disappeared. It was replaced by a woman in a white dress who resembled Huan. Thank you, fourth elder. The woman was none other than Du Xian. As soon as she appeared, she thanked Ji Ning-yun. Although she was severely injured, she could not communicate with the outside world. She was still aware of what was happening in the outside world. Although she was in Lian Qiu's little world, she was still aware of what was happening in the outside world. All right. Ji Ning-yun nodded at Du Xian. Mother. When she saw that Du Xian had transformed into a human and looked exactly the same as when she left, she was very excited. She quickly rushed forward and hugged Du Xian. You've grown up. I'm so happy. I'm so happy. When I left, I was worried that something might have happened to you. However, I had no choice but to leave because I didn't want to see your father one last time. I was selfish. Please don't blame me, alright? Upon seeing the family reunited, Duan Lingtian and Ji Ning-yun exchanged a look before they left with Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold. Duan Lingtian, what do you plan to do next? Ji Ning-yun asked Duan Lingtian. Not yet. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Then, his eyes glinted. However, I'll try my best to break through and become a celestial emperor as soon as possible. Only after he became a celestial emperor would he be able to fuse profundities from the law of space. Otherwise, no matter how heaven-defying a supreme powerhouse's divinity was, he would not be able to fuse profundities from the law of space. If you don't have any plans, you can come to the dragons, Ji Ning-yun said with a smile. Then, she glanced at Little Black and Little White who were standing at the side and said, I'm sure these two little fellows want you to come with us to the dragons as well. As soon as Ji Ning-yun finished speaking, Little Black and Little White turned to look at Duan Lingtian expectantly. Just as Ji Ning-yun had said, Duan Lingtian's words were true. If it was possible, they, naturally, hoped that Lingtian would come with them to the dragons. Brother Lingtian, come with us. We'll cultivate together. When the spatial tunnel between the Devata realms and the divine offering land opens in 700 years, we'll go and rescue Sister Kerr and Sister Fei. Little White said to Duan Ling Tian. Brother Ling Tian, if you don't want to go to the dragons, you can come to the Blood Moon Ridge. After all, the Blood Moon Ridge isn't inferior to the dragons. Little Gold giggled. Senior, I appreciate your kindness. However, at this moment, I already have a plan for what to do next. Duan Ling Tian was clearly rejecting Ji Ningyun's offer. What's your plan? Ji Ningyun asked curiously. What was his plan that was better than joining the dragons? One had to know that there were countless people who wanted to join the dragon clan. However, this young man did not seem to care about joining the dragons at all. However, when she thought about how this young man was stronger than Little White and Little Black even though he was not even 300 years old, she was not surprised. Indeed, this young man had the confidence to do so. Moreover, this young man seemed to be the direct successor of Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Purgatory. Duan Lingtian's eyes shone brightly at this moment. Chapter 3350. The Purgatory? Ji Ningyun's eyes widened. She did not expect Duan Lingtian would want to go to such a place. The purgatory would not appear at any time. The purgatory would only appear when the spatial passages between the Devata realms and the realms of gods were forcefully sealed. It would appear once every 10,000 years, and each time it appeared, it would last for 1,000 years. This time, the purgatory had appeared more than 200 years ago. It was said that every 10,000 years, the realms of gods would collide with each other and seal the spatial passages between the Devata realms and the realms of gods. At the same time, the realms of gods would collide and form a realm battlefield. It was a place where people from the realms of gods would most likely die if they entered. The entrance to the realm battlefield was located in the realms of gods. Unless people from the Devata realms had a way to travel to the realms of gods, they would not be able to enter the realm battlefield. Legend had it that the collisions between the realms of gods and the appearance of the realm battlefield were the handiwork of supreme powerhouses. The various fortuitous encounters in the realm battlefield were also left behind by supreme powerhouses. Supreme powerhouses who stood at the peak of heaven and earth usually took pleasure in the realm battlefield. When the realm battlefield appeared in the realms of gods, two similar realm battlefields appeared in the Devata realms as well. They were the Purgatory battlefield and the Nine Serenities battlefield. The Purgatory battlefield was open to celestial lords and below celestial emperors. There were all kinds of fortuitous encounters and fortuitous encounters. One could either obtain fortuitous encounters or exchange military merits for a chance to enter a secret realm. If one had sufficient military merits, one could obtain a chance to enter a secret realm. As for the Nine Serenities battlefield, it was a battlefield for celestial emperors. Many titled celestial emperors would enter the Nine Serenities battlefield to temper themselves and obtain outstanding military merits to become famous in the Devata realms. There were not many titled celestial emperors in the Devata realms, but there were still quite a number of them. However, if a titled celestial emperor wanted to spread his presence in the Devata realms, the Nine Serenities battlefield was undoubtedly the best way to do so. Regardless of whether one entered the Purgatory battlefield or the Nine Serenities battlefield, obtaining a certain amount of military merits could even allow one to obtain a military rank. Military ranks were awarded according to the upper limit of military merits, and not according to the military merits in hand. As long as one had obtained a certain military rank, even if one had used up all of it, the military rank that was originally obtained would still be added to the military merits of the military rank. People with high military ranks even had the opportunity to enter a secret realm every once in a while. That was a gift from the battlefield. Whether it's the Purgatory battlefield or the Nine Serenities battlefield, the mastermind is a supreme powerhouse. In the eyes of a supreme powerhouse, whether it's the Purgatory battlefield, the Nine Serenities battlefield, or the Realm battlefield in the realms of gods, it's just a game they play when they're bored. This was what the world-cleansing divine water had told Duan Ling Tian. The world-cleansing divine water continued to say, the three battlefields are all planned by a group of supreme powerhouses. To them, the things they leave behind in the battlefields are treasures to ordinary people. However, to them, the things they leave behind are no different from trash. They use trash to attract a group of people to enter the battlefields. That's how they enjoy it. As for those extremely powerful experts, due to boredom, they would often gather together and use the people who entered the battlefield as the stakes for their bets. When Duan Ling Tian first heard the world-cleansing divine water's words, he was slightly disgusted. After all, he did not like the feeling of being treated like a pawn or a puppet. However, after thinking about it for a while, he felt relieved. Perhaps, when he became a supreme powerhouse, he would also play this game out of boredom. At that time, whether it was celestials or gods, they would be nothing in their eyes. In fact, in the three battlefields, they would only be their toys. If you don't want to be treated like a pawn and be treated like a puppet, you'll have to reach that height yourself. The world-cleansing divine water's words were, without a doubt, a form of motivation for Duan Ling Tian. Heaven and earth were merciless and treated all living beings like dogs. However, when one was above heaven and earth, there was no need for one to follow the rules of heaven and earth. Similarly, if one did not want to be treated like a pawn or a toy, one would have to reach the same height as the supreme powerhouses. Do you really plan to enter the Purgatory battlefield? Ji Ning Yun said solemnly, although there are many fortuitous encounters for celestial lords in the Purgatory battlefield, those fortuitous encounters are much better than staying in a heaven-grade force or even a heavenly emperor's force. However, there are many benefits, and at the same time, the risks are also commensurate. There's only one way to obtain merit points in the Purgatory battlefield, and that's to kill your opponent and obtain their merit points. Although you're strong and can even injure a titled celestial emperor from the heavenly pool palace, I'm sure you won't be able to use that technique every single time. Moreover, there are many titled celestial lords who are comparable to celestial emperors who have died in the Purgatory battlefield. After all, there are many titled celestial lords in the Purgatory battlefield who form small groups to hunt and kill the stronger titled celestial lords. If it's possible, even if you don't want to join the dragons, I hope you can join the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. When Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang returns, he'll definitely nurture you as his successor. That way, you'll be able to improve your strength in a short time. Clearly, Ji Ning Yun was trying to persuade Duan Ling Tian. Senior, you don't have to persuade me. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. I've made up my mind. The Purgatory battlefield, even Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold were shocked by Duan Ling Tian's words. They knew about the Purgatory battlefield, but they had never thought of entering it since it was filled with dangers. Many titled celestial lords who were comparable to titled celestial emperors had died in there. Although you have the two Ning dragons, they're celestial emperors. Even if you hide them in your little world, you won't be able to bring them into the Purgatory battlefield. The rules set by the supreme powerhouses won't allow them to enter the Purgatory battlefield. Ji Ning Yun continued to say. I don't plan to bring them into the Purgatory battlefield. Duan Ling Tian smiled faintly. He had heard about this from the world-cleansing divine water. Even if the two Ning dragons and other celestial emperors were hidden in his little world, he would not be able to bring them into the Purgatory battlefield. However, according to the world-cleansing divine water, it was possible to bring the 5 divine elements into the Purgatory battlefield. Moreover, one could freely use the 5 divine elements' power. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian was not afraid of the Purgatory battlefield at all. Brother Ling Tian, I'll go with you. Little Gold said earnestly to Duan Ling Tian since she knew how dangerous the Purgatory battlefield was. At this moment, her usual playfulness was nowhere to be seen. "Brother Ling Tian, I'll go with you as well." Little White chimed in. "I'll go with Brother Ling Tian as well." Little Black chimed in as well. "Don't the three of you know how dangerous the purgatory battlefield is? Why are you joining in the fun?" Ji Ning Yun retorted. At this moment, she regretted letting Little White and Little Black out. If she had known the person they were looking for was a madman who wanted to enter the purgatory battlefield, she would not have allowed them to look for him. In the history of the dragons, many nine-clawed divine dragons who were titled celestial lords had perished in the purgatory battlefield. Two of her childhood friends were among the nine-clawed divine dragons. Those two childhood friends were a pair of lovers, but in the end, they both died in the purgatory battlefield. Because of this, she was very repulsed by the purgatory battlefield. Not only had she never entered it, but she also didn't want Little White and Little Black to enter it. Both Little White and Little Black were the future hope of the dragon clan. After all, they had the potential to evolve into 10-clawed divine dragons. However, Ji Ning Yun knew the tempers of these two little fellows very well. If she forcefully stopped them, it would only make them more sensitive. For this reason, she looked at Duan Ling Tian and said through voice transmission, "Duan Ling Tian, I really don't think you should enter the purgatory battlefield unless you have the strength to defeat a titled celestial emperor from the heavenly pool palace. Otherwise, even if you're strong, it'll be difficult for you to come out alive. In the past, I had two childhood friends who were a couple. When they joined forces, their strength was comparable to a titled celestial emperor. Even then, they still died in the purgatory battlefield. The purgatory battlefield is not only dangerous for titled celestial lords, but it's also dangerous to enter the secret realms that contain fortuitous encounters. If you insist on entering the purgatory battlefield, please help me persuade these three little fellows. Although Little Gold isn't a member of the dragons, she's still a treasure of the Blood Moon Ridge. If she follows you to the purgatory battlefield, my old man and I won't be able to explain ourselves to the Blood Moon Ridge. As for Little Black and Little White, they're the most likely to evolve into 10-clawed divine dragons. We can't afford to lose them." Ji Ning Yun said. "Senior, the purgatory battlefield is a fortuitous encounter for me. It's also a fortuitous encounter for Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold." Duan Ling Tian said to Ji Ning Yun. It was not convenient for him to explain the strength of the five divine elements since he could not use the same strength to defeat Lei Ying, the merciless celestial emperor of the heavenly pool palace. However, if Little Black and the others wanted to enter the purgatory battlefield, he would not stop them. "I'm begging you. What do you think?" Ji Ning Yun said, "This time, it's my old man who saved you. Just treat it as returning the favor. What do you think?" Duan Ling Tian felt pressured when he heard Ji Ning Yun's words through voice transmission. He smiled bitterly and said, "Senior, if you insist, what else can I say? Don't worry, leave it to me to persuade them." Duan Ling Tian did not expect Ji Ning Yun would bring up the matter of Ji Yunyan saving his life. Since the other party had said so, what else could he do? Chapter 3351. The three little fellows could be stubborn in front of Ji Ning Yun, but it was impossible for them to be stubborn in front of Duan Ling Tian. For this reason, they had no choice but to obey Duan Ling Tian. However, while they had no choice but to listen, they still had their own insistence. "Big brother Ling Tian, I'm worried that you'll be in danger. If we go with you, we'll be able to take care of each other. That way, you won't have to worry about anyone joining forces to deal with you. Brother Ling Tian, if the fourth elder asks you to persuade us through voice transmission, you can just deal with her. At most, we'll sneak out to meet you after we return to the purgatory battlefield. Brother Ling Tian, I still want to go with you." Duan Ling Tian's heart was filled with warmth when he heard the three little fellows' voice transmission. "Think about it yourselves." Duan Ling Tian said to the three little fellows through voice transmission, I won't be leaving the Saint Province realm for the time being. I'll give you 3 years. If you really want to go with me, you can come to the Saint Province realm and look for me within 3 years. Once you're here, we'll set off. Duan Lingtian did not have anything to worry about when it came to the 3 little fellows. Although they had not seen each other for more than 200 years, he could clearly feel the feelings that the 3 little fellows had for him. Compared to the past, not only did their feelings for him not fade with the passage of time, but they had become even stronger. Even if the 3 little fellows knew about the 5 divine elements, they would not harm him. Duan Lingtian knew he would not be in danger when he entered the purgatory battlefield. If the 3 little fellows were willing to go with him, there would only be benefits and no harm. If he were to be selfish, he hoped the 3 little fellows would sneak out and enter the purgatory battlefield with him while he dealt with Ji Ningyun. As expected, when the 3 little fellows heard Duan Lingtian's voice transmission, a hint of light flashed in the depths of their eyes. They were already tempted. Now, with the indirect support of Duan Lingtian, they no longer needed to hesitate or consider. Before I came to this mundane realm with you, I communicated with the old man via voice transmission. After the matter in the boundless heaven is over, he will return to the dragons. Ji Ningyun looked at Xiao He, Xiao Bai, and Xiao Jin and said, "So, you can spend some time with your big brother Ling Tian." "Yes." In order not to arouse Ji Ningyun's suspicion, Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold stayed in the Saint Province realm for a period of time. During this time, they had become close friends with Huan Er. After all, no one disliked Huan Er's character. Even Ji Ningyun got along well with Huan Er. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. After exchanging soul pearls with Duan Lingtian, the 3 little fellows left the Saint Province realm with Ji Ningyun and returned to the Wanshou heaven. Naturally, before they left, they sent messages to Duan Lingtian, telling him they would return soon. "Senior Lian Qiu, Senior Du Xian, what do you plan to do next?" After the 3 little fellows left, Duan Lingtian asked Lian Qiu and Du Xian. Since he and Huan would be entering the purgatory battlefield soon, he had to make sure Lian Qiu and Du Xian were safe before entering the purgatory battlefield. "We plan to stay in the Saint Province realm for a period of time," Du Xian replied. Du Xian looked at Duan Lingtian as though she was a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law. She was extremely satisfied. "We can only talk about the rest after you return from the purgatory battlefield." Although he and Lian Qiu were aware of the dangers in the purgatory battlefield, they were confident in their abilities. However, they were impressed by Duan Lingtian's confidence. Moreover, Lian Qiu had witnessed Duan Lingtian injuring Lei Ying, the merciless celestial emperor from the Heavenly Pool Palace, a heaven-grade force in the boundless heaven. After all, Lei Ying was not an ordinary titled celestial emperor. Even Lian Qiu did not know how Duan Lingtian managed to injure her. For this reason, they were not worried about Duan Lingtian's safety. Moreover, Duan Lingtian had asked their daughters to wait for him while he entered the Heavenly Pool Palace alone. Based on this, they knew Duan Lingtian would not allow their daughters to follow him into the Heavenly Pool Palace if he was not confident. With this thought in mind, they were even more relieved. "All right." Duan Lingtian nodded. In the following days, Huan Er spent most of her time with Du Xian and Lian Qiu. Under Duan Lingtian's lead, they traveled to every corner of the Saint Province realm. During this time, Huan would tell them about Duan Lingtian's experiences in the Saint Province realm. It was only at this time that Du Xian and Lian Qiu learned about Duan Lingtian's journey to the Saint Province realm was like a miracle. One of them was born in the Phantom Fox clan while the other was born in a prominent clan. After he rose to prominence, he joined the Heavenly Sword Mountain and was accepted as a disciple by a titled celestial emperor there. In just a blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. Duan Lingtian did not see Little Black and Little White. Instead, he saw Little Gold. "Brother Lingtian, before I sneaked out, I contacted them. They said the Grand Elder and the Fourth Elder of the Dragon's clan are keeping a close eye on them. They don't stand a chance at all. Moreover, they don't dare to make any big moves. If they're discovered, they won't be able to escape. Little Gold said to Duan Lingtian, the Grand Elder told us to wait for them for a year. If they don't show up in a year, they won't be able to escape. At that time, we'll go to the Purgatory battlefield ourselves. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. He was happy for Little Black and Little White. Based on the current situation, the Grand Elder of the Dragon's clan valued Little Black and Little White more than he had expected. This was a good thing for both Little Black and Little White. He was happy to see it happen. Then, we'll wait for them for a year. Duan Lingtian nodded. However, after a year, Little Black and Little White had yet to show up. Little Gold made a trip to the 10,000 Beasts Heaven to confirm that Little Black and Little White were unable to leave. After that, she had no choice but to travel to the Purgatory battlefield with Duan Lingtian and Huan Er. There were entrances to the Purgatory battlefield in all Devata realms. However, the exit was not fixed. Usually, one would be teleported to the Devata realm ere they entered the Purgatory battlefield. Brother Ling Tian, that should be the entrance to the Purgatory battlefield, Little Gold said as she looked at Little Gold. In the Jade Emperor territory in the Jade Emperor heaven, Little Gold said to Duan Lingtian as she looked at the two-story building in front of them. It was Duan Lingtian's idea to use the Purgatory battlefield in the Jade Emperor territory. After all, no matter which Devata realm one was in, the Purgatory battlefield would be the same. Alright. Duan Lingtian, Little Gold, and Duan Lingtian saw many buildings that resembled small altars. Currently, some of the altars were placed on top of the altars. After inscribing their names on the altars, they would be transported away. Brother Lingtian, after we carve our names on these stone altars, will be teleported to the Purgatory battlefield, Little Gold said to Duan Lingtian. When she was still in the Blood Moon Ridge in the 10,000 Beasts Heaven, she had studied the Purgatory battlefield in detail. If there's someone with the same name as you in the Blood Moon Ridge, you won't be able to use your name. After entering the Purgatory battlefield, if you kill someone in there, your military merits will be increased. If you want to see your military merits, you'll be able to see the ranking in the Purgatory battlefield with just a thought. Of course, apart from your own military merits, you'll only be able to see the top 1,100 people in the Purgatory battlefield. Those who are ranked in the top 1,100 will have the military rank of commander. Those who are ranked behind them will have the military rank of lieutenant. As for those who aren't ranked in the top 1,100, they'll only have military merits but no military rank. Their military ranks are based on the maximum number of military merits they can obtain. Even if they use up all their military merits, their military ranks won't change. Military merits can be exchanged for a chance to enter a secret realm. A large number of military merits can even be exchanged for a chance to enter a secret realm alone. After listening to Little Gold's explanation, Duan Lingtian gained a deeper understanding of the Purgatory battlefield. After all, he only knew a little about the Purgatory battlefield. It seems like it's possible to enter the Purgatory battlefield in groups. At the same time, Duan Lingtian saw groups of 2 or 3 people walking up to the small altars. They wrote down their names at the same time before they were transported to the Purgatory battlefield. It seemed like these people would stay together after entering the Purgatory battlefield. Otherwise, why would they choose to enter the Purgatory battlefield? Little Gold, they'll appear in the same place after entering the Purgatory battlefield, right? Duan Lingtian asked Little Gold. Yes. Little Gold nodded. Then, she smiled and said, Brother Lingtian, if we want to appear in the same place after entering the Purgatory battlefield, we'll have to choose the same transportation formation. As long as we don't take more than a breath to finish writing down our names, we'll definitely be transported to the same place. Otherwise, we might make a mistake. Duan Lingtian nodded in realization. Huan, let's go together. Duan Lingtian and Little Gold went up to one of the stone altars. Then, under Little Gold's guidance, both of them wrote down their names before they were transported to the purgatory battlefield. When Duan Lingtian's vision turned dark and bright, he discovered he was in a gloomy place. This place was shrouded in a layer of fog, blocking one's vision. One could not see too far ahead. Brother Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian snapped out of his daze when he heard the duo's voices. He tried to recite the words military merit in his heart. His name and military merit appeared in his mind. Duan Ling Tian, 1 military merit. Ranking, 137/65 th. Apart from that, Duan Ling Tian could see a ranking. There were 1,100 names on the ranking list. Clearly, this was the ranking of the 1,100 people who had military ranks. Chapter 3352. He's ranked 130,000 with only 1 military merit? Duan Lingtian looked at Little Gold with a slight frown on his face. It seems like not many people have entered the purgatory battlefield. Although the purgatory battlefield was extremely dangerous, it was also filled with fortuitous encounters. Many people who were unable to become celestial emperors under normal circumstances had entered the purgatory battlefield and obtained fortuitous encounters that allowed them to become titled celestial emperors. Some of them had even made a name for themselves in the 9 Serenities battlefield after becoming titled celestial emperors. For this reason, there were many celestial lords who had entered the purgatory battlefield. Naturally, there were more celestial lords in the Devata realms. However, Duan Lingtian had just entered the 9 Serenities battlefield, and yet, he was ranked 130,000. This meant there were only about 130,000 people who had left their names on the 9 Serenities battlefield's military merit ranking. Brother Ling Tian. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Little Gold shook her head and said with a smile, "We're ranked 130,000 because many people who entered the purgatory battlefield and didn't obtain more than 2 military merit points would be removed from the military merit ranking. Apart from that, if someone didn't enter the purgatory battlefield for more than 100 years after obtaining more than 2 military merit points, their names would also be removed from the military merit ranking. Most of these people had broken through to the Celestial Emperor realm and couldn't enter the 9 Serenities battlefield. For some reason, they couldn't enter the 9 Serenities battlefield within 100 years. If they wanted to enter the 9 Serenities battlefield after 100 years, they would have to start all over again. Currently, we're ranked 130,000. This means there are more than 100,000 people who obtained more than 2 military merit points in the past 100 years. Do you still think the number of people is low? Little Gold asked with a smile. Upon hearing Little Gold's words, Duan Lingtian pondered for a moment before realization dawned on him. If that was the case, then it made sense for them to be ranked over 130,000 when they had just entered the purgatory battlefield. It was also enough to show how lively the purgatory battlefield was. Brother Ling Tian, Little Gold said. Then, she continued to say, among the 1,100 people who are ranked at the top of the military merit ranking, it's not so bad for the 1,000 people who are ranked at the bottom. However, without exception, the first 100 people all relied on their own strength to kill their way up. Because, from lieutenant to commander, there's a bottleneck in terms of military merits. If Big Brother Ling Tian paid careful attention, it wouldn't be difficult to notice that those ranked 135th to 500th place on the military merits rankings all have the same military merits. When Duan Ling Tian heard Little Gold's words, he could not help but take another look at the military merit ranking. As expected, he noticed that among the 1,100 names on the military merit ranking, there were more than 400 people who had the same military merit ranking starting from the 135th place. This is because they haven't passed the advancement test of the purgatory battlefield. In the purgatory battlefield, when a person accumulates 1,000 points, there will be a bottleneck. Only by passing the Purgatory Battlefield's advancement test can their military points be raised to 2,000 points. What determines the ranking is the upper limit. If you don't break the upper limit, no matter how many people you kill in the Purgatory Battlefield, you won't be able to continue accumulating military merits. You can only obtain military merits in exchange for a chance to enter the secret territory. Duanling Tian glanced at the military merit ranking again and discovered that apart from the people ranked 135th to the 500th place who had 1,000 military merit points, the most outstanding among the over 40 people had 2,000 military merit points, while some of them had more than 1,000 military merit points. The 30 people ranked at the top all had 3,000 points. The 20 or so people in front of them all had 4,000 military merits. The 10 people ranked at the top all had 5,000 points. The 10 people ranked at the top all had 6,000 points. Only a few people had accumulated 7,000 military merits. Only 2 of them had accumulated 8,000 military merits. The upper limit of military points is a bottleneck every 1,000 points. Just like the 2 people who are ranked first and second on the military points list. Their military points show that they have 8,000 points, but in reality, they have already accumulated more than 10,000 points, or even more than 100,000 points. Little Gold continued, because they have to pass the Purgatory Battlefield's test to break the upper limit, it's difficult for a group of people. Is the test very difficult? Duanling Tian asked curiously. It gets harder as you progress. Moreover, you can only pass the test by yourself, Little Gold said. Duanling Tian nodded. In the Purgatory Battlefield, the Celestial Lords will also break the upper limit. It's called passing the tribulation. The upper limit is 1,000 points. Once they pass the tribulation, even if they don't make it into the top 100 and become a commander, they're still considered a top lieutenant and can do whatever they want in the Purgatory Battlefield. Their strength is not much weaker than those commanders who have also broken the upper limit and made it into the top 100. Commanders who have broken the upper limit of 1,000 points are called first-class commanders. Commanders who have broken the upper limit of 2,000 points are called second-class commanders, and so on and so forth. Commanders who have broken the upper limit of 7,000 points are called seventh-class commanders. Little Gold paused for a moment to allow Duanling Tian to digest the information before she continued to say, rumor has it that the 2 commanders are stronger than most titled celestial emperors. What? A level 7 commander is stronger than most titled celestial emperors? Duanling Tian's pupils rapidly constricted as astonishment appeared on his face. Yes. Little Gold nodded. Then, she smiled wryly and said, when I first heard about this, I was shocked as well. After all, even a 7th-class commander is a 10-direction celestial lord at most. No matter how powerful a 10-direction celestial lord is, they won't be able to fuse profundities. How strong can a 10-direction celestial lord be? Upon hearing Little Gold's words, Duanling Tian nodded in agreement. However, Little Gold's eyes glinted as she said solemnly, some celestial lords can't be judged by the standards of ordinary celestial lords. This is because some celestial lords have heaven-defying abilities. For example, the legendary 5 divine elements and other heaven-defying techniques. Among them, celestial lords who possess high-level 5 divine elements are the strongest. The 5 divine elements. Duanling Tian was shocked and he heard Little Gold mention the 5 divine elements. There were celestial lords who possessed the 5 divine elements in the Purgatory Battlefield? Little Gold continued to say, for example, the 2 commanders who have broken the upper limit of 7,000 points aren't ordinary celestial lords. In fact, ordinary celestial lords aren't even capable of breaking the upper limit of 4,000 points or 5,000 points. Even if a titled celestial lord has comprehended all the profundities from a law to the mastery stage, it's still not enough for him to break through the 1,000 military merit points limit. Unless he's not a human but some other life form with other powerful techniques. Duanling Tian thought to himself. For example, celestial beasts like me, little black, and little white. Of course, if little black, little white, and I have comprehended all the profundities from the law of heaven to the mastery stage and become 10 directions celestial lords, with our strength, it's possible for us to surpass the 2,000 merit points limit. However, I'm afraid only divine beasts like Huan can break the upper limit of 3,000 points. Little Gold looked at Huan, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian after she finished speaking. Little Gold continued to say, as for the upper limit, it's impossible for a non-human to break the upper limit. Unless one possesses the 5 divine elements or other similar techniques. Little Gold's eyes shone brightly. Little Gold's eyes lit up. For example, on the Purgatory Battlefield's military contribution ranking, most people suspect that they have the 5 divine elements in them. In fact, many people are trying to find out who they are so they can steal the 5 divine elements. However, it's almost impossible to find out who they are unless they're stupid enough to use their real names. After all, those who possess the 5 divine elements won't use their real names. Under such circumstances, it's impossible to find them outside the Purgatory Battlefield. As for those in the Purgatory Battlefield, how many of them are afraid of the 5 divine elements? The Purgatory Battlefield is their home, and they can use the power of the 5 divine elements as they wish. Moreover, in this Purgatory Battlefield, as long as you think transform, you can transform into a different appearance. No matter if it's the appearance or the aura, it will undergo tremendous changes. No one can recognize you. Almost as soon as Xiao Jin's voice fell, her entire body had turned into a tall and sturdy stone person with a huge body. Duan Lingtian was still in a daze when Little Gold said softly, "Dispel the transformation." Little Gold returned to her original form immediately. The 5 divine elements, upon hearing Little Gold's words, Duan Lingtian could not help but ask the world-cleansing divine water in his little world, "Sister Water, why didn't you tell me this earlier? You didn't ask me to enter the Purgatory Battlefield just so I could obtain some fortuitous encounters, right? You wanted to use this opportunity to upgrade your form as well as theirs, right?" At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally understood the world-cleansing divine water's intention. "Yes. I didn't tell you earlier because I didn't want you to overthink it," the world-cleansing divine water replied. "No matter what, you still have a chance to regret your decision. After all, there are many people in the Purgatory Battlefield who possess a form of the 5 divine elements. If we join forces, we might be able to deal with a 7th form 5 divine element. However, if it's an 8th form 5 divine element, it'll be difficult for us to deal with it even if we join forces. If we're lucky, we'll be fine." At this point, the world-cleansing divine water's voice turned grave. "Once we're annihilated, you'll definitely be killed by the person who possesses the 8th form of the divine elements. Naturally, there might not be anyone in the Purgatory Battlefield who possesses an 8th form 5 divine element." Then, she added, "However, I can only say that there might not be anyone in the Purgatory Battlefield who possesses an 8th form 5 divine element." Duan Lingtian's eyes glinted as he looked at Huan, and Little Gold and said, "Huan, Little Gold, let's go." Chapter 3353. Leave? Both Huan, and Little Gold were stunned when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. No matter what decision Duan Lingtian made, she would support him unconditionally. Therefore, she did not have any doubts about his decision at all. However, Little Gold could not help but ask, "Brother Lingtian, what's wrong? Why do you want to leave?" At this moment, the 5 divine elements, including the world-cleansing divine water, thought Duan Lingtian was leaving the Purgatory Battlefield because he did not want to take the risk. Therefore, they respected Duan Lingtian's decision. Moreover, if Duan Lingtian chose to enter the Purgatory Battlefield, they would have to take the risk as well. After all, they might encounter 7th form or 8th form 5 divine elements. "I don't want to be the person you said is stupid enough to use my real name." Duan Lingtian looked at Little Gold and shook his head with a smile. Huh? Little Gold was taken aback by Duan Lingtian's words. Then, her eyes lit up. Brother Ling Tian, do you mean you have the 5 divine elements as well? Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Brother Ling Tian, why didn't you say so earlier? No. I should have told you earlier. Little Gold shook her head with a bitter smile on her face. How do we leave? Duan Ling Tian asked. If we want to leave, we'll have to find a transportation point. Just think, transportation point, in your mind, and we'll be guided there. The reason the purgatory battlefield is so complicated and can't be teleported out with just a thought is to prevent people from leaving the purgatory battlefield if they encounter an opponent they can't defeat. Little Gold said. When Duan Ling Tian heard this, the thought of a transportation point immediately appeared in his mind. In the next moment, he noticed that there seemed to be an invisible will guiding him in a certain direction. Over there. The direction Little Gold pointed to was the direction Duan Ling Tian had sensed the invisible will was leading them to. With this, Duan Ling Tian and the others made their way to the transportation point. Duan Ling Tian didn't know what the entire purgatory battlefield was like. He only knew that the place he passed through now was a dim world that couldn't see the slightest bit of light, and it caused one's mood to be unable to help but be slightly oppressed. As time passed, one couldn't help but become slightly irritable. About half an hour later, Duan Ling Tian and his 2 companions finally arrived at the transportation formation. The stone platform hovering in the air was almost identical to the stone platform that was sent in from the outside. Let's go out. Duan Ling Tian, Duan Ling Tian, Duan Huan. Duan Ling Tian's names appeared on the stone table. Duan Ling Tian. Huan 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 Duan Xiao Jin. We only have 1 military merit now. After we leave, our names will be removed from the military merit list. If we have more than 2 military merits now, it will be more troublesome. We need to not enter the purgatory battlefield for 100 years before our names will be removed from the military merit list. Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian nodded. A few moments later, Duan Ling Tian and the others were transported out of the transportation point. Since they were transported together, they appeared in the same place after leaving the transportation point. Of course, they did not arrive at the teleportation point in the Jade Emperor Weave in the Jade Emperor Heaven that led to the purgatory battlefield. Instead, they appeared in the sky above a wasteland. Moreover, they appeared near 2 celestial emperors who were sparring. As soon as they appeared, the 2 celestial emperors stopped fighting. The sudden appearance of the 3 celestial emperors attracted the attention of the 2 celestial emperors. The 2 celestial emperors were middle-aged men who looked similar to each other. Their eyes were filled with lust when they looked at Huan Er. Let's go. Duan Ling Tian glanced at the 2 celestial emperors indifferently. Then, he activated his spatial energy and prepared to leave with Huan Er and Little Jean. Duan Ling Tian was the leader of the 3 celestial emperors. Now that he had activated his spatial energy, it was only natural that the 2 celestial emperors realized he was only a celestial lord. A celestial lord? Brother, why don't you let me choose first this time? I want the white-clad girl, and you can have the golden-clad girl. One of the celestial emperors, a middle-aged man dressed in a green robe, said with a grin on his face. Humph. The green-clad middle-aged man scoffed. In your dreams. This girl in white, I want her. You can have the golden-clad girl. If you're not convinced, you can defeat me first. The green-clad middle-aged man said. The green-clad middle-aged man smiled awkwardly before he said, when you're tired of her, you can give her to me. We'll talk about it then. The green-clad middle-aged man said indifferently. However, let's kill that brat first. It's awkward to have a man around, the green-clad middle-aged man said with a chuckle. The green-robed middle-aged man chuckled again. With a sway of his body, he seemed to have transformed into a ball of flame as he charged toward Duan Ling Tian. Killing intent flashed in Duan Ling Tian's eyes when he heard the conversation between the two middle-aged men. His expression darkened when he saw the green-clad middle-aged man making a move. Then, he called out to the 5 divine elements in his little world and borrowed their energy. At the same time, the divine artifact, the 7 orifices exquisite sword, appeared in his hand. It turned into a 7-colored ray of light as it pierced through the air. At the same time, he merged with the 7-colored sword ray. "How dare a mere celestial lord like you make a move in front of me?" The green-clad middle-aged man who had turned into a ball of fire charged toward Duan Ling Tian. He did not expect a mere celestial lord would dare to make a move against him. However, when he got closer to his opponent, he felt an unprecedented sense of danger. No. Impossible. It must be an illusion. Swoosh. When the 7-colored sword ray collided with the flames, Xiao Jin was shocked to see the 7-colored sword ray pierce through the flames and killed the Celestial Emperor on the spot. Moreover, after killing the Celestial Emperor, the 7-colored sword ray continued to charge toward the green-clad middle-aged man. Oh no! The green-clad middle-aged man did not even have the time to think about how a celestial lord could be so powerful when he saw his brother being killed. His first thought was to run away. However, when the thought of running away appeared in his mind, the 7-colored sword ray had already awakened. No, at this moment, he realized that it was impossible for him to run away. He could only take out his celestial artifact and activate all his energy to block the 7-colored sword ray. However, although he was slightly stronger than his brother, he was not that much stronger. His defense was nothing in front of the 7-colored sword light. It was easily broken through. Then, the 7-colored sword light enveloped his entire body. Before he died, he clearly discovered that in addition to the aura of the laws of space, there was also the aura of the laws of the 5 elements within the 7-colored sword ray. The aura of the law of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth could be felt. How is this possible? Until his death, he still could not figure out how a single person could possess so many different types of laws. It did not make sense at all. After killing the green-clad middle-aged man, the 7-colored sword ray turned around and returned to Huan, and Xiao Jin's side. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's figure reappeared. His purple robes were spotless. In his hand, the 3-foot-long blade wrapped in rainbow light also merged into his body at the right time. "Brother Ling Tian, you have 5 types of divine elements?" Xiao Jin looked at Duan Ling Tian in shock. She was right next to Duan Ling Tian. Moreover, Duan Ling Tian did not conceal the power of the divine elements. Therefore, she could clearly sense the power of 5 different types of laws. It was the aura of the law of the 5 elements. However, her brother Ling Tian had comprehended the law of space. The sudden appearance of 5 different types of laws was undoubtedly the aura of the divine elements. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. This is too inconceivable, right? Xiao Jin was dumbstruck. She couldn't imagine that someone could possess all 5 divine elements at the same time. This was something that she didn't even dare to think about. "Brother Ling Tian, how did you obtain them?" Xiao Jin asked curiously. "Let's look for the transportation point to the purgatory battlefield first." "Let's go," Duan Ling Tian said with a smile. At this moment, Xiao Jin noticed the calm expression on Huan Er's face. She was leaning against brother Ling Tian and holding onto his arm. "Huan Er. You already knew?" Xiao Jin asked in surprise. "Yes." Since brother Ling Tian treated Xiao Jin like a younger sister, it was only natural for her to treat Xiao Jin like a younger sister as well, even if Xiao Jin was older than her. On their way to the transportation point, Duan Ling Tian answered Xiao Jin's questions one by one. He had nothing to hide from Xiao Jin since he knew Xiao Jin would not harm him. Brother Ling Tian, I didn't think you'd be so lucky. 5 divine elements, and all of them are 6th form divine elements, are willing to stay in your body. Xiao Jin sighed emotionally. However, you might encounter danger in the purgatory battlefield. Others might not be able to detect the divine elements, but those who also possess the divine elements will be able to detect them. Xiao Jin's expression turned solemn as she spoke. She was worried for Duan Lingtian. I know. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then, he smiled faintly. Don't just worry about me. Why don't you worry about those who possess the divine elements as well? They can steal the 5 divine elements in my body and let the 5 divine elements in their bodies devour the 5 divine elements in my body. Can't I let the 5 divine elements in my body devour the 5 divine elements in their bodies? Although the purgatory battlefield is dangerous, it's also a great opportunity for me. Furthermore, am I really that unlucky to have met someone who possesses the 8th form of the divine elements right from the start? Duan Ling Tian shook his head when he reached the end of his sentence. Soon after, the 3 of them arrived at the transportation point to the purgatory battlefield. Chapter 33-54. This time, Duan Lingtian did not use his real name. Instead, he changed his name to Xia Feiwu. Xia Feiwu was named after Ke, a member of the Xia clan in the Divine Offering Land. As for Fei, it was a homonym for Li Fei's Fei. As for Wu, it was a homonym for Feng Tianwu's Wu. As for Huan, she changed her name to Du Tianling. Naturally, her original surname was Lian after her father's surname. She changed her surname to Du, which was the same as her mother's surname. As for Tianling, it was a homonym for Ling Tian. As for Little Gold, she changed her name to Jin Yu. Her surname was Jin, and her surname was Yu from Blood Moon Ridge, a heaven-grade force in the 10,000 Beasts Heaven. After all, Little Gold could be considered a member of Blood Moon Ridge. Xia Feiwu, Du Tianling, and Jin Yu. Duan Lingtian, Huan, and Huan entered the purgatory battlefield again under their pseudonyms. Their previous rankings had been erased. Naturally, even if they were not erased, no one would be able to see them except for the supreme experts. Of course, even if the ultimate powerhouses were the ones in charge of this game, it was basically impossible for them to look at those at the bottom of the rankings. Let's change our appearances as well. Duan Lingtian said to Huan and Little Gold. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian transformed into a young man who was about 16 or 17 years old. He was dressed in a snow-white robe. He had a handsome appearance and an extraordinary temperament. It was as though he was a young scholar who had walked out of a painting. He was completely different from the previous him. At the same time, Huan also transformed into a young girl in a long white dress. She looked to be about 15 or 16 years old. Although she did not have the peerless elegance, she was still very cute and delicate. As for Xiao Jin, she simply transformed into a little girl wearing a light yellow dress. She looked no more than 10 years old and had 2 small braids on her head. She was delicate and cute. Even if Little Black and Little White are here, they won't be able to recognize us. Little Gold laughed. Of course. You've changed so much. Duan Lingtian also shook his head with a smile, and then said, in the future, let's communicate via voice transmission as much as possible. This was to prevent him from inadvertently revealing information about his original identity. Unless we can ensure the death of all those who have discovered traces of our original identities, there is still a potential threat. Yes, we'll communicate via voice transmission in the future. Xiao Jin responded. As for Huan, she naturally had no objections. Little Gold, in this purgatory battlefield, military exploits are awarded. Whoever kills the person gets the military exploits. Duan Lingtian remembered that Xiao Jin had mentioned this before. Yes. Xiao Jin replied, whoever kills the person gets the military merit. Even if you want to give the military merit, it's best to injure the person to the point where he's on the verge of death and let someone else finish him off. Only then can the latter get the military merit. Otherwise, even if you leave after killing them, the military merit will still be yours. Xiao Jin sent a voice transmission to further confirm. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. In just a blink of an eye, it had been a month since Duan Lingtian, Huan, and Xiao Jin entered the purgatory battlefield. However, during this month, they had only encountered a few people. Moreover, their opponents did not have much military merit. Although they were all killed by Duan Lingtian, Duan Lingtian's ranking did not increase by much. In fact, he did not even enter the top 100,000. Little gold, let's head to the purgatory of myriad changes. Duan Lingtian said to Xiao Jin. The purgatory of myriad changes was located at the center of the purgatory battlefield. It was also where most of the free secret realms appeared. For this reason, more than half of the people who entered the purgatory battlefield fought in the purgatory of myriad changes. Many people died in the purgatory of myriad changes every day. Of course, it was also because of this that it was the quickest place to gain military merits. The so-called free secret realms referred to secret realms that did not require military merit to enter. They would appear indiscriminately, and those who discovered them would be able to enter as soon as possible. When the number of people who entered the secret realms reached a certain number, the entrance to the secret realms would disappear. Those who entered the secret realms could seek their own fortuitous encounters while exploring the secret realms. In the purgatory of myriad changes, not only were there strong people who wanted to obtain more points, but there were also those who wanted to enter the secret realms to seek their own fortuitous encounters. In short, the purgatory of myriad changes could be said to be the heaven and hell of the purgatory battlefield. One could live or die with a single thought. Brother Lingtian, why don't we keep a low profile? Although the purgatory of myriad changes is vast, it's denser than other places. If we're unlucky and encounter someone with an 8th form divine element, how are you going to deal with them? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Xiao Jin disagreed. Based on her words, it was clear she was worried about Duan Lingtian's safety. If Brother Lingtian did not possess the 5 divine elements, it would be fine. Even if he was not as strong as he was now, at least he would not be targeted by those who possessed the 5 divine elements. Since Duan Lingtian possessed all 5 divine elements, those who possessed any of the 5 divine elements would definitely target him, unlike those who possessed the same 5 divine elements as their target. For example, in the purgatory of myriad changes, those who possessed the profound divine metal would only take the initiative to attack those who possessed the same profound divine metal. Those who possessed other 5 divine elements were no different from others in the eyes of the purgatory of myriad changes. After all, the purgatory of myriad changes would not be able to raise the 5 divine elements in their bodies. Moreover, if the purgatory of myriad changes died, it would be impossible for them to reside in the purgatory of myriad changes. The 5 divine elements were extremely prideful, and they were unwilling to reside in the same body with different divine elements. For this reason, Duan Lingtian's case was extremely rare. Naturally, Duan Lingtian's case was due to the fact that he had taken in the 5 divine elements when they were still in their lower forms. At that time, their arrogance had not fully manifested. As for the world-cleansing divine water, it was naturally arrogant as well. However, since the main branch of the divine tree of life in Duan Lingtian's body had absorbed its master, the only divine tree of life in the ruins of a realm of gods, it wanted to leave the ruins of a realm of gods as well. That was why it was willing to reside in Duan Lingtian's body with the other 5 divine elements. Moreover, at that time, she could only be considered as a latecomer. There might not be any 8th form 5 divine elements in the purgatory battlefield. Duan Lingtian said with a smile. Even if there is, so what? Don't tell me that I can't kill its host before it attacks the divine elements in my body. Without its master, it'll lose its master. At most, it'll be able to protect itself, but it won't be able to devour the 5 divine elements in my body. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed coldly when he finished speaking. He had told the world-cleansing divine water about this before. Naturally, it would be very dangerous for him to encounter such a situation. He did not make it sound as casual as he made it sound. Not only did he want to comfort Xiao Jin, but he also wanted to comfort Huan Er. This was because he could feel Huan Er's grip on his arm tighten. She was clearly worried about his safety. How could he tell the truth under such circumstances? I'll deal with whatever comes my way. I, Duan Lingtian, have never faced any difficulties before. Dangers? Fortune comes with danger. If anyone wants to kill me, they'll have to be prepared to die. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's eyes were filled with determination. Purgatory of myriad transformations. With just a thought, the purgatory of myriad transformations would appear in one's mind. It was similar to the teleportation points. Moreover, the closer one got to the purgatory of myriad transformations, the stronger the feeling of being guided. Duan Lingtian, Huan Er, and Little Gold had been discussing this with each other. For this reason, the stronger the feeling, the more cautious they became. At the same time, in only a few days, they had already killed more than 10 people. This was even more than the number of people they had killed in the previous month. This should be the purgatory of myriad transformations. All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian discovered that the dark wasteland he was in had suddenly transformed into a world filled with the color of blood. It was no longer a wasteland, but a mountain range. The towering mountains and steep ridges were covered in blood, as if they were dyed in blood. Brother Lingtian, there seems to be more than one person over there. Xiao Jin's gaze soon fell on the side of the mountain range, behind a mountain that was neither too high nor too low. As a top-notch immortal beast and a rodent immortal beast, Xiao Jin had a sense of smell that was different from ordinary immortal beasts and even divine beasts. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian turned to look. At this moment, a surprised voice rang from the mountain peak in the distance. We've been discovered? Brother Xian, that little girl doesn't seem human. Let alone humans, even ordinary celestial beasts won't be able to discover us. She must be a non-human with a keen sense of smell. As soon as the voices rang in the air, 4 figures appeared from behind the mountain peak. They were 4 young men dressed in identical green robes. Even their appearances were identical. Naturally, in the purgatory battlefield, even if they looked identical, it did not mean they were twins. They could use the purgatory battlefield's illusory technique to disguise themselves. Upon closer inspection, one could see the subtle differences between the 4 young men. Consider yourself unlucky to have encountered the 4 of us. One of the young men said with a grin before he took the lead and stepped out. The other 3 also stepped into the air and followed him like shadows. In the next moment, the 4 of them split into 4 directions and surrounded Duan Lingtian's group of 3. It was as though a strange connection had been formed between them. A formation? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. We don't know who's the unlucky one here. Little Gold asked Duan Lingtian through voice transmission. After confirming that none of them possessed the 5 divine elements, Little Gold was relieved. She smiled at the 4 of them. Chapter 33:55. In the purgatory battlefield, no immortal talismans could be used, including communication immortal talismans. However, immortal weapons and divine weapons could be used. At this moment, the 4 young men surrounding Duan Lingtian and his 2 companions each took out an immortal weapon. 2 of them wielded swords, 1 wielded a saber, and the last one wielded a spear. Wang! Wang! Whoosh! Whoosh! The four young men took the initiative to attack. In the purgatory battlefield, survival was the most important thing. Everything else was meaningless. Therefore, in the purgatory battlefield, one could either live peacefully or be killed. The four young men combined their attacks in a mysterious way. The power they unleashed shocked Duan Tian. It was comparable to the full-powered attack of an ordinary celestial emperor. However, this level of attack was nothing to Duan Tian. You can only consider yourselves unlucky to have met me. Duan Tian glanced at the four young men indifferently before he casually took out the 7 orifices exquisite sword. While the spatial energy wreaked havoc, he also unleashed the power of the 5 divine elements. Of course, he hadn't borrowed much of the 5 divine elements' power, so it wouldn't affect his ability to borrow power later on. After all, the 5 divine elements were in his lesser world. With the high-grade heaven and earth spiritual energy from the ruins of the realm of gods, they could recover quickly. Whoosh! Duan Tian swung his sword. Without any fancy moves, he simply swung his sword horizontally. A 7-colored light whizzed out and collided with the joint attack of the 4 young men in just a blink of an eye. In the next moment, swoosh! Swoosh! The sword ray that shot out from the 7 orifices exquisite sword in Duan Tian's hand was like a 7-colored flood. It was vast and vigorous, instantly destroying the combined attack of the 4 young men. The terrifying energy roared and transformed into a bloody mouth that tried to devour the 4 young men. The law of space and the law of 5 elements? It's the 5 divine elements. 5 divine elements? Based on Duan Tian's strange attacks, they were certain Duan Tian possessed more than one of the 5 divine elements. Moreover, he possessed 5 of them. However, before they could even open their mouths, the rainbow-colored sword light had already annihilated them, wiping them all out. Brother Tian, these 4 young men should have quite a lot of merit points, right? They seem to be quite strong. Little Jean asked Duan Tian with a smile on her face. Upon hearing this, Duan Tian looked at his merit points and said, Little Jin's merit points, I've made it into the top 10,000. As for their combined strength, they're comparable to an ordinary celestial emperor. Duan Little Jean. So little? Little Jean was slightly disappointed. Their combined strength is comparable to an ordinary celestial emperor. In the purgatory battlefield, that's considered quite a feat. I didn't expect the 4 of them to contribute so much merit points to you, Brother Tian. You're only able to make it into the top 10,000. They must have just entered the purgatory battlefield. Duan Tian said with a smile. Alright, let's take advantage of the terrain and find a place to hide. It's best if we can ambush them. Duan Tian said to Little Jean. As for Huan, she would follow him wherever he went. The terrain of the purgatory of 10,000 changes would change every once in a while. Moreover, not everyone in the purgatory of 10,000 changes would end up in the same place. Sometimes, only 2 groups of people would end up in the same place. Other times, many groups of people would end up in the same place. Just like earlier. Duan Tian, and Huan suddenly discovered that the terrain they were standing on had changed. However, the 4 young men's location remained the same. It was Duan Tian, Huan, and Huan, who had entered the terrain where the 4 young men were. Now that Duan Tian, Huan, and Huan, were hiding, they would either be sent to the next terrain or be sent to the next one. As for Duan Tian's suggestion of finding a place to hide, it was to prevent anyone from being sent here. However, they did not take advantage of the terrain. They're here. Not long after Duan Tian, Little Jean, and Huan hid behind a mountain peak, the sharp-eyed Little Jean looked to the left and said, There are 2 people over there. There's someone over there. Duan Tian, Little Jean, and Huan, Duan Tian, noticed that there was someone on the right as well. The two groups of people faced each other as soon as they appeared. 1 against 2. Little Jin's eyes lit up. Since he dares to come here alone, he must be strong. I wonder how strong he is and if he's a match for the two young men. We'll find out soon enough. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. At this moment, the Chaos Divine Flame's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. You're lucky. It's a fifth form Chaos Divine Flame. Upon hearing the Chaos Divine Flame's words, Duan Lingtian quickly shifted his gaze to the middle-aged man who was standing alone. The middle-aged man was dressed in a long green robe. He had an ordinary appearance and a huge saber appeared in his hands. Moreover, he had also comprehended the law of fire. The other two young men were quite strong as well. Their combined strength was close to that of a celestial emperor. In terms of combat strength, they were considered outstanding among celestial lords. Wang! 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 As soon as the middle-aged man attacked, he unleashed a flaming blade light. At this time, he had not used the power of the chaotic divine flame in his body. A fifth form chaos divine flame won't be able to detect you? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. Although the world-cleansing divine water had told him this before, he only had a vague impression of it. From the beginning until now, the middle-aged man had not looked in Duan Lingtian's direction at all. It was clear the fifth form chaos divine flame had not detected the 5 divine elements in Duan Lingtian's body. Ever since you entered the purgatory battlefield, we've been concealing our auras. Unless you make a move, the 5 divine elements won't be able to detect us, the world-cleansing divine water said. For example, the 5 divine elements will be able to detect the chaos divine flame if they're in the same form as the chaos divine flame. However, only a 7th form chaos divine flame would be able to detect the 4 of us. It's the same for us. A 7th form world-cleansing divine water might be able to detect us, but it won't be able to detect them. Only a 7th form world-cleansing divine water would be able to detect us. The world-cleansing divine water explained in one breath. Duan Lingtian nodded in realization. Those two young men won't be a match for him. The 5th form chaos divine flame will be able to enhance his strength by quite a bit. The middle-aged man's voice seemed to echo the voice of the chaos divine flame in Duan Lingtian's little world. Initially, he was at a disadvantage. However, when his opponents let their guard down, he secretly used the chaos divine flame's power and unleashed it at a critical moment. Boom! Rumble! In just a blink of an eye, the two young men were killed by the middle-aged man. Their spatial rings were collected by the middle-aged man. As for the military merit points, they were, naturally, transferred to the middle-aged man. Let's go! Duan Lingtian called out to Little Gold and led Huan out of the encirclement. He did not want to miss out on this opportunity to gain merit points and help the Chaos Divine Flame in his little world devour the 5th form Chaos Divine Flame. As for the middle-aged man, he had also discovered them immediately. Another 3 people who want to die. After discovering Duan Lingtian and the other 2, the middle-aged man's eyes flashed like lightning. Without wasting any time, he immediately charged toward Duan Lingtian and the other 2 before he withdrew his flame energy. The middle-aged man was a 10-direction celestial lord who had comprehended all profundities from the law of fire to the mastery stage. Coupled with the 5th form Chaos Divine Flame, his strength was even stronger than the 4 young men who knew how to cast a joint attack formation that Duan Lingtian had killed earlier. However, Duan Lingtian did not seem to care about the Chaos Divine Flame in the middle-aged man's body at all. Thanks. When the middle-aged man charged forward, Duan Lingtian grinned at him, revealing a pair of snow-white teeth. At the same time, it caused the middle-aged man to be baffled. Thanks? What's there to thank me for? Brat, do you think you can take my military merit points just because there are 3 of you? the middle-aged man said disdainfully. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had already arrived in front of the middle-aged man. He brandished the 7 orifices exquisite sword in his hand. No. You've misunderstood. I'm not only thanking you for giving me military merit points. At the same time, I want to thank you for giving me the Chaos Divine Flame. Duan Lingtian grinned. You noticed? The middle-aged man's eyes turned cold. He thought Duan Lingtian had discovered the Chaos Divine Flame in his body. He only realized what was going on when the Chaos Divine Flame in his body cried out. Run! Run! He has a 6th form Chaos Divine Flame in his body. The Chaos Divine Flame in the middle-aged man's body cried out. I can't help you in your battle with him. The middle-aged man was taken aback when the Chaos Divine Flame said anxiously, It's too late. Quick! Kill him now. Kill him before his Chaos Divine Flame devours me. He might not be as strong as you. It was obvious that the Chaos Divine Flame wanted the Chaos Divine Flame in Duan Lingtian's body to lose its host. That way, the middle-aged man would be able to escape. Without a host, the 5 divine elements would not be able to devour the weaker 5 divine elements as long as the latter had a host. This was because the host of the 5 divine elements could do their best to help the 5 divine elements in their body repel the 5 divine elements. A 6th form Chaos Divine Flame? The middle-aged man's expression changed drastically. At the same time, he realized the danger he was in. He quickly attacked with all his might. Flaming sabers shot out and formed a net that shrouded Duan Lingtian. If the Chaos Divine Flame in his body devoured the Chaos Divine Flame in his body, he would definitely die. Moreover, if the Chaos Divine Flame in his body successfully devoured the Chaos Divine Flame in his body, he would not be able to escape death even if he killed the middle-aged man. The Chaos Divine Flame might not choose to reside in his body. If it chose to reside in the bodies of the other 2, he would still die. Chapter 33:56. Swoosh. Although the middle-aged man had unleashed his full strength from the beginning, his flaming sabers formed a net that shrouded Duan Lingtian. He had comprehended all the profundities from the law of fire to the mastery stage. However, when the sound of a sword whistling in the air rang in the air, the 7-colored sword ray easily cut through the middle-aged man's attack like it was made of paper. Then, the 7-colored sword ray suppressed and annihilated the middle-aged man. The 7-colored sword ray was like a beast that devoured everything in its path. It easily devoured the middle-aged man's flame energy. Heavens! Not only does he have the 6th form Chaos Divine Flame, but he also has the 6th form Profound Divine Metal, the 6th form Clear Sky Divine Wood, the 6th form World Cleansing Divine Water, and the 6th form Chaos Divine Earth. What kind of monster is he? My life is over. When the middle-aged man realized that his attack had been easily crushed, the voice of the 5th form Primal Chaos Divine Flame rang out from within his body. Its voice was filled with shock and disbelief. When the middle-aged man heard its voice, his heart clenched. The person in front of him had 5 divine elements in his body. Furthermore, all 5 of the 5 divine elements were in their 6th form. No! The middle-aged man regained his senses when the 7-colored sword ray mercilessly slashed at him. He tried his best to block the attack. At the same time, he hurriedly called for help from the 5th form Chaos Divine Flame in his body. Help me! Help me! Alas, he did not receive any response from the 5th form Chaos Divine Flame in his body. It could not even take care of itself. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's 7-colored sword ray did not contain the Chaos Divine Flame's energy. The Chaos Divine Flame had already left his body and entered the middle-aged man's body to look for the 5th form Chaos Divine Flame. Since the middle-aged man had a 5th form Chaos Divine Flame, it did not even need the help of the other divine elements. Boom! The middle-aged man's body was quickly destroyed by the seven-colored sword ray. At the same time, the chaos divine flame left the middle-aged man's body and returned to Duanlingtian's little world. It was obvious the chaos divine flame in the middle-aged man's body had been completely devoured by the chaos divine flame. Wow! After Duanlingtian killed the middle-aged man, Xiao Jin's surprised voice could be heard, "Brother Ling Tian, you're now in the top 700. You're now a lieutenant. It seems like the guy you killed was also a military officer." In the purgatory battlefield, as long as one's military exploits reached the top 1,100, one would be able to obtain a corresponding military rank. Among them, the military ranks of the top 100 were commanders, while the military ranks of the bottom 1,000 were lieutenants. Now, after Duanlingtian killed the middle-aged man and obtained his military merits, he charged into the top 700 in one fell swoop. Xia Feiwu, the name Duanlingtian was currently using, had already appeared in front of everyone in the purgatory battlefield like a dark horse. Of course, dark horses were commonly used in the purgatory battlefield, so Duanlingtian's sudden appearance did not attract too much attention. Moreover, it was only the top 700 after all. If one day Duanlingtian could charge into the top 100, at that time, there would naturally be more people paying attention to him. After all, there were only 100 commanders in the purgatory battlefield. As for lieutenants, there were more than 1,000 of them. Compared to commanders, they were naturally not that rare. However, with his strength, if he continues to grow, it's impossible for him to just be a lieutenant of this rank. He can only blame himself for being too unlucky to have met Brother Ling Tian so early. Xiao Jin had personally witnessed the middle-aged man's strength just now. She knew that with his strength, if he continued to grow, not to mention a top lieutenant, he might even become a commander. It was a pity that he met her brother Ling Tian, and that was the end of it. Brother Ling Tian, you now have more than 800 military merits. You can already exchange them for the opportunity to enter the secret realm. Xiao Jin smiled at Duanlingtian and said, "Moreover, even if you use up your military merits now, it won't affect the upper limit of your military merits, and it won't affect your ranking on the military merits ranking." Hearing Xiao Jin's reminder, Duanlingtian's mind instantly flashed with a few options. Most of them were to enter the secret realm with others. Of course, this type of secret realm did not require much military merits. In fact, it could even be said that it was very little. The more people entered the secret realm, the less military merits were required to exchange for it. Correspondingly, the less people entered the secret realm, the more military merits were required to exchange for it. A person entering the secret realm alone requires 500 military merits each time. Duanlingtian could not help but click his tongue. The options that appeared in Duanlingtian's mind now were similar to when he was playing games on Earth in his previous life. There were many options for him to choose from. This made him more aware of the reason why the purgatory battlefield was called the game of the strongest. However, although it's a person entering the secret realm alone, as long as the person is willing to exchange for it, they can also bring others in. Soon after, Duanlingtian noticed this. If it was under normal circumstances, he would be interested in entering the secret realm alone. However, with little gold and Huan by his side, it was impossible for him to enter the secret realm alone. For this reason, he heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that he could bring his companions into the secret realm after spending 500 military merit points. Huan, Xiao Jin. I'm going to use my military merits to exchange for a secret realm. Let's enter together. Duanlingtian informed Huan, and Xiao Jin in advance. Then, he began to exchange for the secret realm. Exchange for a personal secret realm. With that thought in mind, Duanlingtian discovered his military merits had been reduced by 500 points. However, there was still a limit. The remaining military merits were still displayed. As 500 merit points were deducted, a prompt appeared in his mind, guiding him to a certain place. Over there. With that, Duan Lingtian brought Huan, and Xiao Jin along the way. In just a blink of an eye, they had left the purgatory of myriad changes and returned to another region of the purgatory battlefield. After traveling for a day and a night, Duan Lingtian finally came to a halt. It's here. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's group of 3 appeared in a vast and boundless desert. The desert stretched as far as the eye could see, and there were ruins beneath their feet. The ruins of the ruin seemed to be extremely ancient, and it was as if they were telling everything in the surroundings that they had existed for a long time. Brother Ling Tian, is it under these ruins? Xiao Jin asked. Nope. Duan Lingtian shook his head. It's under the desert beside these ruins. However, we'll have to enter through these ruins. Duan Lingtian, Little Gold, and Duan Lingtian descended from the sky and entered the ruins. Then, they followed the path in the ruins. Along the way, it was not difficult to see that the path in the ruins had been forcibly opened up by someone. However, after opening it up to a certain point, the person might not have discovered anything. Therefore, Duan Lingtian and the others stopped at this spot. There's no path ahead. Little Jean said. Brother Lingtian, I think there's an illusory formation behind this path. Huan spoke up. Emicham, Duan Lingtian nodded. After exchanging my points, I'll be guided to the path ahead, including the way to break the formation. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the 7 orifices exquisite sword appeared in his hand in a flash. Then, he immediately cut a path in the dead end in front of him. Moreover, he did not waste any energy at all. While Duan Lingtian and Xiao Jin were clearing the path, they entered an area shrouded by an illusory formation. Even Huan was powerless against the illusory formation here. Brother Lingtian, the illusory formation here is very advanced. I can't break it with my current strength. I have a feeling that even if I become a celestial emperor and unlock my inherited memories, I won't be able to break it. Duan Lingtian nodded. That's normal. Duan Lingtian said with a smile, the purgatory battlefield is a place created by a supreme expert. The illusory formation here is the barrier to the secret realm that we're heading to. It's only natural that it won't allow anyone to break through. Following that, Duan Lingtian used the method to break the formation that appeared in his mind to break the illusory formation. Then, he led Huan, and Little Jean through the illusory formation and into a spacious area. That's the palace. At the same time, a palace appeared in front of Duan Lingtian and the other 2. The palace was located in the distance, and on the path leading to the entrance of the palace, there were statues standing on both sides of them. There were statues of children, young girls, young men, young women, old men, and old women. Apart from humans, there were also many celestial beasts. These celestial beasts were of various shapes and sizes. There were dragons, tigers, and leopards. We're here. Duan Lingtian said to Little Jean and Huan, the palace in front of us is the secret realm. Or rather, the land we're standing on can be considered a secret realm. At this moment, the guidance in Duan Lingtian's mind had completely disappeared. Apart from that, he felt as though he was being struck by lightning. The statues in front of them were most likely a test for them to enter the palace. Perhaps, they were a test for the secret realm. Follow me closely. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as the 7 orifices exquisite sword spun around him. After that, he called out to the world-cleansing divine water in his little world. Sister Water, do you see anything special about these statues? As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the world-cleansing divine water's voice rang in his ears. It's the myriad phenomenon formation. The myriad phenomenon formation? Duan Lingtian was stunned. The world-cleansing divine water explained, the myriad phenomenon formation includes both offensive and defensive formations. There are also transformations and illusions. If we want to pass through the myriad phenomenon formation, we'll encounter many problems. Only by resolving these problems will we be able to pass through the myriad phenomenon formation. Moreover, it's impossible to break the myriad phenomenon formation. The world-cleansing divine water replied in a timely manner. Chapter 33:57. If that's the case, how am I supposed to pass through the barrier? Duanling Tian asked the key question. You don't have to worry about this since you're borrowing our strength. Just deal with whatever comes your way. The world-cleansing divine water said, you should know that with our help, it's as though you have the help of a seventh-form divine element. In fact, if we join forces, we're even stronger than a seventh-form divine element. A formation of this level won't be able to stop you. Moreover, this is only the first barrier. With your strength, if you can't even pass through the first barrier, how are you going to deal with the rest of the trials? Upon hearing the world-cleansing divine water's words, Duanling Tian realized he had been overly cautious. Of course, the reason Duanling Tian was so careful was entirely because of his habitual thinking all along the way. He subconsciously felt that this purgatory battlefield was left behind by a supreme powerhouse, and the word supreme powerhouse had an extremely great deterrent force. Following that, Duanling Tian beckoned to Huan, and Little Gold before he led them into the 10,000 elephants formation and made his way to the palace in front of them. Along the way, the lifelike statues were activated one after another to block Duanling Tian's path. However, the strongest of these statues was only comparable to a 10-direction celestial lord who had comprehended all the profundities of a law to the mastery stage. Therefore, these statues posed no threat to Duanling Tian at all. For this reason, Duanling Tian was able to bring Huan, and Little Black through the barrier. Following that, the three of them successfully entered the palace. As soon as they entered the palace, Duanling Tian's mind seemed to have cleared up. A law he had comprehended in the past suddenly appeared in his mind. This is the law of time. After entering the palace, Duanling Tian discovered that everything in the palace seemed to be restricted by time. Whether it was his, Little Gold's, or Huan's movements were slowed down. Brotherling Tian, is this the law of time? Huan asked curiously. Yes. Duanling Tian nodded solemnly. Although he had come into contact with the laws of time in the past, he was still lacking an opportunity to comprehend its fundamental profundity, the time elemental profundity. Since he had been focusing on comprehending the laws of space, he had never had the chance to encounter that opportunity. The moment he entered the palace, he realized that his comprehension of the time law seemed to have coincided with an opportunity. Time element. With this thought in mind, Duanling Tian raised his hand, and his celestial origin energy extended out and merged with the energy he had just comprehended. This is the time element? At this moment, Duanling Tian could clearly feel he had stepped through the threshold of the laws of time. However, the true might of the law of time doesn't lie in the fundamental profundity, the time elemental profundity. Instead, it lies in the combination of the time elemental profundity and other profundities to control the flow of time. In fact, when one's comprehension of the law of time reaches a certain level, one can even stop time in an area. Duanling Tian had long known how terrifying the law of time was. He even knew that although the law of time, the laws of space, the laws of life, and the laws of death were the four supreme laws, the law of time was the hardest to comprehend. For example, Duanling Tian had yet to encounter an opponent who had comprehended the law of time. Although the law of time was difficult to comprehend, it was also very powerful. Among the four supreme laws, the law of time was definitely an existence that was second to none. If one comprehended the same level of law, the law of time was more than enough to suppress the other three supreme laws. However, although the law of time is powerful, I'll have to start from scratch if I want to comprehend it. My attainments in the law of space don't allow me to waste too much time on the law of time. Once I become a celestial emperor, I'll be able to comprehend the fusion profundity of the law of space through the godheads of supreme powerhouses. Duan Lingtian knew this very well. For this reason, even though he had accidentally comprehended the law of time, Duan Lingtian was still as calm as ever. It was as though nothing had happened. Little gold. What's in a secret realm like this? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. Celestial fruits and celestial pills that can help celestial lords improve their cultivation bases? His main purpose for coming to the purgatory battlefield this time was to obtain celestial fruits and celestial pills that could improve his cultivation base. After all, he wanted to break through to the celestial emperor realm as soon as possible so that he could further comprehend the law of space. Otherwise, he would not be able to comprehend the fusion profundity of the law of space with the help of the supreme powerhouse Godhead because his cultivation base was not high enough. Although the purgatory battlefield was filled with danger, the secret realms left behind by the supreme powerhouses also contained treasures that celestial lords could only dream of. Otherwise, how could a group of celestial lords be attracted to the purgatory battlefield? After all, there was no lack of celestial lords who possessed the 5 divine elements in the purgatory battlefield. If it was not for the treasures that attracted them, why would they take the risk to enter the purgatory battlefield? Brother Ling Tian, Little Gold said with a smile. Whether it's a secret realm or a secret realm, the celestial fruits and celestial pills that can help celestial lords improve their cultivation bases are the most ordinary treasures. In the secret realms of the purgatory battlefield, the more precious treasures are the divine weapons and treasures that contain the comprehension of the laws of space. Of course, there are also some other treasures. These treasures are very useful to non-human beings, but they're useless to humans. However, humans can also use those things to trade with non-human life forms for other things they need. After listening to Little Gold's explanation, Duan Lingtian realized the celestial fruits and celestial pills that he wanted were not rare in the secret realms of the purgatory battlefield. After passing through the main hall of the palace, Duan Lingtian and the other two entered a passageway. Once again, they were faced with a sudden test. Swoosh! 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 Streaks of ghostly black shadows shot out from the shadows of the 3 people and attacked them directly. Their speed was as fast as lightning. However, even though these black figures were fast, Duan Lingtian was even faster. Before Huan, and Little Gold could react, the 7 orifices exquisite sword that was revolving around Duan Lingtian had already swept past the shadows and easily destroyed them. As they walked through the passageway, they were attacked by a total of 9 waves of black shadows. Moreover, the black shadows that appeared later were stronger. However, under Duan Lingtian's 7 orifices exquisite sword, the strongest of these black shadows didn't even last a moment. With the 5 divine elements boost to the 7 orifices exquisite sword, Duan Lingtian's attacks were stronger than most titled celestial emperors. I didn't see any rewards in the first test. Don't tell me there's no reward here as well? Little Gold muttered to herself. If I'm not mistaken, the reward for the first test is comprehending the law of time in the main hall of the palace. Duan Lingtian shook his head. He had comprehended the law of time's fundamental profundity, the time elemental profundity, in the main hall of the palace. How can the law of time be considered a reward? Little Gold frowned. Isn't that a little too stingy? Only a genius would be able to comprehend the law of time from the main hall of the palace. Indeed, Little Gold was right. If Duan Lingtian had not come into contact with the law of time in the past, he would not have been able to comprehend the law of time's fundamental profundity, the time elemental profundity. The most important thing is accumulation. Duan Lingtian said with a smile, after all, you've accumulated a certain amount of comprehension of the law of time. If you encounter such an environment again, you might be able to use it to comprehend the law of time. Since Duan Lingtian had comprehended the law of time in such a manner, he spoke as though he was an experienced person. Swoosh! As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, a gust of wind blew in the distance, causing Duan Lingtian to look up. In the next moment, a pill bottle appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand. "This is..." Duan Lingtian instinctively picked up the pill bottle and glanced at the surface of the bottle. To his surprise, the words "Majestic Pill" were carved on it. Majestic Pill? Huangji Pill? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Little Gold moved closer. Her eyes lit up when she saw the words on the pill bottle. "Brother Lingtian, this Huangji Pill can help a celestial lord improve his cultivation base. It's made by a celestial alchemist who's at the royal grade or above. However, a celestial alchemist can only consume 3 Huangji pills at most. After 3 Huangji pills, a 4th Huangji pill will no longer have any effect. Since you don't know what a Huangji pill is, I'm sure you haven't consumed it before," Little Gold said. In the past, Little Gold had consumed the Huangji pill when she was in the Blood Moon Ridge in the 10,000 Beasts Heaven. Therefore, she was very familiar with its effects. Moreover, since she had consumed it in the past, it was no longer effective for her. "Improve my cultivation base?" Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. Indeed, he had not consumed the Huangji pill before. In fact, this was the first time he had heard of such a pill. In the past, he had mostly relied on celestial fruits to improve his cultivation base and rarely consumed celestial pills. After all, there were very few celestial pills that could improve one's cultivation base after reaching the celestial lord realm. Even if there were, only celestial alchemists at the royal grade and above would be able to refine such pills. Most heaven-grade forces might not even have such celestial alchemists. Only heaven-grade forces with a long history and a deep foundation would have such celestial alchemists. Naturally, if a heavenly emperor's force wanted such a pill, as long as a heavenly emperor asked, they could ask for it from a heaven-grade force. There's a total of 10 Huangji pills. Duan Lingtian opened the pill bottle and discovered there were 10 majestic pills inside. He gave 3 to Huan, before he looked at Little Gold and asked, "Little Gold, how long will it take to absorb the medicinal efficacy of these majestic pills?" Chapter 3358. Brother Lingtian, it won't take long for the Huangji pills to be completely absorbed. It'll only take a few days for 3 pills to be absorbed. For those below the 8 trigram Celestial Lord stage, even those who have just entered the 8 trigram Celestial Lord stage will be able to raise their cultivation base by at least 1 level after consuming 3 pills. In response to Duan Lingtian's question, Little Gold replied in a timely manner, "The Royal Supreme Pill is one of the best celestial pills for celestial lords. Naturally, there are very few celestial pills that can raise a celestial lord's cultivation base." Duan Lingtian nodded. "All right." Upon hearing Little Gold's words, Duan Lingtian felt much more confident. "In that case, Huan and I will consume the Huangji pills and cultivate for a few days before we continue exploring the secret realm. Little Gold, you'll stand guard for us." Initially, Duan Lingtian had thought that if it took too long to digest the majestic pill's medicinal efficacy, he would wait until he passed through the secret realm before consuming the majestic pill to cultivate and raise his cultivation base. However, since Little Gold said it would only take a few days, he decided to consume the Huangji pills to raise his cultivation base before he continued exploring the secret realm. "All right." Upon hearing Little Gold's words, Duan Lingtian and Huan sat cross-legged on the ground to cultivate. After consuming the Huangji pills, they began to absorb the Huangji pills. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could perfectly control the heaven and earth spirit energy in his little world. He could direct a portion of the heaven and earth spirit energy into Huan's body to help her cultivate. At the same time, he could also utilize the heaven and earth spirit energy in his little world to cultivate. After all, the heaven and earth spirit energy in the little world was similar to the heaven and earth spirit energy in other realms of gods. In just 3 days, Duan Lingtian and Huan Er's cultivation bases had improved significantly. Let's continue. After Duan Lingtian absorbed the medicinal efficacy of the majestic pill and raised his cultivation base, his aura had more or less undergone some subtle changes. As for Huan Er, her aura seemed more ethereal than before. She looked like a goddess. For the rest of the journey, Duan Lingtian and the other two smoothly passed through all the tests in the secret realm. During this period, he obtained several spirit fruits that could help celestial emperors improve their cultivation base. Among them, there were 2 spirit fruits that could automatically improve one's cultivation base after consumption. There was no need to cultivate to digest the medicinal efficacy. For Duan Lingtian, these spirit fruits were tailor-made for him. Why haven't you left yet? After passing through all the palaces in the palace and leaving the palace from another direction, Xiao Jin couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. Under normal circumstances, they should have left the mystic realm by now. There was a voice, asking me if I wanted to challenge the 1,000 military merits limit. Just as Xiao Jin was puzzling over this, an ethereal voice sounded in Duan Lingtian's mind. The voice was neutral and gentle, and it was impossible to tell whether it was a man or a woman. It asked him if he wanted to challenge the test of breaking the previous upper limit. Almost at the same time as he finished speaking, a voice rang out. Both Little Gold and Huan had the same thought. Challenge me. I'll have to challenge him sooner or later. Xiao Jin nodded. Following that, Duan Lingtian, Huan Er, and Huan Er stepped into 3 doors that appeared out of thin air. At this moment, Little Gold's voice rang in the air again. Brother Lingtian, Huan Er, will return to this place after we pass the test. At that time, don't wander around. Just stay where you are and wait for us. By the time Xiao Jin finished speaking, she had already disappeared behind the void door. After that, Duan Lingtian and Huan Er were led into the spatial door. Breaking the 1,000 military merits limit. If a human 10-direction celestial lord hasn't comprehended one of the 4 supreme laws, even if he has comprehended all the profundities to the mastery realm, it'll still be difficult for him to break the 1,000 military merits limit. On the other hand, if he's not a human 10-direction celestial lord, as long as he has other extraordinary techniques, he'll still be able to break the 1,000 military merits limit even if he hasn't comprehended one of the supreme laws. Those who are capable of breaking the 1,000 military merits limit are, at the very least, a top lieutenant or a first-class commander in the purgatory battlefield. After entering the spatial door, Duan Lingtian appeared in the air above a sea of flames. Thoughts raced through his mind for a long time. It was only when the sea of flames beneath his feet began to boil that Duan Lingtian regained his senses. What entered his eyes was a sea of fiery red. Currently, Duan Lingtian felt as though he was in a boundless sea of fire. Apart from the scorching heat in the air, he could also clearly feel waves of extraordinary auras in the depths of the sea of fire. Moreover, these auras were slightly restless at this moment. Let's end this as soon as possible. For Duan Lingtian, breaking the 1,000 military merits limit was not difficult at all. When the creatures in the depths of the sea of fire were about to make a move, he had already made the first move. The 7 orifices exquisite sword roared and shot out a 7-colored sword radiance that shot straight into the sky. It was mixed with the power of the 5 divine elements. The brutal power of space was like a shadow that could tear space apart. Swoosh! The 7-colored sword chi shot up into the sky before it fell from the sky like the light of doomsday, splitting the sea of flames into 2. The moment the sword chi entered the sea of flames, a violent energy erupted. Boom! Rumble! A series of muffled explosions rang out from the depths of the sea of flames. Following that, Duan Lingtian saw the corpses of many creatures rising to the surface of the sea. At the same time, many strange immortal beasts that were covered in flames pounced on him one after another like a suicide squad. Whoosh! 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 The seven-colored sword chi around Duan Lingtian turned into a rain of swords that easily stopped the immortal beasts that pounced on him. At the same time, Duan Lingtian made his move again and killed the immortal beasts that rose to the surface of the sea. In less than 15 minutes, Duan Lingtian discovered that his surroundings had changed. Then, he returned to the empty space behind the palace. Are Huan, and Little Gold still not out yet? Duan Lingtian stared at the empty space for about half an hour before Huan, finally came out. After another quarter of an hour, Xiao Jin also came out. Huan, you're out so soon? Little Gold was not surprised that brother Ling Tian had come out earlier than her. However, she was surprised that Huan had come out earlier than her. Although she knew Huan was a divine beast, she did not think Huan was stronger than her. Now that Huan had come out earlier than her, it was clear that Huan was stronger than her. Brother Ling Tian, how long did Huan come out earlier than me? Little Gold asked Duan Lingtian through voice transmission. Not long. Although Duan Lingtian had not seen Little Gold for a long time, how could he not see Little Gold's desire to compete with him? Therefore, he only gave a perfunctory answer to Little Gold's question. Brother Lingtian, can you be more specific? Little Gold asked anxiously, how long is not long? 15 minutes. Duan Lingtian had no choice but to tell Little Gold the truth. He had only said, not long, to comfort Little Gold. However, it seemed like Little Gold did not appreciate his words. 15 minutes is not long. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, a sense of defeat rose in Little Gold's heart. However, she quickly regained her composure. It seems like I can't slack off anymore. Huan is much younger than me, but she's stronger than me. Although she's a divine beast, her environment is far inferior to Blood Moon Ridge's environment. Little Gold knew very well that Huan was much younger than her. If Huan had stayed in Blood Moon Ridge for 200 years, with her divine beast foundation, she would not be any weaker than an ordinary titled Celestial Emperor. For this reason, Little Gold did not think Huan was stronger than her just because Huan was a divine beast. If she had worked harder while she was in Blood Moon Ridge, she might not have been weaker than Huan. Naturally, Little Gold was the only one who knew about her thoughts. If Duan Lingtian knew what she was thinking right now, perhaps he would be slightly gratified because this was a good thing. After leaving the secret realm, Duan Lingtian, Huan and Huan returned to the purgatory of 10,000 changes to search for more merit points. It had to be said that the three of them were quite lucky. In the following period of time, they didn't encounter any opponents that were too strong. The three of them reached the upper limit of 2,000 points one after another. Of course, the three of them actually had more than 2,000 points. Huan's merit points had just surpassed 2,000 merit points. On the other hand, Little Gold's merit points were close to 3,000 merit points. However, due to the limit, her merit points were only 2,000 merit points. Moreover, she was ranked behind Huan, since Huan had reached 2,000 merit points before her. The reason Little Gold's merit points were higher than Huan's was due to the person she had killed who had more than 1,000 merit points. As for Duan Lingtian, he had 6,000 merit points. It's about time. Let's exchange for a secret realm and try to break the 2,000 merit points limit after we enter the secret realm. Little Gold said. Up until now, Duan Lingtian, Huan and Huan had only entered one secret realm. It was the secret realm that Duan Lingtian had exchanged 500 merit points for. Following this, the three of them took turns exchanging for secret realms. Naturally, the three of them would enter each secret realm at the same time. After entering the first secret realm, Duan Lingtian, Huan, and Huan, successfully broke the 2,000 merit points limit. However, Little Gold had a hard time breaking the 2,000 merit points limit. Brother Ling Tian, I'm afraid my limit will stop at 3,000 merit points. With my foundation, I won't be able to break the 3,000 merit points limit. Little Gold had told Duan Ling Tian about this when they first entered the Purgatory battlefield. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian was prepared for this. Huan, on the other hand, did not have to worry about it. After all, she was a divine beast. Let's consume the celestial fruits and celestial pills we've obtained to improve our cultivation bases. Little Gold, you should strive to become a 10-direction celestial lord. At that time, you might be able to break the 3,000 merit points limit. Duan Ling Tian said to Huan, and Little Gold. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, the three of them entered a state of frenzied cultivation. During this time, Little Gold was shocked by the heaven and earth spirit energy in Duan Ling Tian's little world. Brother Ling Tian, after cultivating with you, I don't want to return to Blood Moon Ridge anymore. Chapter 33:59. Time flew by. In just a blink of an eye, several decades had passed. Several decades were not long for ordinary celestials in the Devata realms. However, for someone who had just ascended to a Devata realm 200 years ago, it was still a long time. In just a blink of an eye, 300 years have passed. In a dim world, in a stone forest, a figure slowly flew out from one of the huge stone pillars. He looked up at the gray sky and muttered to himself. The figure belonged to a handsome young man dressed in purple. His eyebrows were dashing, and his eyes were bright like stars. At this moment, a hint of nostalgia could be seen in his eyes. A hint of coldness could be seen in the depths of his eyes as he looked up at the sky. It was as though he was thinking of an enemy. Brother Ling Tian. The peerlessly beautiful woman had unknowingly walked out and came to the young man's side. Naturally, she held his arm and asked softly, "Do you miss Sister Ku, Sister Fei, and Sister Tian Wu?" Huan, Duan Ling Tian smiled faintly. "Why are you here?" Brother Ling Tian, I saw you stopped cultivating, so I decided to come out. Brother Ling Tian, have you become a 10-direction celestial lord? Huan, asked. In recent years, Little Gold and Huan had become 10-direction celestial lords one after another. However, Duan Ling Tian was the last to become a 10-direction celestial lord since his starting point was lower than theirs. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded with a smile. I just had a breakthrough. In recent years, after consuming the first batch of celestial fruits and celestial pills, Duan Ling Tian continued to look for people to obtain more celestial fruits and celestial pills. This was the only reason he had entered the Purgatory battlefield. Later on, Duan Ling Tian encountered a few people who possessed the 5 divine elements in the Purgatory of myriad changes. However, the strongest of the 5 divine elements was only at the 6th form. Duan Ling Tian had never seen anyone with a 7th form 5 divine elements, let alone an 8th form 5 divine elements. Furthermore, the divine elements of those who possessed the 6th form of the divine elements were devoured by the divine elements in Duan Ling Tian's body. The 5 divine elements in Duan Ling Tian's body were originally in the 6th form. After devouring other 5 divine elements in the 6th form, they could directly evolve into the 7th form. Apart from the Chaos Divine Earth, all of Duan Ling Tian's divine elements had reached the 7th form. Especially the Primal Chaos Divine Flame. Due to the fact that he had not only devoured a 6th form Chaos Divine Flame, but he had also devoured some 5th form and lower form Chaos Divine Flames. Therefore, he was not far from reaching the 8th form. Big Brother Ling Tian, Huan, at this moment, Little Gold had also emerged from the stone forest and flew to Duan Ling Tian and Duan Ling Tian's side. Her eyes lit up when she learned that Duan Ling Tian had become a 10-direction celestial lord. Big Brother Ling Tian, should we leave the purgatory battlefield after we become immortal emperors or should we leave now? Xiao Jin asked. She was very clear in her heart. Whether it was her brother Ling Tian, or Huan, none of them had any intention of competing for higher ranks. Their goal was to use the various resources in the purgatory battlefield to become celestial emperors as soon as possible. Currently, both of them were 10-direction celestial lords. Moreover, both of them were close to breaking through to the celestial emperor realm. In the purgatory battlefield, once one broke through and became an immortal emperor, not only would they be sent out, but their ranking would also be removed. Let's stay here for a while longer. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he said, currently, I've only become a 10-direction celestial lord. Although I still have many celestial fruits in my possession, I'm sure my cultivation efficiency will not be lower than here. However, who's to say I won't be able to obtain better celestial fruits? Duan Lingtian's words were, naturally, directed at Little Gold. In fact, the reason he did not plan to leave the purgatory battlefield for the time being was because of the 5 divine elements in his body. Other than the chaos divine earth that was still in its 6th form, all of the 5 divine elements in his body had advanced to the 7th form. Their strength had risen to a whole new level, and they were no longer the same as before. Even so, they still had a lot of room for improvement. The purgatory battlefield was, without a doubt, a perfect place for them to improve. Now, even if we encounter an 8th form 5 divine element, we won't have to fear it if we join forces. Duan Lingtian could still hear the world-cleansing divine water's words. For this reason, he wanted to stay in the purgatory battlefield for as long as he could to help the 5 divine elements improve their forms. Currently, Duan Lingtian's military rank in the purgatory battlefield was a 6th grade commander. As long as he passed a test that broke the upper limit of his military merit, he would be able to improve his military rank. Up until now, there were only 2 7th grade commanders in the purgatory battlefield. Moreover, Duan Lingtian had yet to encounter one of them. At most, he had encountered 2 6th grade commanders, but both of them were killed by Duan Lingtian and their 5 divine elements. One of them was a top-tier celestial beast like Little Gold who possessed a 6th form profound divine metal and a divine artifact. If he did not encounter Duan Lingtian, there were very few people in the purgatory battlefield who could defeat him. The other person was a divine beast like Huan. She also possessed a divine artifact and a 5th form world-cleansing divine water. She was extremely powerful, but she was still killed by Duan Lingtian. After killing a top-tier celestial beast and a divine beast, not only did Duan Lingtian obtain a lot of military merit, but he also obtained their divine artifacts and 5 divine elements. Moreover, some of the items in their bodies would be of great help to Huan, and Little Gold. Alright. Naturally, Little Gold had no objections to Duan Lingtian's decision. As for Huan, she naturally did not have any objections. Let's go to the purgatory of myriad changes. Duan Lingtian knew he would not be able to stay in the purgatory battlefield for long. For this reason, he did not plan to enter any secret zones. After all, the celestial fruits in his possession were more than enough for him to become a celestial emperor in a short time. The effect of cultivating in the purgatory battlefield was the same as cultivating outside. He did not rely on the heaven and earth spirit energy in the purgatory battlefield or Devata realms. Instead, he relied on the heaven and earth spirit energy from the ruins of realms of gods in his little world. No matter where he was, he would have the best heaven and earth spirit energy to aid his cultivation. Sister Water, is there really no way for Huan, and Little Gold to possess the 5 divine elements? Even if it's just one, it's fine. Duan Lingtian asked the world-cleansing divine water as they made their way to the purgatory of myriad changes. This was one of the questions Duan Lingtian had asked the world-cleansing divine water at least 5 times over the past few decades. I've told you many times in the past that unless they want to take a risk, I don't recommend them to allow the 5 divine elements to reside in their bodies, the world-cleansing divine water replied. Duan Lingtian nodded. The host of the 5 divine elements was determined by themselves. Nobody could determine the host for the 5 divine elements. Even the profound divine metal, which had resided in Duan Lingtian's body, had to negotiate with the chaos divine flame to allow it to reside in Duan Lingtian's body and acknowledge Duan Lingtian as its host. If the chaos divine flame was unwilling to do so, nobody could force it to do so. In the purgatory battlefield, some of the 5 divine elements hosts would choose another host when they were at their wits' end. However, when the host left the purgatory battlefield and found a more suitable host, the 5 divine elements would abandon their current host and accept a new one. If that happened, not only would the 5 divine elements leave the host, but it would also affect the host. In fact, the new owner of the divine elements would most likely choose to kill the previous owner in order to keep the secret of obtaining the divine elements a secret. Even if the new host did not have the intention to kill the 5 divine elements, the 5 divine elements would still encourage the new host to do so. If it's Huan, the 5 divine elements might not choose to leave her. After all, they might not be able to find a better host. However, I can't guarantee that little gold will be the same. Although top celestial beasts are rare, they're not rare in the Devata realms. The world-cleansing divine water said. Duan Lingtian fell silent when he heard the world-cleansing divine water's words. This was not his first time hearing such words since he had asked the world-cleansing divine water many times. However, in the end, he still could not make up his mind. In fact, he did not want Huan, to take the risk. I think it's better to be conservative. Even if Huan, obtains one of the 5 divine elements, her strength won't increase by much. Moreover, with me protecting her, it doesn't matter if she's slightly weaker. As for little gold, when she evolves into a divine beast, it will be up to her. The purgatory battlefield isn't the only place that has the 5 divine elements. There are many celestial emperors in the 9 Serenities battlefield who possess the 5 divine elements as well. When she wants one in the future, I'll enter the 9 Serenities battlefield with her and help her obtain one of the 5 divine elements. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian made up his mind. After returning to the purgatory of myriad changes in the purgatory battlefield, Duan Lingtian felt as though he was being bullied by his opponents. In the end, he did not even bother to deal with those who were weaker. Instead, he let Little Gold and Huan deal with them. The 6th form Chaos Divine Earth. The Chaos Divine Earth's childish voice rang in Duan Lingtian's body. Its voice was filled with excitement as it said, "It's finally here. It's finally here." At this moment, 2 figures appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. A tall and sturdy man with a bare upper body and a short and skinny old woman were sitting on the shoulders of the 3-meter-tall man. Chapter 3360. While Duan Lingtian was staring at the 2 people in front of him, the 2 people in front of him were also looking at Duan Lingtian. The burly man's gaze was fixed on Duan Lingtian. On the other hand, the short and skinny old woman stared at Duan Lingtian as though she was looking at a priceless treasure. Her eyes shone brightly, and she looked so excited that she was close to drooling. This was due to the 6th form Chaos Divine Earth in her body. Moreover, the Chaos Divine Earth in her body had already discovered the Chaos Divine Earth in Duan Lingtian's body. "Boy, I want the Chaos Divine Earth in your body." The old woman grinned without any warning. Her smile was extremely sinister, giving people a bone-chilling feeling. Upon hearing the old woman's words, Duan Lingtian merely smiled. "Kill him." The old woman's expression darkened when she saw Duan Lingtian's smile. Then, she said coldly, "De Zhuang, I'll leave the 2 girls to you. I'll deal with this young man." At this moment, Duan Lingtian had transformed into a white-clad young man named Xiaofan. He did not have any of his original features. All right. As soon as the old woman finished speaking, she flew up and left the burly man's arm. The burly man seemed to have transformed into a war chariot as he charged toward Little Gold and Huan. His speed was extremely fast, and flames surged out of his body. It was clear he was skilled in the law of fire. Huan, leave this big blockhead to me. As for the old woman, she's yours. As soon as Little Gold finished speaking, she charged toward the burly man. As soon as Little Gold finished speaking, Huan vanished from her spot and reappeared behind the old woman. After a while, the old woman made her move. Swoosh! 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 The old woman was skilled in the law of ice, a variant of one of the 5 elemental laws. Her attack was so cold that it seemed capable of freezing everything. Alas, no matter how powerful the ice was, it was easily shattered by Huan. After a while, the old woman continued to attack. For a moment, the two of them were evenly matched. On the other side, the brawny man and Xiao Jin were equally matched at the beginning. However, with a low roar, Xiao Jin transformed into his original form. A huge golden rat appeared. As it opened its mouth, a terrifying devouring power spread out as if it wanted to swallow the brawny man. Roar! When Xiao Jin transformed into his original form, the muscular man let out a low roar. Then, his entire body swelled up and turned into a towering tree. The branches and leaves on his body swayed and shot out. Waves of power swept out to resist Xiao Jin's power. For a moment, the two of them were evenly matched. Meanwhile, the old woman had also transformed into a giant black eagle. She was brimming with a violent aura. She was a celestial beast, and her body was filled with a violent aura. Wang! 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 The giant eagle immortal beast was also a top immortal beast. When it attacked, sharp blades of light shot out from the tip of its claws in a ferocious manner. Huan Er's expression remained unchanged when she saw this. So what if he was a top-tier immortal beast? She was a divine beast. Brother Ling Tian, ask the Chaos Divine Earth to attack, Huan said. A huge silhouette that was the size of a small mountain appeared behind the old woman. It was the silhouette of the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox. As soon as it appeared, the aura of a divine beast caused the giant eagle immortal beast to widen its eyes in shock. Why, you're a divine beast? Upon confirming that Huan was a divine beast, the old woman's eyes widened in shock. Then, the aura of the law of earth surged out of her body. Do you think I don't exist? Alas, the aura of the law of earth disappeared as soon as Duan Lingtian approached the old woman. At the same time, Duan Lingtian teleported to the old woman's side. Swoosh! At the same time, the eyes of the silhouette of the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox behind Huan flashed. A strange soul energy spread out and shrouded the giant eagle immortal beast. In that instant, the giant eagle's eyes went blank for a moment. Swoosh! While the giant eagle immortal beast was in a daze, a 7-colored sword chi shot out from Duan Lingtian's hand. The 7 orifices exquisite sword shone with the brilliance of a divine weapon. It was so powerful that it felt as though it could cut and annihilate anything in its path. This time, the Chaos Divine Earth seemed to have sensed the threat from the giant eagle. The law of Earth's aura appeared once again. It was the Chaos Divine Earth, who was inside the giant eagle, and it wanted to protect its host. Hee. You can't even protect yourself, and yet, you want to protect your host? Dream on. As soon as the aura of the law of earth surged out of the giant eagle immortal beast's body, a childish voice rang in the air. It was the Chaos Divine Earth that had emerged from Duan Lingtian's body. No! When the aura of the law of earth disappeared from the giant eagle immortal beast's body, it cried out in despair. At this moment, she knew the Chaos Divine Earth could not even fend for itself. Spurt. The seven-colored sword radiance swept past and directly split the giant eagle's body into two. The violent power instantly blasted the giant eagle's corpse into dust, leaving only two earthen yellow powers that were constantly clashing. They were evenly matched. However, this evenly matched situation did not last for long. Soon after, the other 4-5 divine elements in Duan Lingtian's body made their moves. All of them were seventh-form divine elements, and any one of them was more than enough to crush the chaos divine earth. However, now that all four of them had joined forces, they were able to suppress the chaos divine earth. Seventh-form profound divine metal, seventh-form clear heavens divine wood, seventh-form chaos divine flame, and seventh-form world-cleansing divine water. The chaos divine earth in Duan Lingtian's body successfully devoured the giant eagle immortal beast and transformed into a seventh-form chaos divine earth. Ha ha ha. I'm finally in my seventh form. The chaos divine earth's childish voice was filled with excitement. In the past, when the chaos divine earth saw the other four divine elements transforming into their seventh forms, and the chaos divine flame was close to entering its eighth form, it was extremely anxious. Now that it had successfully transformed, it was only natural for it to be excited. Burmese lady. On the other side, the towering tree that Xiao Jin was fighting with suddenly let out a furious roar after discovering that the giant eagle had been killed. Then, its strength exploded as if it had used 120% of its strength. Even Xiao Jin was temporarily at a disadvantage. However, when Duan Lingtian swung the seven orifices exquisite sword, the tree did not even last for a moment before it was killed by Duan Lingtian. Let's continue. After killing the tree in the tree, Duan Lingtian, Huan, and Little Gold continued to search for opponents in the purgatory of myriad changes. Without exception, all of their opponents were unlucky to encounter them. Among them, there were some who possessed the 5 divine elements. Although there were 3 sixth-form divine elements, none of them possessed the chaos divine flame. Otherwise, the chaos divine flame would have been able to transform into the 8th form. A 7th form world-cleansing divine water. After wandering in the purgatory of 10,000 changes for 10 years, Duan Lingtian finally encountered a 6th form divine element. Moreover, it was a world-cleansing divine water. A 7th form world-cleansing divine water? The owner of the 7th form world-cleansing divine water was a middle-aged man dressed in azure robes. He was tall and burly, and his expression was cold and stern. Unconcealable greed could be seen in his eyes when he looked at Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian's world-cleansing divine water discovered the world-cleansing divine water in the middle-aged man's body, the world-cleansing divine water in the middle-aged man's body also discovered the world-cleansing divine water in the middle-aged man's body. Sister Water, you're quite lucky. Duan Lingtian said to the world-cleansing divine water in his body. Don't be careless. At this moment, the world-cleansing divine water's voice suddenly turned solemn as it said, the 7th form world-cleansing divine water in the young man's body gives me a strange feeling. It's as though there's a connection between the young man and the young man. In fact, it's possible that the world-cleansing divine water has been residing in his body since before he was born. Moreover, he's not human. He might be a divine beast. Upon hearing the world-cleansing divine water's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes widened in shock. Divine beast? Up until now, Huan was the only divine beast he had encountered. He had encountered many top-tier celestial beasts, but Huan was the only divine beast he had encountered. However, he had encountered a second divine beast. Moreover, it was an enemy. Brother Lingtian. He gives me a dangerous feeling. At this moment, Little Gold's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. At this moment, Little Gold's voice was no longer casual and frivolous. Instead, it sounded solemn. This was rare for Duan Lingtian to see Little Gold acting this way. Duan Lingtian knew Little Gold must have noticed something unusual about Duan Lingtian. He's a divine beast. Duan Lingtian said to Little Gold. What? Little Gold was stunned by Duan Lingtian's words. After a while, she regained her senses and stared at Duan Lingtian with bright eyes as she said, Brother Lingtian. Perhaps, I'm going to be lucky today. Lucky? What kind of lucky are you talking about? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. Let's get rid of him first. Little Gold said. Brother Lingtian, Huan said. At the same time, she whispered into Duan Lingtian's ears, I sense danger from him. You have to be careful. Although Huan was a divine beast, she specialized in illusory techniques. Her sense of smell was not as sharp as Little Gold's, a top-tier celestial beast. She was just like an ordinary mouse. She was extremely vigilant when it came to danger. Huan he's a divine beast like you. Duan Lingtian said. Before Huan could react, Duan Lingtian looked at the middle-aged man and said indifferently, You're the first divine beast I've encountered in the purgatory battlefield. Revert to your true form. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't even have a chance to revert to your true form to fight me. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the middle-aged man's eyes widened in surprise. Chapter 3361. You're quite perceptive. You can tell I'm a divine beast. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the middle-aged man looked at Duan Lingtian in surprise. Then, he sneered disdainfully and said, Although I think you're exaggerating, since you're so eager to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Almost as soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, his body suddenly shook. Then, a huge shadow condensed around his body and finally completely solidified. It was as though the middle-aged man had completely disappeared at this moment. All that was left was a completely blue, crystal-clear beast. Based on its appearance, it was somewhat similar to the white tiger in the ancient myths and legends on Earth in Duan Lingtian's previous life. However, it was even more ferocious. As soon as the middle-aged man reverted to his true form, Little Gold's face turned slightly pale. Then, a silhouette of her true form appeared behind her to resist the middle-aged man's aura. A divine beast had the aura of a divine beast. Swoosh! At the same time, the silhouette of 1,000 phantoms ice fox appeared behind Huan Both Little Gold and Huan did not summon their true forms. Instead, they summoned their true forms on their own accord due to the pressure from the divine beast's aura. The blue tiger-type divine beast had a powerful body and a pair of sharp eyes. It looked at Little Gold disdainfully before it shifted its gaze to Huan I didn't expect to encounter 1,000 phantoms ice fox here. A turquoise water divine tiger. Huan who had seen the divine beast's true form, confirmed it was a divine beast through her inherited memories. The turquoise water divine tiger was a divine beast that only appeared once every 100,000 years in the Devata realm's white tiger clan. It was as famous as the dragon clan's 10-clawed divine dragon. Both of them were divine beasts that specialized in killing, unlike the 1,000 phantoms ice fox who specialized in illusory techniques. In terms of offensive techniques, the 1,000 phantoms ice fox was, at most, comparable to top celestial beasts that specialized in killing. Both of you can come at me together. A blue energy surged out of the turquoise water divine tiger's body. At the same time, a painting appeared above its head and slowly unfurled. The painting emitted an ancient aura, emitting an oppressive aura. Even an emperor-grade celestial weapon with an artifact spirit did not have such an aura. Divine artifact. At this moment it was not difficult for Duan Lingtian and his two companions to recognize the scroll was a divine weapon. Little Gold exclaimed in surprise, "This is one of the two divine artifacts of the White Tiger clan, the divine water diagram. I didn't expect the White Tiger clan to give this divine artifact to you when you haven't even become a celestial emperor." The White Tiger clan was also a heaven-grade force. However, their main base was not in the 10,000 Beasts Heaven but in another Devata realm. After all, the White Tiger clan was one of the more powerful heaven-grade forces in the Devata realms. They were as famous as the Dragon clan. For this reason, Little Gold had heard about the White Tiger clan and the two guardian divine weapons of the White Tiger clan in Blood Moon Ridge. The White Tiger clan's two great clan guarding divine artifacts, one of them was the Jade Water Diagram. It was said to be able to store all rivers in the world. Once it launched an attack, it would be continuous and unstoppable, possessing boundless power. You're quite knowledgeable. The Turquoise Water Divine Tiger glanced at Little Gold indifferently. A hint of surprise could be heard in his voice. The White Tiger clan is really secretive. I've never heard of a Turquoise Water Divine Tiger appearing in the White Tiger clan. However, it's understandable. After all, the White Tiger clan wants you to grow stronger so that you won't be harmed by your opponents. Little Gold continued to speak. A divine beast with a divine artifact and a seventh form world-cleansing divine water. If I'm not mistaken, you must be one of the two people who topped the merit ranking, right? Little Gold asked again. The two people who topped the merit ranking had broken the limit of 7,000 military merit points and were listed at 8,000 military merit points. They were also the only two level 7 commanders in the Purgatory battlefield. By Xiaofan? Little Gold asked tentatively. Little girl, you're very smart. The Turquoise Water Divine Tiger grinned. His smile was extremely resplendent. The power that had fused with the laws of water surged out from his body like a tidal wave, constantly reverberating through space. It was vast, ready to be unleashed at any moment. However, it's a pity that all of you will have to stay here today. As soon as he finished speaking, the Turquoise Water Divine Tiger's eyes flashed coldly, and he made a move. Let's test it. When it's careless, we'll attack it with all our strength. Duan Lingtian heard the world-cleansing divine water's voice. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian did not dare to waste any time. He immediately summoned the godly image phenomenon of the Pine Willow Divine Tree. The energy of the 5 divine elements also surged into the godly image phenomenon of the Pine Willow Divine Tree. As for the spatial energy and the 7 orifices exquisite sword, they followed suit and merged with the Pine Willow Divine Tree. Whoosh! 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 The willow branches swung out like giant pythons in the air. They opened their bloody mouths and lunged at the Turquoise Water Divine Tiger. Huan, Little Gold, the two of you just need to hold the fort. Duan Lingtian said to Huan, and Little Gold. At the same time, the Turquoise Water Divine Tiger was also swept by the willow branches. However, the azure energy on its body coiled around its body, causing it to be like a loach. As the willow branches swept past its body, they were all deflected and did not cause any harm to it. Naturally, this was only a probing attack from Duan Lingtian. The 5 divine elements' power was concealed so the Turquoise Water Divine Tiger did not notice anything amiss. Is that all you've got? The Turquoise Water Divine Tiger sneered. The turquoise water diagram above his head shone with a brilliant azure light. A torrent of energy surged out of the diagram and formed a waterspout that charged toward Duan Lingtian. To be more precise, it was charging toward Duan Lingtian's divine image celestial body of the Pine Willow Divine Tree. Brat, you should let these two girls help you. The Turquoise Water Divine Tiger laughed maniacally. Although the 3 of them were not weak, they were not weak. However, the strength of the 3 of them was not strong. If the 7th form world-cleansing divine water was in the 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox's body, he might have been wary. However, since it was in the body of a human, there was nothing for him to be wary of. Even if the human had a divine artifact and the 7th form world-cleansing divine water, he would still be able to crush the human. As for the 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox, he was not afraid at all. This was because his divine water portrait was not only an offensive divine artifact, but also the nemesis of illusions. No matter how many illusions the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox threw at him, as long as he had the divine water portrait, he would not be afraid. The Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox was no different from an ordinary celestial beast without its illusions. You're not worthy of the three of us joining forces. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could hear the arrogance in the turquoise water divine tiger's voice. He knew it was time. Let's try to kill him in one blow. Duan Lingtian communicated with the five divine elements in his body and Huang, the sword soul of the seven orifices exquisite sword. Then, he urged the pine willow divine tree to fly through the air and use its branches to propel itself toward the turquoise water divine tiger. That was right. He was going to throw it at the turquoise water divine tiger. The pine willow divine tree's godly image was extremely condensed. When it flew out, it was as though a giant tree had been uprooted and thrown at the turquoise water divine tiger. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. The turquoise water divine tiger laughed disdainfully. With a sway of his body, he left a trail of azure light in the air. At this moment, the sky was no longer dark. It was replaced by an azure light that accentuated the beauty of heaven and earth. Boom! Rumble! A vast flood gushed out from the painting of the divine water. It was as if there was no end to it. One wave after another. The pine willow divine tree's godly image Dharma body was instantly destroyed and turned into nothingness after 3 waves of attacks from the divine water painting. Too weak. The turquoise water divine tiger laughed disdainfully. Then, he sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. Brat, you're about to die. As for the world-cleansing divine water in your body, I'll gladly accept it. Ha 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 ha, the turquoise water divine tiger laughed maniacally. It was as though the world-cleansing divine water in Duan Lingtian's body was already in his bag. As long as I kill this brat and take his world-cleansing divine water, the world-cleansing divine water in my body will evolve to its 8th form. The turquoise water divine tiger was excited when he thought about this. At the same time, a cruel gleam flashed in his eyes as he stared at the purple-clad figure in the distance. Brat, a man's wealth is his own fault. If you want to blame someone, blame it on the fact that you have the world-cleansing divine water in your body. Otherwise, I wouldn't have bothered to kill you. Throughout his journey, the turquoise water divine tiger had encountered many weak humans. However, he did not bother to kill them and take their merit points. He only targeted those who were stronger. Although the purple-clad young man in front of him was considered strong among humans, he was still pitifully weak. Shameless boasting. Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold as he unleashed his space energy. Following that, he teleported behind the turquoise water divine tiger. Naturally, the turquoise water divine tiger had already turned around at lightning speed. The divine artifact, the divine water diagram, that was hovering above his head, emitted a majestic aura as a vast blue energy surged out of it. Brat, I'll send you on your way now. The turquoise water divine tiger shouted. The energy from the turquoise water diagram was like a ray of light that could destroy the world. In just a blink of an eye, the entire dark world was shrouded by the blue light. Not a single corner was spared. The purple-clothed youth's figure seemed extremely small in front of this world-destroying azure energy. Because he was so small, he was drowned by the azure light in the blink of an eye. He was like a lone boat capsized in the middle of the ocean, unable to withstand a single blow from the raging waves. Just when the turquoise water divine tiger thought he had won, swoosh! A rainbow-colored speck of light suddenly flashed in this azure world. It was like a star that wanted to compete with the entire world for glory. Chapter 3362. This is, under the turquoise water divine tiger's astonished gaze, the 7 colored specks of light that appeared in the azure senior sister under his control started to expand even more rapidly. In the beginning, it was only a small speck of light. Then, it grew larger and larger until it was the size of a baby's fist. It continued to grow larger and larger. No! We can't let him turn the tables. The turquoise water divine tiger's eyes turned cold as he called out to the world-cleansing divine water in his body. In just a blink of an eye, the turquoise water divine tiger's divine weapon, the divine water diagram, shone brightly as a vast energy poured down like the Milky Way. In just a blink of an eye, the seven-colored speck of light dimmed significantly. Sister Water, it's done. Duan Lingtian, who was surrounded by the seven-colored sword Qi, smiled faintly as he called out to the world-cleansing divine water in his little world. The world-cleansing divine water had been waiting for this moment. Although the turquoise water divine tiger was also in its seventh form, the turquoise water divine tiger was a divine beast. Moreover, the world-cleansing divine water had been in the turquoise water divine tiger's body ever since it was in its mother's womb. For this reason, the turquoise water divine tiger and the world-cleansing divine water could borrow each other's strength. Moreover, the world-cleansing divine water could borrow each other's strength without affecting the other party too much. However, even if it did not affect the other party too much, it would still affect the other party. Old Flame, lend me a hand. As for the three of you, do your best to help little Tian kill the turquoise water divine tiger. After the world-cleansing divine water called out to the chaos divine flame, it turned to the profound divine metal, the clear sky divine wood, and the chaos divine earth and said, "Let's see who can kill the turquoise water divine tiger first." As soon as the world-cleansing divine book finished speaking, the seven-colored sword Qi on Duan Lingtian's body grew even brighter. No matter how hard the turquoise water divine tree tried to suppress it, it still shone brightly. At this moment, the turquoise water divine tiger was shocked to discover that the seven-colored sword Qi was too powerful. The seven-colored light was too powerful. There was no way to suppress it. Go! Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold as the seven-colored sword Qi shot toward the turquoise water divine tiger like a phantom. Even though this azure world was controlled by the turquoise water divine tiger, it still couldn't stop him from advancing. Seeing this, the turquoise water divine tiger's pupils shrank. A trace of panic flashed in the depths of his eyes, but he quickly suppressed it. Condense. As the turquoise water divine tiger narrowed his eyes, a boundless power swept out from his body. It was like a domain, enveloping the azure world in the blink of an eye. In the next moment, the azure world gradually dissipated. More accurately speaking, all of the azure energy in this azure world had been enveloped by the jade water divine tree's energy, compressed, and stored in the jade water divine tiger's mouth. The turquoise water divine tiger opened its gaping maw, and bright blue energy converged to form an energy ball that looked as if it could explode at any moment. Bright blue lightning crackled around it. Whoosh! The rainbow-colored sword light flew out and sliced through the air. It was especially dazzling in the dusky world, like a ray of light in the darkness. Roar! In the face of the rainbow-colored sword light, the turquoise water divine tiger let out a deafening roar. In an instant, the entire world was filled with the turquoise water divine tiger's roar. The void trembled, and terrifying spatial ripples rippled through the void. At this moment, even Huan, and Little Gold were pushed back a few steps before they could regain their footing. Whoosh! Whoosh! The painting of the divine water hovered above the turquoise water divine tiger's head. Boundless power poured out from it, enveloping the turquoise water divine tiger's body. Finally, it entered the energy ball in the turquoise water divine tiger's mouth. Boom! With a loud bang, the painting of the divine water activated the energy ball in the turquoise water divine tiger's mouth like a fuse. In an instant. Boom! Rumble! Space trembled as if it was about to explode. The energy ball in the mouth of the jade water divine tree transformed into an extremely condensed waterspout, bringing with it a terrifying might as it clashed with the rainbow-colored sword light. Let's go! As soon as the world-cleansing divine water shouted, an azure power and a fiery red power swept out side by side. It was like a combination of fire and water. When the two forces crossed each other, the waterspout that originated from the jade water divine tiger immediately lost a portion of its power. Fortunately, the seventh form world-cleansing divine water in the waterspout withdrew its energy. This was because the world-cleansing divine water had launched an attack to devour it. A primal chaos divine flame that's close to the eighth form. The turquoise water divine tiger's world-cleansing divine water was willing to fight against a seventh form world-cleansing divine water. In fact, it had a high chance of winning. However, when the world-cleansing divine water attacked, it was shocked to discover that the world-cleansing divine water had a world-cleansing divine water. The world-cleansing divine water had a helper with it. Although the world-cleansing divine water was also in the seventh form, the primal chaos divine flame was close to the eighth form. It was even stronger than the world-cleansing divine water. Primal chaos divine flame, this is a battle between the world-cleansing divine water. Please don't interfere. The world-cleansing divine water in the turquoise water divine tiger's world-cleansing divine water was afraid. It was confident it could even devour the world-cleansing divine water. However, with the help of the primal chaos divine flame, it had no chance of winning. It could only hope that the world-cleansing divine water would not interfere. However, the primal chaos divine flame ignored it. It joined forces with the world-cleansing divine water and suppressed the world-cleansing divine water in just a blink of an eye. Senior. The world-cleansing divine water in the turquoise water divine tiger's world-cleansing divine water was in danger, but there was nothing it could do to help. Not to mention the fact that the other party's seven-colored sword light was coming at him menacingly. Even if the other party didn't have the seven-colored sword light, he couldn't help the world-cleansing divine water. At most, he could let the world-cleansing divine water borrow his strength to a certain extent and convert it into its own strength. At this moment, the rainbow-colored sword light finally collided with the turquoise water divine tiger's waterspout. In the beginning, everything was calm. However, after a short while, an earth-shattering sound suddenly rang out. It shook the 9 heavens, causing the entire world to tremble violently at this moment. Boom! Rumble! A loud roar resounded as the seven-colored sword light submerged the waterspout in an instant. Impossible! The turquoise water divine tiger didn't expect a human to be able to display such terrifying strength after losing the help of 2 of the divine elements. However, he soon discovered something. The other party's power didn't just contain the power of a divine artifact and the power of space. There were also 3 other powers that emitted the aura of the law of metal, the law of wood, and the law of earth. It's over. Brat, you're really unlucky to have met a monster. That human brat possesses all 5 of the divine elements. On top of that, all 5 of them are in the 7th form of the divine elements. While the turquoise water divine tiger was stunned by the power displayed by the human before him, the despairing voice of the world-cleansing divine water came from within his body. Goodbye, little white. I'll wait for you downstairs. The words of the world-cleansing divine water vanished in the blink of an eye. As for the turquoise water divine tiger, after coming back to his senses in a hurry, he felt his scalp go numb. Then, his eyes turned crimson red, and his blood chi surged. He had given it his all. He knew he had no choice but to give it his all. If he had to give it his all, he would have no choice but to accept his death. As a divine beast, the turquoise water divine tiger naturally had his own means to protect himself. At this moment, he had completely activated the bloodline power in his body. Drops of blood essence began to burn as though they had no regard for their own lives, causing the bloodline power in his body to boil. His blood chi surged out of his body and merged with the waterspout in an attempt to block Duan Lingtian's 7-colored sword chi. At this moment, he managed to block Duan Lingtian's 7-colored sword chi. Swoosh! The seven-colored sword ray's speed began to slow down, but it was not completely blocked. It was still traveling at an extremely fast speed, but compared to before, its current speed was more than half of what it was before. Swoosh! At this moment, the red light around the seven-colored sword chi intensified. It was as though a layer of flames had ignited around it. The primal chaos divine flame had returned. In just a blink of an eye, the speed of the seven-colored sword chi increased again. No! With a cry of despair, Duan Lingtian became one with his sword. The seven-colored sword chi pierced through the turquoise water divine tiger's glabella. The turquoise water divine tiger's voice came to an abrupt halt. Regardless of whether it was the energy from the law of water or the bloodline power, it was completely annihilated. Big brother Lingtian, get out of the way. When Duan Lingtian killed the turquoise water divine tiger, Little Gold's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. I'm going to devour it. Duan Lingtian turned around and saw Little Gold's true form. At the same time, she opened her mouth and released a powerful suction force that enveloped the area around the turquoise water divine tiger's corpse. Even Duan Lingtian could feel the powerful suction force. Swoosh! With just a thought, Duan Lingtian sent the seven-colored sword chi out of Little Gold's range and returned to Huan Er's side. At the same time, Huan Er withdrew her silhouette. Duan Lingtian and Huan watched as Little Gold's true form devoured the turquoise water divine tiger's corpse. Following that, Little Gold's bloodline power surged. Big brother Lingtian, Huan Er, protect me. I want to see if I can use the turquoise water divine tiger's power to break through my bloodline shackles and evolve into a divine beast. Little Gold's voice rang in Duan Lingtian and Huan Er's ears again. If I can evolve into a divine beast, I'll be able to become a nine-depths god-slaying rat. At that time, I'll be able to do whatever I want in Blood Moon Ridge. I'll smash the Blood Moon Ridge Master's treasures, and he won't dare to punish me. At the end of Xiao Jin's words, there was some yearning and anticipation. Chapter 3363. As soon as Little Gold finished speaking, she closed her eyes again. At the same time, her huge body was shrouded by a surge of blood qi. At this moment, Duan Lingtian and Huan could not tell what was going on with the blood qi. They did not know what was happening to the blood qi. However, even then, Duan Lingtian knew that Little Gold had encountered a good thing and not a bad thing. Even if Little Gold failed, she would still be stuck in the same spot. Once she succeeded, according to Little Gold's words, she would evolve into a divine beast. Huan Er. Duan Lingtian could not help but ask, is it possible to evolve into a divine beast like Little Gold? Doesn't that mean there's a chance for a top-tier celestial beast to evolve into a divine beast by killing a divine beast? In Duan Lingtian's opinion, there must be a record of this in Huan Er's inherited memory. Brother Lingtian, Huan said as she shook her head. Only a few top-tier celestial beasts have the ability to devour a divine beast's bloodline. Most celestial beasts and even top-tier celestial beasts don't have this ability. Little Gold happens to be one of those top-tier celestial beasts. Naturally, a top-tier celestial beast like Little Gold can only evolve into a divine beast by devouring a divine beast's bloodline. If she devours other top-tier celestial beasts, she won't be able to evolve into a divine beast no matter how much she devours. Duan Lingtian nodded. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was filled with anticipation. He sincerely hoped Little Gold would be able to evolve into a divine beast. Little Gold, Duan Lingtian did not expect the little gold mouse he met in the mundane realm would have grown so much. She even had a chance of evolving into a divine beast. He did not even dare to dream about this when he first met the little gold mouse. Meanwhile, Little Gold was in closed-door cultivation after devouring the turquoise water divine tiger's bloodline. Duan Lingtian and Huan Er were by her side to protect her. They did not continue to look for other enemies. Naturally, they were in the purgatory of myriad changes. Even if they did not look for other enemies, they would still come knocking on their door. But so what? Duan Lingtian could even kill one of the two strongest rank 7 commanders in the purgatory battlefield. Why would he be afraid of others? No matter how many came, they would all be destroyed. At this time, many people who were paying attention to the military merit rankings discovered that one of the two people at the top, Bai Shuai-han, who was ranked second, had disappeared from the military merit rankings. Bai Shuai-han was the alias of the turquoise water divine tiger who had died at the hands of Duan Lingtian in the purgatory battlefield. His real name was not Bai Shuai-han. Her name was Bai Ning. Bai Shuai-han was just his alias. Though he was a divine beast that only appeared once every 100,000 years in the White Tiger clan and could command the entire clan to protect him, Bai Ning didn't dare reveal his identity in the purgatory battlefield. Once the fact that he possessed one of the 5 divine elements, the world-cleansing divine water, was exposed, he and the entire White Tiger clan would become the target of public criticism. At that time, even the White Tiger clan could not protect him. The allure of the 5 divine elements, especially the high-form 5 divine elements, was too great. A 7th form world-cleansing divine water was enough for many heaven-grade forces and even heavenly emperor forces to fight for it. The White Tiger clan was strong. However, how could it defend itself against 10, dozens, or even hundreds of heaven-grade forces and heavenly emperor forces that were not weaker than the White Tiger clan? Heavens! That 7th level commander Bai Shuai-han was killed just like that? Who killed him? I don't know. There hasn't been a second rank 7 commander. Obviously, Bai Shuai-han was either killed by another 7th level commander or by someone else. The latter had yet to pass the test of breaking the upper limit of military merits to become a 7th level commander. Bai Shuai-han, who was ranked second on the military merit rankings and one of the 2 rank 7 commanders in the purgatory battlefield, had died just like that. For a time, the entire purgatory battlefield was in an uproar. No one knew that Bai Shuai-han had died at the hands of Duan Lingtian, who was also a rank 6 commander under the alias of Xiaofan. Although the purgatory battlefield prohibited the use of celestial talismans. However, if the person who entered the purgatory battlefield died, his soul pearl outside the purgatory battlefield would react accordingly. Bai Ning, who was a rank 7 commander under the alias of Bai Shuai-han, was like a fish in water in the purgatory battlefield. Naturally, his soul pearl had shattered after he was killed by Duan Lingtian. Of course, Bai Ning's soul orb was only discovered a few hours after it was shattered. The entire White Tiger clan was shocked. The main clan of the White Tiger clan was located in a Devata realm called the Wanderlust Heaven. The White Tiger clan's base was located in a mountain range that stretched for 10,000 miles. And now, in various places of the 10,000 miles Tsang Mountain, there were figures rushing out like lightning towards the center of the 10,000 miles Tsang Mountain. All of these people were high-ranking officials in the White Tiger clan. Soon after, the high-ranking officials of the White Tiger clan gathered in the meeting hall of the White Tiger clan's base. Bai Ning is dead. The patriarch of the White Tiger clan, a burly man with a curly beard dressed in a white robe, said with a grim expression on his face. I've already said that Bai Ning shouldn't have gone to the purgatory battlefield. An elder of the White Tiger clan said in a deep voice. He had white hair and a youthful complexion, and his eyes were as bright as the stars. Bai Ning is a turquoise water divine tiger that only appears once every 100,000 years in the White Tiger clan. How could he have died in the purgatory battlefield? Is it possible that he was killed after he left the purgatory battlefield? Another elder of the White Tiger clan asked. Impossible. A graceful and beautiful woman dressed in a white robe with golden edges said in a deep voice, Bai Ning would always send me a voice transmission before he left the purgatory battlefield. The last time I received a voice transmission from him was before he entered the purgatory battlefield. The beautiful woman was none other than Bai Ning's master's wife, the wife of the Grand Elder of the White Tiger clan. She was also the 7th Elder of the White Tiger clan, a rare female titled Celestial Emperor in the White Tiger clan. With Bai Ning's strength, he's invincible in the purgatory battlefield. With the painting of the divine water and the world-cleansing divine water, who would be a match for him? No matter what, Bai Ning is dead. Bai Ning is the hope of the White Tiger clan. If he becomes a celestial emperor in the future and comprehends the fused profundities, he'll definitely be able to lead the White Tiger clan to the top of the Wanderlust heaven. Damn it! If I find out who killed Bai Ning, I'll tear that person into a million pieces and burn their bones to ashes. The high-ranking officials of the White Tiger clan were furious. They were furious and helpless at the same time. If Bai Ning had died in the purgatory battlefield, the chances of them finding the murderer were close to zero. We still have to investigate this matter. This matter is too suspicious. The patriarch of the White Tiger race said in a low voice, maybe Bai Ning didn't send a message to the 7th Elder when he left the purgatory battlefield and forgot. That's right. We have to investigate this matter. Although the White Tiger clan knew their chances were slim, this matter concerned Bai Ning's death and the painting of the divine water, the clan's most treasured divine artifact. It was impossible for Bai Ning to come back to life. However, if they could find out who killed Bai Ning, there was still a chance for them to retrieve the painting of the divine water. Naturally, Bai Ning was more important to the White Tiger clan than the painting of the divine water. However, now that Bai Ning was dead, the painting of the divine water was still the top priority of the White Tiger clan. Avenging Bai Ning was secondary. After all, even if they avenged Bai Ning would not come back to life. In the Wanderlust Heaven's Wanderlust territory, the powerhouses of the White Tiger clan began to investigate. Naturally, Duanling Tian was unaware of all this, and it was impossible for him to know. Even if he knew, he would not care. No one would know he was the one who killed Bai Ning unless he admitted it himself. Time flew by like a white steed flitting by a crack. In just a blink of an eye, another 10 years had passed. In the purgatory battlefield, Duanling Tian and Huan were still guarding Little Gold. And now, the bloodline power around Little Gold's body had condensed into a blood-red cocoon-like thing that wrapped around it. Duanling Tian and Huan had no idea what was going on inside the cocoon. All they knew was that they had to protect Little Gold until it came out of closed-door cultivation. Over the past 10 years, many people had come to their doorsteps to be killed by Duanling Tian and Huan. Among these people, there were some who possessed the 5 divine elements. Naturally, they were only low-level 5 divine elements. Even so, with enough divine elements, some of the 5 divine elements in Duanling Tian's body had successfully transformed into the 8th form. The Chaos Divine Flame was the first to evolve to the 8th form. Now that the Chaos Divine Flame had evolved to the 8th form, it was much more helpful to Duanling Tian than before. In fact, it could even form a fire clone and stay outside for a while. Naturally, it could not stray too far away from Duanling Tian. Sister Water, you're very knowledgeable. Do you know about Little Gold's current situation? Is it possible for her to evolve into a divine beast? Duanling Tian asked the world-cleansing divine water curiously. In his opinion, the world-cleansing divine water had followed the divine tree of life in a realm of gods for many years. It was only natural that it was knowledgeable. Based on the current situation, it's very likely. The world-cleansing divine water replied, after all, 10 years have passed. If it fails, it won't be possible for it to last so long. Sister Water. When Little Gold comes out of closed-door cultivation, I'll leave the purgatory battlefield. Duanling Tian said, even if you stay here, you won't be able to improve much. It's a waste of time. Although Duan Tian had encountered many 5 divine elements and helped the Chaos Divine Flame evolve to the 8th form, the world-cleansing divine water and the other divine elements did not improve much. The reason the Chaos Divine Flame was able to evolve further was because of its previous accumulation. After I leave, I plan to become a celestial emperor first before entering the purgatory battlefield. Duan Lingtian's eyes shone brightly as he thought to himself, I'm sure there are many celestial emperors who possess the 5 divine elements in the purgatory battlefield as well. Chapter 33-64. Smack. After waiting for a few years, a loud noise suddenly rang in the air, attracting Duan Tian and Huan Er's attention. Under the gazes of the two, a crack suddenly appeared on the huge blood cocoon that enveloped Xiaojin. As soon as the crack appeared, the cracks on both sides of the blood cocoon began to spread. In just a blink of an eye, they covered the entire blood cocoon. Bang! As the cracks around the blood cocoon spread out like spider webs, a loud bang rang out, and the blood cocoon shattered. Naturally, Duan Tian and Huan Er did not pay much attention to this. Their attention was focused on the blood cocoon. Inside the blood cocoon, a dark golden meatball that looked like a small hill suddenly stretched out and revealed its true appearance. A gigantic dark golden rat the size of a mountain appeared before Duan Tian and Huan Er's eyes. Apart from being dark gold in color, this giant rat had razor-sharp claws and 2 terrifying fangs protruding from its mouth. In addition, its pair of blood-red eyes made one feel fearful just by looking at it. Little Gold? Duan Tian only regained his senses after a while as he looked at the giant rat's body that had undergone an earth-shattering transformation. He asked instinctively, Did you succeed? Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Little Gold laughed heartily in response to Duan Tian's question. A bright smile appeared on Duan Tian's face when he heard Little Gold's laughter. It's done. Little Gold has succeeded. Brother Tian, Little Gold's current form is no different from the 9 depths god-killing rat in my inherited memories. Huan Er's voice rang in Duan Tian's ears, further confirming Duan Tian's suspicions. After devouring the turquoise water divine tiger, Little Gold had successfully evolved into a divine beast, the 9 depths god-killing rat. Little Gold, you're amazing. I didn't expect you to succeed. Duan Tian looked at Xiaojin's huge body and said with a smile. At the same time, his gaze became somewhat absent-minded. The scene of him meeting Xiaojin for the first time in the past was still vivid in his mind. At that time, Xiaojin was still just a little thing. But now, it had grown into a giant beast, and a divine beast at that. Whoosh! Just as Duan Tian was distracted, a dark golden light flashed around Xiaojin's huge body and disappeared without a trace. She was replaced by a little girl in golden clothes, who looked like she was carved from jade. She was Little Gold, who had changed her appearance after entering the purgatory battlefield. Big Brother Tian, when are we leaving this purgatory battlefield? I can't wait to return to the Wanshou heaven and look for Little Black and Little White in the dragons. As Xiaojin spoke, his eyes sparkled. He was still a little excited. What? Do you want to show off your current divine beast form in front of them? Duan Tian asked with a smile. Ha, ha ha, having been seen through by Duan Tian, Xiaojin smiled awkwardly. In the purgatory battlefield. When Duan Tian first heard about the purgatory battlefield, the first thing that came to his mind was the purgatory palace in the Heavenly Pool Palace's Thousand Chains prison in the boundless heaven. However, although the purgatory battlefield was named after the purgatory battlefield, it had nothing to do with the purgatory battlefield. After all, the purgatory battlefield had existed for a long time. The purgatory battlefield had only appeared after the purgatory battlefield. The purgatory battlefield was a battlefield for celestial lords. The Nine Serenities battlefield was a battlefield for celestial emperors. In fact, many titled celestial emperors had made a name for themselves in the heavens path, causing many people to tremble in fear. Xiao Jin's current form was the divine beast Nine Serenities God-slaying rat. The Nine Serenities God-slaying rat was closely related to the Nine Serenities battlefield. Because in the history of this world, the first Nine Depths God-slaying rat was born in the Nine Depths battlefield. All of this was recorded in Xiao Jin's memories after she had evolved into a divine beast, the Nine Serenities God-slaying rat. Duan Lingtian and Huan followed Xiao Jin to the 10,000 Beasts Heaven, a Devata realm where humans were rare and celestial beasts were rampant. Little Jin, aren't you going to return to the Blood Moon Ridge first? Duan Lingtian was taken aback when he heard Xiao Jin's words. She was from the Blood Moon Ridge, after all. She had not returned to the 10,000 Beasts Heaven for a long time. It was not appropriate for her to go to the dragons instead of the Blood Moon Ridge, right? Moreover, Xiao Jin had also said the Grand Elder of Blood Moon Ridge treated her like his own granddaughter. Brother Ling Tian, let's go to the dragons first before going to the Blood Moon Ridge. Xiao Jin was so focused on showing off in front of Little Black and Little White that she did not have time to return to the Blood Moon Ridge. Of course, these were the thoughts in her heart. She couldn't say them out loud. Following Xiao Jin's lead, Duan Lingtian and Huan arrived at the estate of the dragons, the oldest heaven-grade force in the 10,000 Beasts Heaven. Since Xiao Jin had informed Little Black and Little White beforehand, Little Black and Little White were already waiting for them outside. Brother Ling Tian. Huan, Little White was, naturally, happy to see Duan Lingtian and Huan, As for Little Black, his eyes were filled with joy as well. Little Black, Little White, I've improved recently. Let's go to the Dragon's Arena and have a spar. Before Duan Lingtian could say anything to Little White and Little Black, Little Gold had already invited Little Black and Little White to the Dragon Clan's arena to spar with them. Who do you want to spar with? Little White glared at Little Gold. Little Gold's strength had always been inferior to hers, let alone Little Black, who was the strongest among the three of them. Both of you, come at me together. Little Gold raised her head proudly and said nonchalantly. Are you crazy? Little White reached out to touch Little Gold's forehead. Something's not right. You don't have a fever? Go. Little Gold slapped Little White's hand away. Then, she grabbed Little White's hand and pulled her into the dragon's arena. Let's go. Little White. Let's spar. Duan Lingtian could not help but shake his head when he saw this. Brother Lingtian, Huan, come with me. At the same time, Little Gold and Little White disappeared into the distance. Meanwhile, Little Black, Duan Lingtian, and Huan followed them to the arena in the Dragon Clan. Along the way, Duan Lingtian and Little Black recognized the dragon's disciples who were patrolling the area. Therefore, they did not stop Duan Lingtian and the others. The dragon's arena occupied a vast area. Many people were already sparring with one another. Some were sparring in their human forms while others were in their true forms. For this reason, not only were the sounds of people sparring, but the dragon's roars could also be heard from time to time. Duan Lingtian, Huan, you're here. The fourth elder of the dragons, Ji Ningyun, appeared not long after Duan Lingtian and Huan, arrived at the arena. Duan Lingtian quickly greeted her. Senior. Did you really go to the purgatory battlefield? Ji Ningyun asked. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. We just came out. Little Gold. Did she go as well? Ji Ningyun asked again. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded again. It seems like Little Gold has gained a lot in the purgatory battlefield. Otherwise, she wouldn't have come to the dragons to spar with Little White as soon as she returned. Ji Ningyun shook her head and smiled when she saw Little White and Little Gold hovering above the arena. Although she had guessed Little Gold must have gained a lot in the purgatory battlefield, she did not regret not letting Little White and Little Black go with her. She subconsciously felt that even if Little Gold had improved more than Little Black and Little White during this period of time, it would not be much better. Mother. Soon after, another figure appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. It was a valiant woman who addressed Ji Ningyun, the fourth elder of the dragons, as mother. Duan Lingtian immediately guessed the woman's identity. She was the fourth elder of the dragons, Ji Xiang. Previously, when Duan Lingtian reunited with Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold, he learned from the three little ones how they came to the Wanshou heaven. Little Gold was taken away by Meng Yao from Blood Moon Ridge, a heaven-grade force in the Wanshou heaven. Little Black and Little White were taken away by Ji Xiang, the youngest elder of the dragons in the Wanshou heaven. Ji Xiang was the only daughter of Ji Yunyan, the first elder of the dragons, and Ji Ningyun, the fourth elder of the dragons. She could be said to be the crown prince of the younger generation in the dragons. Xiang this is Duan Lingtian and Huan Duan Lingtian and Ji Xiang greeted each other after Ji Ningyun introduced them. Ji Xiang seemed to have expected Huan reticence and did not show any displeasure. Duan Lingtian, it seems like Little Gold has improved a lot. She actually wants to spar with Little White. In the past, she lost to Little White many times, but she refused to spar with Little White. Ji Xiang shook her head and smiled. At this time, her gaze also fell on the two women who were standing in the air above the arena. A woman wearing a snow-white robe and a woman wearing a golden robe stood facing each other. Little Gold isn't here to spar with Little White. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled when he heard Ji Xiang's words. Ji Xiang and Ji Ningyun were stunned by Duan Lingtian's words, but Duan Lingtian continued to say, "She's here to spar with Little Black and Little White." Yes, she wants to fight Little Black and Little White at the same time. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Ji Ningyun and Ji Xiang fell into a daze. They did not regain their senses for a long time. Little Black, why are you still standing there? Hurry up and join forces with Little White to spar with me. It's unfair for me to spar with Little White alone. You join forces with her. It was only when Little Gold's voice rang in their ears that they snapped out of their daze. Little Gold, even if you had a fortuitous encounter in the purgatory battlefield, don't you think you're too arrogant? Xiao Jin's words caused Little Bai, who had always had a good temper, to become a little angry. Don't forget, in the past, you were my defeated opponent. Chapter 3365. Little White did not wait for Little Black to join forces with her before she attacked Little Gold. Her comprehension of the profundities from the laws was on par with Little Gold, and her cultivation base was on par with Little Gold as well. However, since she was one of the dragons, she had the advantage over Little Gold even though she was a top-tier celestial beast like Little Gold. For this reason, Little Gold was no match for her every time they sparred. It was not that Little Gold's innate talent or cultivation base was not high enough, it was just that there was a gap between them. Even if Little White did not revert to her true form, the gap between them could be clearly seen in her human form. Boom! Rumble! Little White's figure flickered as she pushed her palms out. A vast white palm seal shot out toward Little Gold. At the same time, her figure continued to follow him like a shadow. She was like a goddess who had descended from the 9 heavens. She was indomitable, lofty, and inviolable. Little White, you're no match for me. Little Gold fearlessly countered Little White's attack. In just a few seconds, she had neutralized Little White's attack. You've become a 10-direction celestial lord? In the past, Little Gold's cultivation base was on par with Little White's. However, now that Little Gold had become a 10-direction celestial lord, her expression darkened slightly. Indeed, Little Gold's strength was not inferior to hers now that she had become a 10-direction celestial lord. However, she was puzzled by Little Gold's ability to neutralize her attack. What's that energy? Why does it feel like Little Gold's own energy? In the past, Little White knew very well how strong Little Gold was. However, the power that Xiao Jin had displayed today had already exceeded her understanding of Xiao Jin. Swoosh! 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 After a few more exchanges, Little White was still at a disadvantage. Even if she didn't reveal her true form, she was still at a disadvantage even after giving it her all. On the other hand, Little Gold seemed calm as though she was taking a stroll in the park. Roar! In the end, Little White reverted to her true form. She was a 9-clawed white dragon with white scales all over her body. She gave off a gentle aura like a spring breeze. It's useless. However, even though Little White had reverted to its original form, Little Gold was still very powerful. In just one exchange, it displayed an even stronger strength and once again suppressed Little White's attacks. This is, when Xiao Jin further displayed its hidden strength, the fourth elder of the dragons, Ji Ningyun, who was standing beside Duan Lingtian, seemed to have sensed something and her pupils shrunk slightly. At the same time, a look of shock and disbelief appeared on her face. This little guy is actually walking faster than Little White and Little Black? Mother, Xiao Jin seems to be, at this moment, Ji Xiang, who was beside Ji Ningyun, seemed to have noticed something as well. She withdrew her disbelieving gaze from Xiao Jin and looked at Ji Ningyun immediately. Seeing her nod, Ji Xiang also realized that her feeling was not wrong. At the same time, even Xiao He, who was standing not far from Duan Lingtian, realized that something was wrong. A rare look of astonishment appeared on his cold face. Even if it was him, if he did not transform into his true form, he would not be Little White's match. And now, Little Gold, without transforming into its true form, was actually able to suppress Little White, who had transformed into its true form. This also meant that, Little Gold's current strength was not only above Little White's, it was even above his. Xiao He, go and help Little White. Duan Lingtian said to Xiao He. At the same time, Ji Ningyun also looked at Xiao He. However, before she could say anything, Xiao He had already moved out immediately after hearing Duan Lingtian's words and joined forces with Little White to fight against Little Gold. However, even if Little Gold did not transform into its true form, she was still evenly matched with Little White and Xiao He, who had transformed into its true form. Awesome! Awesome! Little Gold, who was now fighting to her heart's content with her two companions, could not help but laugh heroically like a heroine. After this laughter, there was also a sense of relief. In the past, she had never been able to defeat either Xiao He or Little White. Every time her strength increased, she thought that she could defeat Xiao He and Little White, but the latter's strength also increased by a lot. In the end, she was still not a match for the latter. Until today. She was not at a disadvantage when fighting against two people alone. Moreover, she had yet to transform into her true form. Little Gold, how did you become so strong all of a sudden? When Little White, who had transformed into her true form, spoke again, her voice was filled with shock and disbelief. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. She knew Little Gold's strength very well. What exactly had happened in the past few decades that allowed Xiao Jin to possess such strength? Purgatory battlefield. Little Gold said proudly. Purgatory battlefield? Little White was stunned. Xiao He, transform into your true form. At this moment, the fourth elder of the dragons, Ji Ningyun, spoke again to Xiao He. Xiao He also realized that if he did not transform into his true form, it would be difficult for him to defeat Little Gold even if he joined forces with Little White who had transformed into her true form. Upon hearing Ji Ningyun's words, he no longer hesitated and transformed into his true form. He was a 9-clawed demon dragon that was covered in black dragon scales. His entire body was shrouded in black fog, and he had a murderous aura. It was a stark contrast to Little White's pure and holy true form. "You transformed into your true form?" Little Gold's eyes lit up when she saw Little Gold transforming into her true form. However, she did not transform into her true form as she wanted to fight Xiaofan and Little White, who had transformed into their true forms. However, after a while, Little Gold was at a disadvantage. "Forget it. I don't want to play with you anymore." Little Gold laughed. "Now, let's end this." As soon as she finished speaking, Little Gold finally transformed into her true form under Little Black and Little White's shocked gazes. Moreover, it was a form that Little Black and Little White had never seen before. It was a huge rat that was as big as a mountain. Its entire body was covered in dark golden fur, and its sharp claws gleamed coldly. Its eyes were bloodshot as it appeared before everyone's eyes. "Xiaofan, take this." The huge rat suddenly opened its mouth and called out to the 9-clawed demon dragon that was descending. Then, it transformed into a dark golden bolt of lightning and charged toward the 9-clawed demon dragon. Its body seemed huge and cumbersome, but when it moved, its speed was ridiculously fast. Bang! Before the 9-clawed demon dragon could react, it was sent flying by the huge rat's slap. It crashed heavily on the side of the arena and scraped across the ground. It was battered and exhausted. Little White. After a while, when the 9-clawed white dragon moved again, the huge rat transformed into a bolt of lightning and charged toward it. If the 9-clawed demon dragon was not on guard, the 9-clawed white dragon was definitely on guard. However, even if it was on guard, it was useless. As soon as it moved, the huge rat, which had transformed into a dark golden bolt of lightning, had already swept past it and swiped at it with its claw. Bang! The huge rat's claw landed like a small mountain and smashed into the 9-clawed white dragon's body, sending it flying. "Xiaofan, Xiaobai, you guys can't do it." The huge rat stood in the air and said proudly. "Little Gold, this girl, is a little arrogant." Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Meanwhile, Ji Ningyun and Ji Xiang, mother and son, were stunned. When they saw Little Gold's true form, they felt their scalps go numb. "Mother, this looks like a 9-depths god-slaying rat?" Ji Xiang asked in a daze. "Yes." Ji Ningyun said with some difficulty. The 9-depths god-slaying rat was a divine beast that was not inferior to the 10-clawed divine dragons. Moreover, it was known to kill gods. It was said that the 9-depths god-slaying rat had not become a god yet, but it could use its innate ability to kill ordinary gods by surprise. Once it became a god, it would be the bane of gods. In the past, Little Gold's true form was not as strong as a 9-clawed divine dragon. However, her true form was stronger than a 10-clawed divine dragon to a certain extent. Naturally, it was only strong in a certain aspect. If they were to fight, a 10-clawed divine dragon would not be weaker than a 9-depths god-slaying rat. At the same time, the Dragon Clan members who were sparring in the Dragon Clan's arena all stopped and stared at the giant dark golden rat in the air. "Is this a divine beast? She must be a divine beast. If she's not a divine beast, how could she defeat the 2 9-clawed divine dragons? She's only a 10-direction celestial lord." The 2 9-clawed divine dragons are both 9 palaces celestial lords, but they're still no match for her even after joining forces. She must be a divine beast. Many of the members of the dragons could vaguely guess that Little Gold's true form was a divine beast. "Little Gold, you've evolved into a divine beast?" If one were to ask who could clearly feel Xiao Jin's current strength, it would be Xiaofan and Xiaobai. They were incomparably certain of this. Both of them knew Little Gold very well. If Little Gold did not evolve into a divine beast, it would be impossible for her to defeat them. Xiao He, Xiao Bai, join forces. I'll give you a chance. Little Gold said with a grin. Xiao He and Xiao Bai were twins. Their minds were connected. Once they joined forces, it would not be as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Let's join forces. Xiao Bai glanced at Xiao He. Soon after, both of them understood each other's thoughts. Both of them flew out and joined forces to attack Little Gold. Roar! However, although Little White and Little Gold's joint attack was powerful, when Little Gold's main body opened its mouth, an extremely powerful devouring power swept out and directly swallowed their attacks. In just a blink of an eye, Little Gold's stomach swelled up before it caved in again. At the same time, energy surged out of Little Gold's pores. It was as though it had released a portion of the energy it had devoured after burping. The members of the dragons felt their scalps go numb when they saw this. What divine beast is this? Isn't this too much? She's heaven-defying. I remember she had sparred with Duan Xiao Bai many times in the past, but she lost every time. This time, not only did she defeat Duan Xiao Bai, but she even defeated Duan Xiao Bai and Duan Xiao He, who's even stronger than Duan Xiao Bai. I don't remember her true form being like this. Did she evolve into a divine beast? She seems to be a prodigy from Blood Moon Ridge. Chapter 3366. They were no match for Little Gold even after joining forces. Naturally, Little White and Little Black felt defeated. Little White and Little Black felt a little disappointed when they returned to their human forms. Little White and Little Black had always been inferior to them. Now that Little White had suddenly become so powerful and could even defeat them when they joined forces, they felt very conflicted. They were happy for Little White, but they were also sad that they were too weak. Of course. They felt even more disappointed. Little Gold, I didn't expect you to evolve into a divine beast. What's your true form now? Little White sighed and could not help but ask curiously. A 9-depths god-slaying rat. Little Gold said with a grin. Although the conversation between the two was not loud, it was not soft either. It was heard by many of the Dragon Clan members in the arena. For a moment, they were in an uproar. A 9-depths god-slaying rat? I remember, the founder of Blood Moon Ridge was a 9-depths god-slaying rat? That's right. The current mountain master of Blood Moon Ridge is the descendant of the founder of Blood Moon Ridge, isn't he? I didn't expect a second 9-depths god-slaying rat to appear in Blood Moon Ridge. When Xiao Jin mentioned that his true form was a 9-depths god-slaying rat, many of the Dragon Clan members were shocked. Although they had already known that Xiao Jin's true form was a divine beast, they did not expect it to be a 9-depths god-slaying rat. The 9-depths god-slaying rat was considered one of the best among the divine beasts. Little Gold, you've evolved into a 9-depths god-slaying rat? How did you do it? Little White asked, dumbfounded. Little Gold was about to reply when Ji Ningyun interrupted her. Little Gold, you've traveled a long way here. I'll arrange a place for you to stay first. We'll talk about other things later. Ji Ningyun interrupted Little Gold at this crucial moment because she was worried Little Gold would say that it had evolved in the Purgatory battlefield. If that was the case, many of the dragons would enter the Purgatory battlefield to take the risk. As the fourth elder of the dragons, it was only natural that she did not want to see that happen. However, after Ji Ningyun arranged a place for Duan Lingtian, Little Gold, and Little Gold to stay, Little Gold answered Little White's question. I evolved into a 9-depths god-slaying rat in the Purgatory battlefield. Speaking of which, I was quite lucky. After Big Brother Ling Tian killed the turquoise water divine tiger of the White Tiger clan, I swallowed the turquoise water divine tiger and assimilated its blood. That's how I evolved into a 9-depths god-slaying rat. Xiao Jin did not hide anything from Little White and Little Black. Even if Ji Ningyun was present, she didn't hide anything from her. There was no need to, and Ji Ningyun wouldn't harm her. In addition, the Wanshou Heaven's White Tiger clan had some enmity with the Wanshou Heaven's dragons. Although the two clans were not irreconcilable enemies, they did not interact much. Jade Water Divine Tiger? Both Ji Ningyun and Little White were shocked by Little Gold's words. Only Xiao Hei didn't know what the turquoise water divine tiger represented, so he wasn't too surprised. However, he could guess that it was a divine beast. Otherwise, Xiao Jin wouldn't have been able to evolve into a 9-depths god-slaying rat after devouring it. Really didn't expect that the White Tiger clan actually produced a Jadewater Divine Tiger. The Jadewater Divine Tiger belonged to the White Tiger clan, just like the 10-clawed Divine Dragons. Therefore, Ji Ningyun knew this very well. She looked at Duan Lingtian in shock. She did not expect Duan Lingtian would be able to kill a divine beast. However, when she recalled how Duan Lingtian had severely injured a titled celestial emperor from the Heavenly Pool Palace, a heaven-grade force in the boundless heaven, right in front of her, she felt relieved. No matter how strong the Jadewater Divine Tiger was, it was only a 10-direction celestial lord. Even if it was a divine beast and possessed a divine artifact, its strength was only comparable to an ordinary titled celestial emperor. With such strength, it was only natural that Duan Lingtian was capable of killing it. Little Gold, you're too impulsive. Ji Ningyun frowned and said, you shouldn't have exposed that you've evolved into a 9-depths god-slaying rat in front of so many people. I'm guessing that news of you, the prodigy of the Blood Moon Ridge, evolving into a 9-depths god-slaying rat should have spread by now. A hint of fear could be seen on Ji Ningyun's face when she spoke. While Duan Lingtian was puzzled by Ji Ningyun's concern, Ji Ningyun looked at Little Gold and continued to say, Blood Moon Ridge isn't keeping a low profile in the 10,000 Beasts Heaven. In fact, you've made many enemies over the years. In the past, Blood Moon Ridge was not a big deal. The enemies of Blood Moon Ridge only attacked the disciples of Blood Moon Ridge when they met them. However, now that you've evolved into a divine beast, the balance between the Blood Moon Ridge and the Blood Moon Ridge's enemies has been broken. Most importantly, you're not an ordinary divine beast. You're a 9-depths god-slaying rat, the most powerful divine beast in the history of the Blood Moon Ridge. Once you've fully matured, the Blood Moon Ridge will reach a new peak. At that time, as long as the Blood Moon Ridge wants to, it'll be easy for them to annihilate their enemies. Under such circumstances, do you think the Blood Moon Ridge's enemies will allow you to grow? In my opinion, now that they've received the news, they'll definitely send some experts to kill you when you return to the Blood Moon Ridge. Ji Ningyun's expression turned even graver when she finished speaking. Earlier, I've already sent a message to my old man and asked him to inform the Blood Moon Ridge's Lord of the Blood Moon Ridge. I'm sure the Blood Moon Ridge's Lord of the Blood Moon Ridge has learned about this. As soon as Ji Ningyun finished speaking, a glint flashed across her eyes as she continued to say, I've just received a message from my old man. The Blood Moon Ridge's Lord has asked the dragons to take good care of you for the next few days. He'll personally come to pick you up. You'll have to stay in the dragon's residence for the next few days. Don't go out. Ji Ningyun said. Yes, Senior Ningyun, Little Gold quickly replied. Xiao Jin hurriedly responded, and a hint of fear appeared on her face at the right time. She didn't think so much before, and only wanted to show off her new body in front of Xiao Hei and Xiao Bai. She did not expect there would be so many things involved. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's expression turned slightly grave. He did not expect there would be so much trouble after Little Gold's new body was exposed. In the next few days, Duan Lingtian accompanied Little Gold to stay in the dragon's residence until the Blood Moon Ridge's Lord arrived. The Blood Moon Ridge's Lord was a young man dressed in a blood-red long robe. There was a blood-red flame between his eyebrows. If one looked closely, one could see the flame burning. The young man had a handsome yet devilish appearance. His eyes were as sharp as lightning. He did not exude the aura of a superior cultivator. He looked more like an ordinary sexless cultivator. However, when he stood there, he exuded a unique aura. It was as though he was an Azura bathed in blood. He was indomitable and peerless. Little Gold, I didn't expect you to evolve into a 9-depths god-killing rat. Shui Yuntian, the Blood Moon Ridge's lord, laughed as he looked at Little Gold. His gaze was gentle as he said, initially, I planned to bring the Grand Elder with me. However, he happened to be in closed-door cultivation, so I didn't inform him. If he knows that you've evolved into a 9-depths god-killing rat, he'll definitely be happy and proud of you. Shui Yuntian's smile was so wide that he could not close his mouth. His cold and aloof image was completely destroyed. At this moment, he was like a man who had just become a father for the first time. It's all thanks to my brother Ling Tian. Little Gold did not forget to mention Duan Ling Tian. If he didn't help me in the purgatory battlefield, I wouldn't have evolved into a divine beast. Oh. A hint of surprise flashed in Shui Yuntian's eyes when he looked at Duan Ling Tian. Then, he inadvertently glanced at Huan, who was standing next to Duan Ling Tian, and a hint of surprise appeared on his face. His eyes widened in shock as he asked, why you're a divine beast as well? Huan is a 1,000 Phantoms ice fox that appears only once every 1,000,000 years in the Phantom Fox clan, Little Gold replied. Shui Yuntian nodded. 1,000 Phantoms ice fox. Shui Yuntian nodded. Then, he looked at Duan Ling Tian and said, Brother Ling Tian, thank you for helping Little Gold become a divine beast. Little Gold is my sister. It's only natural for me to help her. There's no need to thank me, Lord Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. Even so, Little Gold's evolution into a divine beast is of great significance to the Blood Moon Ridge. When she grows stronger, the Blood Moon Ridge will regain its former glory. Shui Yuntian said with a hint of yearning in his eyes. When his ancestor, the 9-depths god-killing rat, founded the Blood Moon Ridge, it was also when the Blood Moon Ridge was at its peak. At that time, even the heavenly palaces in the Devata realms did not dare to provoke the Blood Moon Ridge. At that time, his ancestor even challenged the heavenly emperor of the 10,000 beasts heaven and killed him in just 3 moves. After that, he became the new heavenly emperor of the 10,000 beasts heaven and led the Blood Moon Ridge to its peak. After that, his ancestor went to a realm of gods. Although the Blood Moon Ridge did not decline, it was still declining. Without the 9-depths god-killing rat, the Blood Moon Ridge's strength was far from its peak. Although there were many powerhouses in the Blood Moon Ridge, without a strategic powerhouse like the 9-depths god-killing rat, it was difficult for the Blood Moon Ridge to regain its former glory. Now that a 9-depths god-killing rat had appeared in the Blood Moon Ridge, it was undoubtedly a sign that the Blood Moon Ridge could regain its former glory. Fortunately, the Blood Moon Ridge and the Dragon Clan don't have any conflicts. Although they're not allies, we've always been at peace with each other. Otherwise, Little Gold wouldn't have survived until now. Shui Yuntian thought to himself. He knew if the dragons had any conflicts with the Blood Moon Ridge, they would not have allowed Little Gold, the 9-depths god-killing rat, to live. Elder Yunyan, the Blood Moon Ridge will remember this favor from the dragons. Shui Yuntian looked at Ji Yunyan, the Grand Elder of the Dragons, and said solemnly, thank you for taking care of Little Gold these few days. Chapter 3367. You're welcome. In the face of Shui Yuntian's thanks, Ji Yunyan shook his head and smiled. That girl Xiao Jin has a good relationship with the 2 little guys from our dragon clan. It's only right that we take care of her. Does the Mountain Lord plan to take her back now, or do you plan to stay in our dragon clan for a while before returning? Ji Yunyan asked. As the first elder of the dragons in the Wanshou heaven, Ji Yunyan naturally knew that Blood Moon Ridge had many enemies in the Wanshou heaven, including many heaven-grade forces. Blood Moon Ridge was not afraid of a single heaven-grade force. However, what would happen if a few heaven-grade forces joined forces? Now that Blood Moon Ridge had a 9-depths god-slaying rat, the heaven-grade forces that were hostile to Blood Moon Ridge would definitely think of ways to kill the 9-depths god-slaying rat to prevent future trouble. If he was the leader of a heaven-grade force that was hostile to Blood Moon Ridge, he would definitely kill the 9-depths god-slaying rat at all costs. Let's go back now. Shui Yuntian said. How could Shui Yuntian, the Ridge Master of Blood Moon Ridge, not know what Ji Yunyan was talking about? In his opinion, he could not waste too much time on the dragons. He had to bring Little Gold back to Blood Moon Ridge as soon as possible. How many people did you bring? Ji Yunyan asked. The 2 guardians of Blood Moon Ridge, the 2nd elder, and the 3rd elder. Shui Yuntian replied. Ji Yunyan's eyes narrowed slightly when he heard Shui Yuntian's words. At the same time, Little White's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. Brother Ling Tian, the strongest person in Blood Moon Ridge is the Ridge Master, the 2 guardians, the 1st elder, the 2nd elder, and the 3rd elder. It can be said that the Ridge Master of Blood Moon Ridge has brought the backbone of Blood Moon Ridge with him. Only the Great Elder is left to guard Blood Moon Ridge. Little White's words made Duan Ling Tian realize that Shui Yuntian had made a big fuss when he came to get Little Gold. Otherwise, he would not have mobilized so many powerhouses. So many experts? Are the enemies of Blood Moon Ridge so powerful? Duan Ling Tian asked. Let's not talk about those ordinary forces. Blood Moon Ridge has offended many of the top heaven-grade forces in the Wanshou heaven. For example, the Heavenly Ape Clan, the Water Phoenix Clan, and the Kuanpeng Clan. These 3 clans are all equally as powerful as the Blood Moon Ridge. Even if they are not as powerful as the Blood Moon Ridge, they are not that far behind. Whitey said, if they know that a 9-depths god-slaying rat has appeared in the Blood Moon Ridge, they will definitely spare no effort to kill Little Gold. When Little White reached the end of its sentence, a hint of fear promptly surfaced in its eyes. The 9-depths god-slaying rat is truly terrifying once it grows up. If the founding ancestor of Blood Moon Ridge didn't go to the realms of gods, even the Heavenly Emperor ranked first on the Heavenly Emperor ranking of heavens might not be a match for him. Xiao Bai said. Therefore, the hostile forces of Blood Moon Ridge, except for those who only have some small conflicts with Blood Moon Ridge, those who have big conflicts with Blood Moon Ridge won't allow the 9-depths god-slaying rat to grow in Blood Moon Ridge. Little White continued to speak. Aren't they worried that the founding ancestor of Blood Moon Ridge will seek revenge from them? Duan Ling Tian asked. In his opinion, since the founding ancestor of Blood Moon Ridge had become a god and was a 9-depths god-slaying rat, the hostile forces of Blood Moon Ridge were not worried that the founding ancestor of Blood Moon Ridge would leave the realms of gods and seek revenge from them after the second 9-depths god-slaying rat was destroyed. Of course, they're not worried about that. Little White said, put aside the fact that the founding ancestor of Blood Moon Ridge might not return, even if he does, he won't interfere in the affairs of the Devata realms. If he makes a move, he'll be breaking the rules. At that time, the powerhouses of the other forces who have gone to the realms of gods will return and seek revenge for their juniors. If revenge breeds revenge, there's no end to it. Moreover, the powerhouses who return from the realms of gods are all gods. If they make a move, Blood Moon Ridge might be annihilated. Upon hearing Little White's words, Duan Ling Tian came to a realization. Everyone had a backer. Therefore, there were rules and restrictions. Whoever broke the rules first would be annihilated. Senior. After Little Gold introduced Duan Ling Tian to Shui Yuntian, the sect leader of Blood Moon Ridge, for the first time, Duan Ling Tian spoke to Shui Yuntian directly. Due to his relationship with Little Gold, Shui Yun Tian was very polite to Duan Ling Tian. He did not put on airs at all. Little brother Ling Tian, is there anything I can help you with? Senior, are you confident you'll be able to bring Little Gold back? Duan Ling Tian asked Shui Yun Tian without beating around the bush. Shui Yun Tian was stunned for a moment before he shook his head. No one dares to say they're 100% confident. After all, I'm not sure how many people those forces will send to kill Little Gold. In other words, if many people come, and they're all experts, you might not be able to bring Little Gold back to Blood Moon Ridge safely? Duan Ling Tian asked again. Under normal circumstances, I'm 90% confident. Shui Yun Tian replied 90%. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. Senior, if you're not 100% confident, I don't want Little Gold to go with you. Little Gold is my younger sister. I don't want anything to happen to her even if the chances of her being harmed are low. Duan Ling Tian said solemnly. I can understand your feelings, Shui Yun Tian said. Shui Yun Tian said, however, since Goldie has evolved into a 9-depths god-killing rat, we must let her stay in the Blood Moon Ridge and not leave her outside. Otherwise, no one can say for sure that she won't encounter danger outside. Based on Shui Yun Tian's words, it was clear he was determined to bring Little Gold back to Blood Moon Ridge. Brother Ling Tian. At this moment, Little Gold said to Duan Ling Tian through voice transmission, if possible, I don't want to go back. Based on the Ridge leader's attitude, it seems like he's planning to put me under house arrest after I return to Blood Moon Ridge. Duan Ling Tian did not reply to Little Gold. Instead, he looked at Shui Yun Tian and said, Senior, if you trust me, I'm confident I'll be able to bring Little Gold back to Blood Moon Ridge. Oh? Shui Yun Tian's eyes brightened. What's the plan? Although it's possible for Little Gold to stay in the dragons, it'll return to square one in the end. No, she won't stay in the dragons. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. If I'm not mistaken, you'll use the transportation formation in the dragons to bring Little Gold back to Blood Moon Ridge. However, most of the people who want to stand up and kill her in Little Gold City are waiting outside Blood Moon Ridge. Although I'll use the transportation formation in the dragons to bring Little Gold back to Blood Moon Ridge, I'll be bringing her to another Devata realm. Duan Ling Tian said. What Devata realm? Shui Yun Tian was stunned. It's not convenient for me to tell you now. However, I can promise you I'll bring Little Gold back to Blood Moon Ridge in one piece. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and said, the fewer people who know about this, the better. What do you think, Senior? Shui Yun Tian muttered to himself for a moment before he shook his head and said, I believe you're doing this for Little Gold's sake. However, what if she encounters danger in another Devata realm? Moreover, you said those people will be waiting outside Blood Moon Ridge. Even if you want to return to Blood Moon Ridge, you'll have to do it under their watch. Shui Yun Tian said in one breath. Even if that's the case, how can they have so many powerhouses waiting outside Blood Moon Ridge? After some time, I'm sure many of them will leave. Duan Ling Tian said, at that time, we can send a message to you and ask you to lead a group of powerhouses from Blood Moon Ridge to help us. Do you think we'll be afraid of those people? Moreover, I can promise you Little Gold won't be in any danger if she follows me. Duan Ling Tian said confidently, as long as she's by my side, I'll definitely protect her. Shui Yun Tian fell silent again upon hearing this. To be honest, he believed Duan Ling Tian's words to a certain extent. However, he did not want to take the risk. Even if he had to take the risk, he did not want someone else to risk Little Gold's life. Ridge Master. At this moment, Little Gold said, I want to leave the dragons with Brother Ling Tian and return to Blood Moon Ridge later. When Shui Yun Tian looked at Little Gold, he saw the determination in Little Gold's eyes. She did not waver at all. In the end, although Shui Yun Tian was reluctant, he had no choice but to agree to Little Gold's request. Little brother Ling Tian, if you send little gold back to Blood Moon Ridge safely in the future, we won't mistreat you. Shuayun Tian said solemnly to Duan Ling Tian. Senior, you're treating me like an outsider. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. I've said before that little gold is my sister. As long as it's within my means, I'll do anything to help her. Brother Ling Tian, where are we going? After Shuayun Tian, the Ridge Master of Blood Moon Ridge, left the dragons, Duan Ling Tian prepared to leave with Huan, and Little Gold. As for Little Black and Little White, they were still under house arrest. Although they knew Little Gold had only evolved into a divine beast after entering the purgatory battlefield with Duan Ling Tian, they were not allowed to leave the solitary destructive heaven. Duan Ling Tian said to Little Gold through voice transmission. Then, he brought Little Gold to the transporting formation in the Dragon Clan's estate. Little Black and Little White watched on as they left the solitary destructive heaven. While Little Gold was still in a daze, she, Duan Ling Tian, and Huan, had already arrived at the Cloud Platform Mansion in the solitary destructive heaven's solitary destructive territory. The Cloud Platform Mansion was the closest place to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven in the solitary destructive territory. Senior Meng Chuan, we've arrived. Upon arriving at the solitary destructive heaven, Duan Ling Tian immediately sent a message to Meng Chuan. He had decided to bring Little Gold to the solitary destructive heaven because Meng Chuan had sent him a message asking him to go to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Meng Chuan had also said that the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven regarded him as a true disciple and had been looking for him for many years. Chapter 3368. Wanshou Heaven. Dragons. After Little Black and Little White saw their big brother Ling Tian and the other two leave, there was reluctance and unwillingness in the depths of their eyes. They were reluctant to part with their big brother Ling Tian. He was unwilling, but he was unwilling to stay in the Dragon Clan. Let's go back. Although Ji Ningyun and Ji Yunyan, the Grand Elder of the Dragon Clan, were not around, the elders on duty at the transporting formation were not allowed to leave. Little Black called out to Little White. He knew there was nothing he could do about it. Although Ji Ningyun, the fourth elder of the Dragon Clan, and the Grand Elder, Ji Yunyan, were not around, the elders on duty at the transporting formation were not allowed to leave. Little Black, I think we should have followed Big Brother Ling Tian to the Purgatory battlefield. Look, Little Gold followed him to the Purgatory battlefield. How much has she improved? If we had gone in together, we might have become 10-clawed divine dragons by now. On the way back, Little White sent a voice transmission to Little Black. Xiao Bai, Xiao Jin's situation is special. It's not like you don't know. Needless to say, the 10-clawed divine dragon might not be a problem, but there's a good chance that his cultivation would rise to a level on par with Little Gold. Xiao He shook its head and said. Xiao Jin could evolve into a divine beast in the purgatory battlefield because Xiao Jin's body could devour higher-level beasts to evolve. Although the 9-clawed divine dragons could also devour the corpses of divine beasts, it was almost impossible for them to evolve into divine beasts. Unless he could swallow a few divine beasts, then there was still a possibility. Little Gold's true form was a rodent immortal beast that devoured immortal beasts. It could maximize the conversion of the various essences in the bodies of the beasts it devoured to improve itself. Because of this, even though Xiao Jin had followed Duan Ling Tian into the purgatory battlefield and evolved into a divine beast when he came out, he didn't think that Xiao He and Xiao Bai would have such a situation after following him into the purgatory battlefield. If it was just a quick increase in cultivation, she and the dragons would not let Little Black and Little White take the risk. After all, the dragons had basically confirmed that the next 10-clawed dragon would appear between Little Black and Little White. The appearance of every 10-clawed divine dragon was related to the future rise and fall of the dragons. The higher-ups of the dragons, from the clan leader to the ordinary elders, would not allow anything to go wrong. That's right. Little Gold, before entering the purgatory battlefield, his cultivation was one level lower than ours. But now, he's a level higher than us. Little White rolled her eyes and said, Little Black, why don't we sneak away? Sneak away? Little Black shook his head. When Little Gold brought Brother Ling Tian and Huan to the purgatory battlefield, we tried to sneak away. However, the Grand Elder and the Fourth Elder didn't give us a chance. Not only did they not give us a chance, they even talked to the clan leader. It said that the clan leader has personally banned us from leaving. If anyone fails to supervise us properly and lets us escape, they'll be in big trouble. Under such circumstances, how could it be easy to escape? Little Black sighed. You're right. Little White nodded. Then, her eyes glinted as she said expectantly, Now, I just hope Brother Ling Tian can use the name of the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven to invite us from the dragons after he goes to the Solitary Destructive Heaven. Before Duan Ling Tian left the dragons, he had informed Little Black and Little White of his whereabouts through voice transmission. Little White had also asked Duan Ling Tian to ask the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven to allow her and Little Black to leave the dragons if he could get the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven to help them. The dragons did not allow them to leave because they were worried about their safety. However, if they went to the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, they would be safer than the dragons. I hope so. Little Black was also looking forward to it. He could not help but sigh. I didn't expect the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven to be from our hometown, the mundane realm. Moreover, he's the master of the 7 absolute sect that Ling Tian has never met. Speaking of which, I'm also looking forward to meeting the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, Feng Qingyang. I heard he once tortured the clan leader. The Patriarch's strength is much stronger than the Great Elders. Little White said excitedly. This was not the first time Duan Ling Tian had come to the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. However, the last time he came, he was stopped at the entrance. This time, the Jade Rainbow Celestial Emperor, Meng Chuan, was already waiting for him at the entrance. At this moment, there was another person standing in front of him. He was a tall and burly middle-aged man with a face full of curly beard. He stood there motionless like a pine tree, towering like a mountain. He's here. When Duan Ling Tian saw Meng Chuan from afar, Meng Chuan also saw him. His eyes lit up as he hurriedly greeted the curly-bearded burly man in front of him. Big brother, Duan. Young master is here. Originally, Meng Chuan subconsciously wanted to call Duan Ling Tian by his name, but just as he said the word Duan, he heard the bearded man in front of him snort in displeasure. He immediately changed his words. He knew clearly in his heart, his elder brother treated the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven as his master and respected the Heavenly Emperor very much. He even treated the disciple whom the Heavenly Emperor valued as his young master. Whoosh! Whoosh! When Duan Ling Tian saw the burly man in front of Meng Chuan, he felt the 2 people in front of him disappear and appear in front of him in the blink of an eye. A gust of wind blew gently against the Duan Ling Tian's purple robes. Behind the bearded man, Immortal Emperor Jade Rainbow, Meng Chuan, followed closely. Meng Luo greets the young master. When the bearded man appeared, he bowed respectfully at Duan Ling Tian. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian guessed his identity. He was none other than the Heavenly Savage Celestial Emperor, Meng Luo. Greetings, young master. Meng Chuan bowed as well. His attitude was completely different from when he faced Duan Ling Tian. In the past, he did not know how important Duan Ling Tian was to the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. For this reason, he did not treat Duan Ling Tian with respect. However, after learning from his big brother Meng Luo about the status of the person in front of him in the eyes of the Heavenly Emperor, he knew that he must be respectful to the person in front of him in the future. Otherwise, not only would the Heavenly Emperor be unhappy, even his big brother, Meng Luo, would not let him go. His elder brother, Meng Luo, had been saved by the Lord Heavenly Emperor many times and regarded the Lord Heavenly Emperor as his master. Even he, his younger brother, was not as important as the Lord Heavenly Emperor. Furthermore, the Heavenly Emperor was the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, the strongest person in the solitary destructive heaven. Senior Meng Chuan, you're too polite. Although Duan Lingtian knew Meng Chuan would not treat him the same way he did in the past, he could not help but sigh inwardly when he saw Meng Chuan treating him so respectfully. In this world where the strong were respected, this was the reality of life. If one was strong and had a strong backer, others would respect them. This must be Senior Meng Luo, right? After greeting Meng Chuan, Duan Lingtian looked at the bearded man standing in front of Meng Chuan. Greetings, Senior Meng Luo. I'm Duan Lingtian. Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor, was the strongest general under the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. In the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, he was second only to Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. He was on par with the grand elder of the dragons, Ji Yunyan. Naturally, that was all in the past. Many years ago, Meng Luo, a rising star, was able to fight Ji Yunyan to a draw. Now that so many years had passed, with Meng Luo's innate talent, he should have long surpassed Ji Yunyan. Young master, you can just call me Meng Luo. Meng Luo was flattered by Duan Lingtian's greeting. He quickly bowed and greeted Duan Lingtian, but a hint of admiration could be seen in the depths of his eyes. As expected of the heavenly emperor. Not only was Meng Luo talented, but he was also very polite. He was not arrogant at all. Young master. Little Gold's eyes lit up when she regained her senses. She knew about Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor. He was a famous titled celestial emperor in the solitary destructive heaven. Even the grand elder of Blood Moon Ridge in the 10,000 Beasts heaven said he would only be able to fight to a draw if he fought Meng Luo. Brother Ling Tian, Meng Luo isn't a simple person. Many years ago, he was able to fight to a draw with the Grand Elder of the Dragons. Currently, he's as strong as the clan leader of the dragons. Little Gold sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. It seems like Senior Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, really thinks highly of you. Otherwise, Meng Luo wouldn't be so respectful to you and even personally welcome you. Little Gold had spent some time in the 10,000 Beasts Heaven's Blood Moon Ridge. Naturally, she knew how important it was for a powerhouse like Meng Luo to personally welcome him. Even if the clan leader of the dragons came to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, Meng Luo would not personally welcome him. Young master, please follow me back to the heavenly palace. After Meng Luo greeted Duan Lingtian, he led the way for Duan Lingtian to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. The heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven was the holiest place in the entire solitary destructive heaven. It was surrounded by clouds and mist. From afar, it looked like an otherworldly paradise. Just a glance at it was enough to make one feel refreshed. Young master, ever since Hualao arrived, Lord Heavenly Emperor has been talking about you a lot. After entering the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, Meng Luo said to Duan Lingtian with a smile. Hualao? Duan Lingtian was taken aback by Meng Luo's words. Then, he recalled 300 years ago when he was in the Saint Province realm. The Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was a top-tier spirit weapon from the Devata realm. The Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda had an artifact spirit, and he called the artifact spirit Hualao. Hualao was the three-legged golden crow on the first level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. According to Hualao, he was a top-tier celestial beast. Naturally, this was only what he knew in the past. After coming to the Devata realm, he had gained a deeper understanding of many things. Whenever he thought about the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda, he was certain it was an emperor-grade celestial weapon with an artifact spirit. Huolao was the artifact spirit of the emperor-grade celestial weapon. Senior Meng Luo, is Huolao the exquisite pagoda's artifact spirit? Duan Lingtian stared at Meng Luo with bright eyes. Chapter 3369. Huolao. He was the artifact spirit of the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda. Previously, when Duan Lingtian was still in the Saint Province realm, he had thought Huolao and the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda had perished to save him. However, later on, after he gained a deeper understanding of the celestial artifact, he found out that not only was the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda not so easily destroyed, but even Elder Huo would not die so easily. For this reason, the disappearance of Huolao and the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda had gradually become a mystery to him. If he could, he naturally wished that Elder Huo was still alive. To him, Elder Huo was a respectable elder. He had helped him a lot during his growth and had even saved his life several times. Huolao is in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Duan Lingtian found it difficult to understand. Even if Huolao was still alive, why would he be in a Devata realm? Why would he be in the solitary destructive heaven? Moreover, why was he in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven? Yes. Initially, Duan Lingtian thought the elder who Meng Luo mentioned was someone else. However, when Meng Luo spoke, he was certain the elder who Meng Luo mentioned was the elder Hua he had met before. I've already sent a message to Huolao. Huolao is currently on his way here, Meng Luo said. Duan Lingtian nodded. As soon as Meng Luo finished speaking, a scorching aura surged toward Duan Lingtian. In just a blink of an eye, the silhouette of a huge golden crow appeared and transformed into an old figure. The old figure was an old man dressed in a fiery red robe. Although they had not seen each other for 300 years, Duan Lingtian recognized the old man as Huolao, the pagoda spirit of the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda. Huolao. After so many years, seeing Huolao again, Duan Lingtian was so excited that his body trembled, and a glimmer of light involuntarily appeared in his eyes. Although he had long guessed that Huolao was not dead, he had a completely different feeling when he saw Huolao with his own eyes. Huolao was standing right in front of him. Lingtian brat. I really didn't expect that in a short 300 years, you would have already grown to such an extent. Seeing Duan Lingtian again, Huolao's cloudy eyes lit up. He was just as excited. Before it came into contact with Duan Lingtian, it had never spent so much time with anyone. Therefore, to a certain extent, he had long regarded Duan Lingtian as his family. Many years ago, Kuang Ling, the sword soul of the solitary destructive flaming heavenly sword, sent by the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, had brought him away from the mundane realm. When he arrived at the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, he was worried about Duan Lingtian. In the beginning, everything was fine. However, when the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven was forced to enter the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms, Kuang Ling, the sword soul of the solitary destructive flaming heavenly sword, died, and the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven was replaced. At that time, Duan Lingtian was no longer under the surveillance of Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Naturally, he did not know about Duan Lingtian's situation. Since he could not see Duan Lingtian, he was naturally worried. Huolao, you're finally out. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath to calm himself down before he congratulated Huolao with a smile on his face. Congratulations, Huolao. Previously, when Huolao was trapped in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, Duan Ling Tian had told Huolao that he would return Huolao's freedom after he repaired the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Later on, Elder Hua and the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda disappeared together, and this matter was left unsettled. After 300 years, Duan Ling Tian could not help but sigh when he saw Huolao had left the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Duan Lingtian's promise to Huolao was still fresh in his mind. 300 years had passed in just a blink of an eye. It's all thanks to Lord Heavenly Emperor. Huolao said with a smile, of course, it's all thanks to you as well. Huolao, is your disappearance related to Senior Feng Qingyang as well? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. He was still very curious about Elder Hua's disappearance back then. Even though he had some guesses now, he still couldn't help but want to know what happened from Elder Hua. That's right. Huolao nodded. Back then, it was Lord Heavenly Emperor who sent Kuang Ling, the sword soul of his divine weapon, the solitary destructive flaming heavenly sword, to the mundane realm to take me away. Lord Celestial Emperor's original intention was not for my existence to interfere with your growth. With me around, you'll be under less pressure. He hoped you'd be able to bear more pressure and grow in adversity. Only then will you be able to attain the great Tao. Huolao briefly explained what had happened back then. As expected. Duan Lingtian's eyes glinted. This was exactly as he had expected. He could not help but feel excited. So, Senior Feng Qingyang had been paying attention to him when he was still in the mundane realm? After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian introduced Huan, and Little Gold to Huolao. Divine beasts? Huolao looked at Huan, and Little Gold before he gasped when he realized the two young women were divine beasts. Although he was a three-legged golden crow, he was only a peak immortal beast. He was not far from becoming a divine beast. However, he might never be able to surpass this gap. Senior Meng Luo. Duan Lingtian looked at Meng Luo and asked curiously, Senior Feng Qingyang told me that you and Senior Feng Qingyang left solitary destructive heaven together. Now that you're back, Senior Feng Qingyang should be back as well, right? No. Meng Luo shook his head. Lord Heavenly Emperor sent me out of Azura Hell ahead of time because I couldn't withstand the pressure there. Lord Heavenly Emperor's law avatars are currently in there as well. They're trying to rescue his true body. He could not help but sigh when he reached the end of his sentence. Azura Hell? Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically. Senior Feng Qingyang hasn't come out of Azura Hell? Didn't he come out and kill the successor of the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven and reclaim his position? Only one of Lord Heavenly Emperor's Law of Earth avatars returned. Meng Luo shook his head. It seems like Senior Feng Qingyang has really ascended to godhood. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. Then, he looked at Meng Luo and asked, Senior Meng Luo, Senior Feng Qingyang has already ascended to godhood, but he still can't come out of Azura Hell? It's very difficult. Meng Luo sighed and said, Lord Heavenly Emperor has tried many times over the years, but he's still lacking. However, this time, Lord Heavenly Emperor should be able to rescue his true body in one go. After all, Lord Heavenly Emperor has entered Azura Hell many times, so he knows the place like the back of his hand. That's why he brought me in so that I can use the law of death and the law of destruction in Azura Hell to further comprehend the two profundities. After listening to Meng Luo's words, Duan Lingtian realized Meng Luo was skilled in the law of death and the law of destruction. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was disappointed to learn that Feng Qingyang, the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, had yet to come out of Azura Hell. After all, he had come to the solitary destructive heaven in hopes of meeting Senior Feng Qingyang. In the depths of his heart, he only recognized Feng Qingyang as his master. After I came out of Azura Hell, I returned to the solitary destructive heaven. I heard from my younger brother that you were here, so I asked him to bring you here. Based on Meng Luo's words, it was clear Meng Luo had just returned to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Ling Tian, although Lord Heavenly Emperor hasn't returned yet, according to Meng Luo, he'll be back soon. You should cultivate well in the heavenly palace and wait for him to return. Huo Lao suggested with a smile on his face. Moreover, as Lord Heavenly Emperor's only true disciple, you'll enjoy the best resources in the heavenly palace. It's better for you to cultivate here than outside. Huo Lao added. That's right. Meng Luo nodded. Young master, you can cultivate in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. If you need anything, just say the word, and the heavenly palace will do its best to fulfill your request. From the beginning until the end, Meng Luo was very respectful to Duan Lingtian. This made Duan Lingtian realize how loyal Meng Luo was to Feng Qingyang. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. I'll stay in the heavenly palace and wait for Senior Feng Qingyang's return. Meng Luo arranged a place for Duan Lingtian and the other two to cultivate. It was not far away from Elder Hua's cultivation place, and it was not far from his own cultivation place as well. Now, I'll focus on my cultivation and become a celestial emperor. After all, only after I become a celestial emperor can I further comprehend the law of space's fused profundities with the supreme powerhouse divinity. Breaking through to become a celestial emperor was a top priority for Duan Lingtian. Naturally, it was the same for Huan as well. In the divine offering land. In the Xia clan. Qing Yan, the Xia clan will give you an explanation when Xia Jie returns. Xia Yi, the clan leader of the Xia clan, sat at the head of the table in the main hall of the Xia clan's estate. The young man was dressed in a long green robe. He was handsome and had a hint of wickedness in his eyes. Upon hearing Xia Yu's words, he smiled faintly and said, "Uncle, you must be joking. Since the third master has released those people, let them go." After 700 years, the spatial tunnel from the divine offering land to the Devata realms will reopen. At that time, I'll send people to capture them if I need them. I came here this time mainly to say hello to you, uncle. I want to send someone to bring my cousin back from the planar battlefield. It's too dangerous in there. The green-clad young man was none other than Yun Qing Yan, the great young master of the Yun clan in the divine offering land. The realm battlefield is too big. Looking for that girl is like looking for a needle in a haystack. I've already sent many people to the realm battlefield to look for her. When she heard Yun Qing Yan mention her daughter, Xiaoye's expression turned gloomy as if she was about to cry. There's strength in numbers. Yun Qing Yan smiled. Qing Yan, you came to look for me because of this? Xia Yi asked. There's one more thing. Yun Qing Yan's eyes flashed as he said, I don't think my cousin is aware that the third master has sent those people away. We can't communicate in the realm battlefield. I want to find her and bring her back to the Yun clan before she learns about this. Please allow me to do so, uncle. Chapter 3370. In the solitary destructive heaven. In the solitary destructive territory. The Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect was a fourth-grade sect. Moreover, it was an all-female sect that only recruited female disciples. In the solitary destructive heaven, the majority of celestials were sword celestials. This was due to the influence of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Although the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect was only a fourth-grade sect, it was popular to practice swordsmanship. In fact, 99% of the disciples in the sect were sword celestials. Swoosh. 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 The Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect's estate was located in a vast canyon. At this moment, the sound of swords whistling in the air could be heard from the side of a mountain. A graceful and beautiful figure was practicing her swordsmanship halfway up the mountain at the side of the canyon. Her sword was like a dragon, extremely swift and fierce. The dazzling sword light was even more dazzling and eye-catching. At the same time, another graceful figure stood at the side, watching the woman practicing her swordsmanship. The woman was dressed in a fiery red robe. She was extremely beautiful, and her eyes were as sharp as lightning. However, when she looked at the woman practicing her swordsmanship, her gaze softened. Swoosh! Swoosh! There was a small waterfall halfway up the mountain. The woman practicing her swordsmanship arrived in front of the small waterfall in just a blink of an eye. Swoosh! As the sword swept out, the sword glow seemed to have transformed into an arrow that had left the bow and landed on the waterfall. Immediately, the waterfall splashed in all directions, and a loud sound rang out in a timely manner. At the same time, most of the water splashed toward the woman practicing her swordsmanship. In the blink of an eye, the woman's eyes widened. Her hand that was holding the sword shook, and a strange energy spread out from the sword. In just a blink of an eye, it shrouded a small area around her. At this moment, in a small area around the sword-practicing woman, the air stopped moving and the water droplet floated motionlessly in the air. Apart from the woman practicing her swordsmanship, everything else in the area seemed to have stopped moving. Swoosh! The sword in the woman's hand was like a dragon as she swung it in the air. In just a blink of an eye, the hundreds of water droplets that were floating in the air were cut in half. Then, the space seemed to return to normal, and the water droplets fell to the ground. Even the air returned to its original rhythm. Si Ling, your time law's stillness profundity has improved again. At some point in time, the woman who was watching from afar had also caught up. She couldn't help but exclaim in admiration when she saw the former slash apart all the water droplets in the air. Aunt Wu. The woman sheathed her sword and stood straight. She was wearing a light purple dress, and her appearance was beautiful. There was a bit of heroic spirit between her brows, which added a bit of contradictory charm. She had the demeanor of a heroine. If Duan Lingtian was here and saw this sword-wielding woman, he would definitely be surprised to find out that she was a woman. This woman was as beautiful as a flower. Her eyebrows were somewhat similar to his, and her other features were similar to his wife, Ker. This woman was none other than Duan Lingtian and Ker's daughter, Duan Si Ling. As for Aunt Wu, she was referring to Feng Tianwu. It had been close to 300 years since Xia Jie, the third master of the Xia family, had sent him away from the divine offering land. At that time, after Feng Tianwu and Duan Si Ling were sent away from the divine offering land, they arrived at a mundane realm called the Great Desolation Realm. Since both of them had been baptized by the heaven and earth spirit energy in the divine offering land, their innate talent had been reborn, allowing them to cultivate much more efficiently. Not long after, both of them left the Great Desolation Realm and ascended to a Devata realm. Naturally, the Devata realm they ascended to was not the solitary destructive heaven or the Jade Emperor heaven. Both of them stayed in the Devata realm for a long time until Feng Tianwu became a celestial duke. At that time, both of them brought Duan Si Ling to the solitary destructive heaven. There was a reason they came to the solitary destructive heaven. At that time, Feng Tianwu had heard that the former heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, Feng Qingyang, had returned to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven and killed the new heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. As far as she knew, Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, was the master of her elder brother Duan and the former sect leader of the Seven Absolutes sect in the Saint Province realm. Her elder brother Duan later inherited Feng Qingyang's Misty Rain lineage and became the only successor of the Seven Absolute sect's Misty Rain lineage. Yun Qing Yen, who abducted Ker, said he sent someone to deal with senior Feng Qingyang because senior Feng Qingyang had left his legacy to elder brother Duan. That's why senior elder brother Duan is his disciple. For this reason, when Feng Tianwu heard that Feng Qingyang was forced to enter the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms, she was certain Yun Qing Yen had sent someone to force Feng Qingyang into the Azura Hell. Moreover, the timing was right. At that time, Feng Tianwu had a feeling her elder brother Duan, Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, would accept him as a disciple. This was the only way she could find her elder brother Duan in the Devata realms. For this reason, after she had become a celestial duke, she had come to the solitary destructive heaven and joined the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect, a 4th-grade sect that only accepted female disciples. She had stayed in the solitary destructive heaven for more than 100 years. Currently, both Feng Tianwu and Duan Xiling had become celestial kings one after another. The reason they were able to improve so much in such a short period of time was not only because of their talent, but also because they were treated very well in the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. Both of them were considered outstanding in the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. In fact, they could be considered monstrous geniuses. Currently, Duan Xiling was a disciple of the sect leader of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect, while Feng Tianwu was a disciple of the supreme elder of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. As a 4th-grade sect, the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect had a titled Celestial Lord. The titled Celestial Lord was Feng Tianwu's teacher, the supreme elder of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. Over the years, both of them had lived a good life in the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. After all, the Devata realms were filled with danger. 100 years ago, Feng Tianwu had asked her teacher to bring her to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. She wanted to know if her elder brother Duan had arrived at the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven and had become a disciple of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. However, when they arrived at the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, the people there were unaware of her elder brother Duan's existence. Moreover, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven was not in the heavenly palace at that time. "And Wu? What's on your mind?" Duan Xiling asked curiously when she saw Feng Tianwu in a daze. During these years, Duan Xiling and Feng Tianwu had been relying on each other for survival. She had long regarded Feng Tianwu as her mother and sister. It could be said that the time Duan Xiling spent with her parents was less than the time she spent with Feng Tianwu. "I wonder if your father has arrived at the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven after 100 years, Feng Tianwu regained her senses and looked at Duan Xiling with a doting expression in her beautiful eyes. Over the years, she had treated Duan Xiling as her own daughter because she loved Duan Xiling. Whenever she obtained something good, she would give it to Duan Xiling first. Due to this, Duan Xiling's cultivation base was about to catch up to Feng Tianwu. If Duan Xiling was not sensible and did not reject Feng Tianwu's good intentions, Duan Xiling's cultivation base would definitely be higher than Feng Tianwu's. "Father," Duan Xiling fell silent when she heard Feng Tianwu's words. Back then, when she left her father, although she was still young, she was already sensible enough to know what her father and mother looked like. "Aunt Wu, I miss my father and mother so much." After a moment of silence, Duan Xiling's body trembled violently. After a while, she threw herself into Feng Tianwu's arms and burst into tears. She was not even 300 years old. However, it had been more than 200 years since she last saw her father and mother. If it was not for the fact that she had been thinking about her father and mother all this time and had even drawn a portrait of them, she might have even forgotten how they looked like. Feng Tianwu patted Duan Xiling's back gently. She did not know how to comfort her. At the same time, she regretted bringing up her elder brother Duan. "Oh? Who's bullying our Xiling?" Duan Xiling was sobbing in Feng Tianwu's arms when a voice rang from afar. Following that, a beautiful woman dressed in white flew over from afar. In just a blink of an eye, she arrived next to Feng Tianwu and Duan Xiling, senior sister. After Feng Tianwu and Duan Xiling parted ways, they quickly bowed and greeted the woman. Duan Xiling followed suit and bowed as well. Teacher. The woman was none other than Yu Wenqing, the sect leader of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. Apart from being the sect leader of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect, Yu Wenqing was also the second strongest person in the sect. Her strength was second only to the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect's titled Celestial Lord. Senior sister, are you looking for us? Feng Tianwu asked Yu Wenqing. Yu Wenqing didn't even have the time to speak when a wave of swift whistling of the wind resounded. After that, a thin old woman in a loose black robe with an aged and cold appearance appeared and descended from the sky. Teacher. Feng Tianwu bowed when she saw the woman. A hint of confusion could be seen on her face. Why was her teacher here with the sect leader of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect? She had been in the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect for more than 100 years, but this was her first time encountering such a situation. Junior aunt. Junior grand aunt. Yu Wenqing and Duan Si-ling bowed at the old woman. A hint of sadness could be seen in the depths of Yu Wenqing's eyes while Duan Si-ling's eyes were filled with confusion. It was obvious she shared the same thoughts as Feng Tianwu. Teacher, why are you here with senior sister? Feng Tianwu looked at her teacher, Yu Baifeng, the supreme elder of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect and the strongest person in the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. Yu Baifeng was the pillar of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. She was a titled Celestial Lord. Go ahead. Yu Baifeng greeted Yu Wenqing. A hint of reluctance could be seen in her eyes when she looked at Feng Tianwu again. Upon seeing this, Feng Tianwu narrowed her eyes. An ominous feeling rose in her heart. Chapter 3371. In Feng Tianwu's memory, her teacher had never lost her composure like this ever since she had shown her outstanding talent during the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect's recruitment test more than 100 years ago and became her teacher's disciple after she revealed her shocking talent. The reluctance in Yu Qing's eyes made Duanling Tian shudder. She knew Yu Qing would not act in such a manner if nothing had happened. After taking a deep breath, Feng Tianwu shifted her gaze to Yu Wenqing, the sect leader of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. At the same time, Duan Si-ling shifted her gaze to Yu Wenqing. Yu Wenqing's expression was solemn as she faced Feng Tianwu and Duan Si-ling's gazes. She said, previously, the young master of the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect came to propose marriage to Si-ling. At this moment, Yu Wenqing looked at Duan Si-ling with a gentle expression on her face as she said, Si-ling rejected him. Since Si-ling was unwilling, the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect couldn't force her. For this reason, I bluntly rejected him. Moreover, the young master of the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect is a womanizer. I don't know how many women he has harmed. I see Si-ling as my own daughter. Yu Wenqing paused for a moment before she continued to say, after I rejected the young sect leader of the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect, there was nothing he could do. He had no choice but to return empty-handed. However, early this morning, the elder of the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect came to the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect and bluntly said that the old ancestor of the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect had come out of closed-door cultivation a few days ago. He even said that if the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect doesn't know what's good for us, he doesn't mind annihilating the sect. Yu Wenqing's expression turned unsightly as soon as she finished speaking. On the other hand, Duan Si-ling and Feng Tianwu's expressions changed drastically. They did not expect the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect would go so far. Isn't it normal for me to reject your proposal because I don't want to marry you? How could the old ancestor of the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect vent his anger on the entire sect? Duan Si-ling's expression darkened when she heard Yu Wenqing's words. However, does he think that our Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect will compromise? A cold light flickered in Yu Wenqing's eyes. She sneered and said, back then, we didn't even refuse a first-grade force's proposal. Of course, there was one more thing Yu Wenqing didn't say. Although they had rejected the marriage proposal from the Grade 1 force, the other party had no intention of forcing them. Otherwise, it would be a disaster for the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. Martial uncle and I have come this time mainly to send you off. Yuan Qing looked at Duan Siling and Feng Tianwu with a solemn expression on her face as she said with a faint smile, "At that time, I'll announce that you've left the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. At that time, if the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect dares to act recklessly, the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect isn't a pushover." Yuan Qing's words were full of conviction. "Teacher," Duan Siling said solemnly, "as far as I know, the current sect leader of the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect isn't as bad as the previous sect leader of the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect. Even if I leave, he won't let the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect go. Let me stay. I don't want to marry him, but I can kill myself in front of them." Duan Siling's eyes were filled with determination. In her opinion, if she left, she might not be able to appease the previous sect leader of the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect. However, if she died, she would be able to appease the previous sect leader of the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect. There was no way she would marry the previous sect leader of the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect. However, she did not want to leave just like that. She could not let down her teacher who had treated her like a daughter. She could not let down the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect, which was like her home. No. No. Yuan Qing and Feng Tianwu stopped Duan Siling in unison. Little Siling, at this moment, Yu Bai Feng, the only titled celestial lord in the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect, spoke up. She looked at Duan Siling kindly. "Don't worry, you and Tianwu can leave. The Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect will be fine. Junior Ancestral Aunt has already contacted her friends. Many of them are celestial emperors. She has asked them to come and help at any time. It won't be easy for the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect to harm the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect," Yu Bai Feng said to Duan Siling, Junior Ancestral Aunt. "Are you confident?" Duan Siling asked solemnly as she looked at Yu Bai Feng. "Of course." Yu Bai Feng nodded. However, Feng Tianwu, who was standing next to Duan Siling, hesitated to speak. In the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect, she and Yuan Qing, the sect leader of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect, knew Duan Siling the best. However, it was not appropriate for her to say anything now. She knew Siling's temper very well. If Siling knew the truth, she would definitely refuse to leave. If something happened, how would she explain it to her elder brother Duan? "After sending Siling away, I'll go to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven to try my luck. It's been 100 years. Perhaps, elder brother Duan is already in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven? Even if he's not in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, I can still ask Senior Feng Qingyang for help. If Senior Feng Qingyang isn't in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, I'll send Siling away and return to help the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect fend off the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect." At this moment, Feng Tianwu had already made up her mind. Duan Siling had feelings for the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect, but so did she. All these years, her teacher, Yu Bai Feng, had taken good care of her and treated her like a mother. Although Yu Bai Feng did not say much, Duan Siling knew her teacher wanted her to leave the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect so they would not have to face the threat of the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect. Duan Siling was clearly not confident. "Siling, since your junior granduncle said so, I'm sure he won't lie to you. In that case, we won't be a burden anymore. Let's go." "Let's go," Feng Tianwu said to Duan Siling. Duan Siling wanted to say something, but the three of them had already reached a consensus. Naturally, they did not give her any room to hesitate. Soon after, Yu Bai Feng and Yuan Qing personally escorted Duan Siling and Feng Tianwu to the transporting formation of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. "Teacher, I'll return after sending Siling away." Before they stepped into the transporting formation, Feng Tianwu sent a voice transmission to Yu Bai Feng. Yu Bai Feng's eyes widened, and her expression changed drastically. At this moment, Feng Tianwu and Duan Xiling's figures had already disappeared from her sight. "Junior aunt, what's wrong?" Yu Wenqing was taken aback when she saw Yu Baifeng's sudden change in expression. Yu Baifeng smiled bitterly. "Tian Wu knows me too well. She saw through me. She said she'll come back to the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect after sending Xiling away." Yu Wenqing's expression changed drastically when she heard Yu Baifeng's words. "How can that be? We're counting on them to avenge us in the future. If the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect is bent on destroying the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect, there are only hope." Swoosh! At the same time, Yu Baifeng raised her hand and erased the mark on the transporting formation. She was shocked. They're going to the Heavenly Palace again? Feng Tianwu and Duan Xiling were heading to the mansion closest to the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. Previously, when Feng Tianwu had asked Yu Baifeng to escort her to the Heavenly Palace, they had also been transported to the Heavenly Palace before making their way to the Heavenly Palace. It seems like Tian Wu wants to try her luck there. However, what will happen in 100 years? Perhaps, the Heavenly Emperor hasn't returned yet. As for Xiling's father, if the Heavenly Emperor hasn't returned, the Heavenly Palace might not accept him even if he goes to the Heavenly Palace. Yu Baifeng shook her head inwardly. She felt her disciple, Feng Tianwu, was doomed to fail this time. However, she knew her disciple had made the right choice. If she were in her disciple's shoes, she would have done the same even if the chances were slim. "No. I'll immediately send a message to junior sister Tian Wu. She mustn't return," Yu Wenqing said solemnly before she sent a message to Feng Tianwu. Earlier, Yu Baifeng had indeed brushed Duan Xiling off. Perhaps, she had a few titled celestial lords and a few celestial emperors. However, she was only acquainted with a few of them. If it was an ordinary matter, they might be willing to help. However, if a second-grade sect like the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect wanted to deal with the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect, it was impossible for them to help. After all, if they came to help, they would offend a second-grade sect. They were either wandering cultivators, or they had forces behind them, but none of them could compare to a second-grade sect. Naturally, they would not be willing to risk their lives and fortune, and even the rise and fall of the forces behind them just because they were acquaintances with Yu Baifeng. Junior sister Tian Wu. You and Xiling Tian have extraordinary talents. Your future is limitless. You mustn't return. If the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect survives this ordeal, I'll send a message to you within 3 days. If you don't hear from me within 3 days, take Xiling and hide as far away as you can. Don't come back. Come back when you're strong enough to avenge me, junior aunt, and the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. You and Xiling are the hope of me and junior aunt. You're also the hope of the entire Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. There's only hope if you're alive. When Feng Tianwu and Duan Xiling arrived at the Cloud Platform Mansion, which was near the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, Feng Tianwu received a message from Yu Wenqing, the sect leader of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. Yu Wenqing's tone was solemn. She was trying to persuade Feng Tianwu not to return to the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. If you return now, with your cultivation base, you won't be of any help to the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. However, if you return, you'll be able to avenge the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect even if the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect is destroyed. The Cold Drizzle Celestial sect is a second-grade sect after all. If you can't avenge the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect, don't come back. Yu Wenqing seemed to be leaving behind her last words, explaining her last will. Chapter 3372. Within 3 days? Initially, Feng Tianwu was not certain when the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect would be in danger. However, after hearing Yu Wenqing's words, she was certain. The Cold Drizzle Celestial sect would come to the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect to force the marriage between the two sects within 3 days. At that time, with Si Ling's absence, the notorious and bloodthirsty old sect leader of the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect would definitely not let the matter rest. Senior sister, initially, Feng Tianwu had made up her mind to send Duan Si Ling to a safe place and return to the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect if her trip to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven was fruitless. However, when she received a message from Yuan Qing from the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect, she could not help but hesitate. Yuan Qing's words made sense. If she returned to the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect, she would not be able to save the sect. However, if she did not return to the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect, she and Duan Si Ling might be able to kill their way to the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect and avenge the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. Duan Si Ling was not even 300 years old, and Duan Si Ling was barely 300 years old. However, both of them were already celestial kings. Even if they were given a few thousand or 10,000 years, they would still be able to become celestial emperors. Senior sister, teacher. Feng Tianwu's eyes were red, but she did not dare to let Duan Si Ling see it. Even so, Duan Si Ling could sense something was amiss. Aunt Wu, are you sure the sect will be fine? Initially, Duan Si Ling trusted the supreme elder of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. However, after calming down, she began to feel that something was amiss. Was the supreme elder of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect really able to find a friend to resolve this crisis? Si Ling, don't worry. Feng Tianwu had spent more time with Duan Si Ling than anyone else. Naturally, she knew Duan Si Ling's temper. If Duan Si Ling knew the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect was in danger because of her, she would not leave the sect. Feng Tianwu sighed inwardly. Brother Ling Tian, your daughter is very kind. Where are you now? Is he in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven? With this thought in mind, Feng Tianwu said to Duan Si Ling, let's hurry to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Now that 100 years have passed, your father might be in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Father, Duan Si Ling's expression froze for a moment before a nostalgic expression appeared on her face. Although it was a distant memory, she could still clearly remember her father's appearance. Father is resourceful. With him around, we won't have to fear the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect. Duan Si Ling muttered to herself. Based on her words, it was clear she was confident in her father, Duan Ling Tian. Upon hearing Duan Si Ling's words, Feng Tianwu could not help but smile wryly. Although she knew her elder brother Duan was always able to catch her off guard, she did not think her elder brother Duan would be able to continue his legend in the mundane realm. If Duan Si Ling and Duan Si Ling had not been baptized by the heaven and earth spirit energy in the divine offering land in the realms of gods, their innate talent would not have improved so much. Therefore, she subconsciously felt that, even if she met her elder brother Duan in the Devata realm, her elder brother Duan's cultivation base might not be as high as hers and Duan Si Ling's. Unless their elder brother Duan also had fortuitous encounters in the Devata realms, it would be impossible for him to catch up to them or even surpass them. Whoosh! Whoosh! Feng Tianwu and Duan Si Ling sped toward the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven with the sound of wind whistling in the air. 100 years ago, Feng Tianwu had been brought to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven by her teacher, Yu Baifeng, the supreme elder of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. I hope elder brother Duan is here. If elder brother Duan isn't here, I hope senior Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, is here. I hope senior Feng Qingyang is willing to lend a helping hand. Feng Tianwu prayed as she led Duan Si Ling to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Naturally, she was prepared for the worst-case scenario. As a second-grade celestial sect, the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect had many celestial emperors. Although there were no titled celestial emperors in the sect, they were still considered overlords in the surrounding areas. As the saying went, when the tiger is absent, the monkey will be king. I really didn't expect someone from the tiny cloudy sunbow sword sect to have comprehended the law of time. After all, the law of time is the hardest law to comprehend among the 4 supreme laws. It's also the most powerful law among the 4 supreme laws. The cold drizzle celestial sect's estate was located in a vast valley. The valley was filled with beautiful scenery, birds chirped, and flowers bloomed. A white-haired old man dressed in a gray robe could be seen sitting in front of a table in a secluded courtyard. He. It is also because of this that your grandson wants to marry her. In front of the gray-robed old man stood a young man in a luxurious green robe. The young man's appearance was ordinary. If it weren't for his small eyes that resembled those of a mouse, he could barely be considered handsome. The young man was none other than Lan Ji Nian, the young master of the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect. The position of sect leader of the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect was not destined to be passed down through the generations. However, the previous sect leader, the old man sitting at the stone table, had given birth to a good son who was peerless among the younger generation. Therefore, it was only natural for him to become the next sect leader. Lan Kong Xian, the current sect leader of the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect, was none other than Lan Ji Nian. However, compared to Lan Kong Xian, Lan Heng, and Lan Ji Nian, the former sect leader of the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect, paled in comparison. In Lan Ji Nian's generation, there were many people who were more outstanding than him. Basically, he would not be the next clan leader. For this reason, both the sect leader of the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect, Lan Kong Xian, and the former sect leader of the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect, Lan Heng, hoped to find Lan Ji Nian a wife with high innate talent and potential. Up until now, they had not found a suitable candidate. The prodigies from other Grade 2 and Grade 3 forces did not take a liking to Lan Ji Nian at all. As for those from Grade 4 forces, they would not take a liking to them unless they were outstanding. However, the female disciple from the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect that Lan Ji Nian had his eyes on was different. Although the female disciple was a disciple of the sect leader of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect, it was not a big deal to them. After all, the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect was only a Grade 4 sect. What they cared about was the female disciple's innate talent and the law she had comprehended. She was not even 300 years old, but she was already a celestial king. If nothing went wrong, she would definitely become a celestial emperor in the future. Moreover, the law she had comprehended was one of the 4 supreme laws, the law of time, which was said to be the most difficult law to comprehend. It was said that as long as one of the spouses comprehended the law of time and gave birth to a child, there was a 50% chance the child would comprehend the law of time as well. Because of this, not only was the female disciple of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect a good match for Lan Ji Nian, but she was also a good match for Lan Ji Nian's father and grandfather. However, even though the sect leader of the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect was not weak, he could not bring himself to force a marriage between Duan Ling Tian and the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. In his opinion, the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect was a second-grade sect. Forcing a 4th-grade sect to marry Duan Ling Tian was no different from bullying the weak. It wouldn't sound good if word got out. Nian, don't worry. Grandfather will follow you to the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect and marry that little girl for you. Lan Heng laughed and said to Lan Ji Nian, prepare the betrothal gifts in these 2 days. Although it's only a 4th-rank sect, we shouldn't be impolite. Back then, I just needed to prepare some worthless things. As soon as Lan Heng finished speaking, a disdainful smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. In his opinion, Lan Heng's grandson was already giving face by marrying a 4th-grade sect's disciple. She did not have the right to accept expensive betrothal gifts. Grandfather, I'm afraid the sect leader of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect won't agree. Back then, when my father proposed to her, she chased him out of the sect. Lan Ji Nian smiled bitterly. Humph. Lan Heng scoffed and said disdainfully, "Your father is a good man, but he worries too much. It's just a fourth-grade sect. If they don't cooperate, I'll just destroy them. The day after tomorrow, I'll follow you to the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. If the sect leader of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect dares to refuse again, I'll annihilate her and the entire sect." Lan Heng's words were domineering. It was as though he had everything under his control. Indeed, he had the right to be domineering. There were a few celestial emperors in the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect, but Lan Heng was the strongest among them. Although he was still a distance away from becoming a titled celestial emperor, he was invincible in the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect. Fourth-grade sect? As long as he wanted to, he alone would be enough to destroy them. "Thank you, grandfather," Lan Ji Nian said excitedly. Lan Ji Nian replied excitedly. At the same time, his eyes lit up. Deep in his eyes, there was a hint of passion and greed. Although he had only met Duan Si Ling, the female disciple from the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect, he was captivated by her beauty. Moreover, not only was her innate talent high, but she had also comprehended the law of time, the strongest of the four supreme laws. She was a perfect match for him. If she becomes my wife, even if I can't become the sect leader of the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect, who would dare to offend me? With her innate talent, she'll definitely become a celestial emperor if she's given enough time. The most important thing is, she's so pretty. Now, Lan Ji Nian seemed to have already seen the scene of that woman begging for mercy under his crotch on the night of the wedding night as she became his wife. His eyes shone brightly. He was so excited that he could barely contain his excitement. 2 days later, a group of people flew out of the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect's estate and made their way to the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. The 3 people in the lead were respectively riding on a completely snow-white immortal beast that was extremely similar to a tiger or leopard, and they were majestic and insufferably arrogant. One of them was Lan Ji Nian, the young master of the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect. The other person was Lan Heng, the former sect leader of the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect. The last person was a middle-aged man with a solemn expression. He had a sheathed long saber in front of him. His expression was indifferent. Chapter 3373. I didn't expect that. Grandfather would even hand Martial Uncle Lei over. Lan Ji Nian sat cross-legged on the back of the immortal beast. He carefully stole a glance at the middle-aged man and thought to himself. The middle-aged man's name was Lei Zhenshan. He was the last disciple of his grandfather, Lan Heng. Although he was only slightly older than Lei Zhenshan, he was already a celestial emperor. Moreover, he was the strongest celestial emperor in the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect, second only to his grandfather. Junior Uncle Lei. In the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect, apart from my grandfather, the other elders also said that you have a high chance of becoming a titled celestial emperor in the future. Looking at Lei Zhenshan, Lan Ji Nian squeezed out a radiant smile and asked, "Are you confident?" When Lei Zhenshan heard Lan Ji Nian's words, he turned to look at Lan Ji Nian and said indifferently, "Within 3,000 years, I will obtain my own title in the Title Temple. I believe in Martial Uncle Lei." Lan Ji Nian nodded his head like a chick pecking rice. In front of Lei Zhenshan, he didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Although his grandfather Lan Heng was stronger than Lei Zhenshan now, Lei Zhenshan would definitely be stronger than his grandfather in a few hundred or 1,000 years. Moreover, whether it was his grandfather or his father, because they were family, no matter how strong they were, they couldn't hurt him, so he didn't feel anything. However, although Lei Zhenshan was not an outsider, they were not blood-related. If it wasn't for his grandfather, Lei Zhenshan wouldn't even bother to look at him. Lan Ji Nian took a deep breath as he thought to himself, fortunately, Junior Uncle Lei joined the sect late. Otherwise, my father wouldn't have become the sect leader of the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect. Not long after Lei Zhenshan joined the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect, Lan Heng relinquished the position of sect master to his son, Lan Kongxian. In fact, many people in the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect were skeptical. The reason why Lan Heng was in such a hurry to step down from the position of sect head was because he was worried that his disciple, Lei Zhenshan, would grow up and take away the sect head position that should have belonged to his son. If he stepped down from the position of sect head now, the position of sect head would definitely not belong to his son, and would definitely belong to Lei Zhenshan. Although Lan Heng was strong, and he was the strongest person in the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect, it was impossible for him to go against the rules of the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect by oppressing disciples who were more outstanding than his son. Therefore, he stepped down early. With this, it was only natural that Lei Zhenshan would not be able to compete with Lan Kongxian for the position of the sect leader of the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect. This time, I, Lan Jinyan, will soon have my own wife. Moreover, he's someone who has comprehended the law of space and possesses extraordinary talent. Lan Jinyan looked back at the 6 people who were carrying the wedding burden as his heart raced. What the 6 people were carrying were the betrothal gifts. Even though everything could be stored in the storage ring, it was impossible to store anything in the storage ring. However, in order to set off the atmosphere, many people would do something similar when they went to deliver the betrothal gifts. My soon-to-be wife is even more talented than Martial Uncle Lei. Her future achievements might not be below Martial Uncle Lei's. Lan Jinyan thought to himself as he stole a glance at Lei Zhenshan. The Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect was not far from the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect. Therefore, it only took a few hours for the people from the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect to arrive at the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. The Cold Drizzle Celestial sect's Lan Heng has brought his grandson, Lan Jinyan, to the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect to propose marriage. The people from the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect stopped outside the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect's estate. Lan Heng, one of the 3 people in the lead, was the first to speak. His voice seemed to contain magic as it reverberated through the entire Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. A commotion instantly broke out in the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. The people from the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect? Lan Heng? Isn't he the former sect leader of the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect, one of the celestial emperors in the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect? He brought his grandson, Lan Jinyan, to propose marriage? Who is he going to marry? Isn't Lan Jinyan a playboy? Who in the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect would fancy such a person? Let's go. Let's have a look. That's right. I want to see which female disciple is so bold as to marry Lan Jinyan. At this moment, the elders and disciples of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect rose into the air and made their way out of the sect's estate curiously. What's going to happen has finally happened. Yu Wenqing, the sect master of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect, who was cultivating in her own cultivation ground, sighed when she heard the voice. Although she wanted to hide, she knew that it was useless. The other party would not let her off easily. After a while, Yu Wenqing left her place and made her way to the source of the commotion. Along the way, Yu Wenqing saw an old woman flying toward her. The old woman's expression was unsightly. Junior aunt. The old woman was none other than Yu Wenqing's junior aunt, Yu Baifeng, the supreme elder of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. If Lan Heng doesn't give us a chance to live, we'll do our best to keep his grandson, Lan Jinyan, alive. A hint of madness could be seen on Yu Baifeng's face. Even if the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect was going to be annihilated, she would make Lan Heng pay the price. Understood. Yu Wenqing's eyes flashed with a hint of bloodlust. Even a dog would jump over a wall in desperation, let alone a human. Even an ordinary person could do crazy things if they were forced into a corner. What more a celestial with divine abilities? The sect leader is here. The supreme elder is here. When Yuan Qing and Yu Baifeng appeared in front of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect's estate, the elders and disciples of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect who were already there saw them and greeted them respectfully. Not only were the two people with the highest positions in the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect, but they were also the two strongest people in the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect. Greetings, Sect Leader Lan. Greetings, Senior Lan Heng. Under the watchful eyes of the elders and disciples of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect, Yu Baifeng and Yuan Qing bowed at the newcomer. At the same time, their eyes widened in shock when they saw the middle-aged man standing next to the old woman. I didn't expect Lei Zhenshan to be here as well. Yu Baifeng's voice trembled slightly when she sent a voice transmission to Yuan Qing. Although Lei Zhenshan had just made a name for himself, he was one of the strongest celestial emperors in the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect. A hint of despair could be seen in Yuan Qing's eyes. If Lan Heng was the only person from the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect who was present today, and the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect was determined to annihilate the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect, they might be able to drag Lan Jinyan down with them. However, with Lei Zhenshan and two celestial emperors from the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect here, the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect would not be able to harm Lan Jinyan at all. Lan Heng glanced at the two of them indifferently before he looked at Yuan Qing and said, "You're the sect leader of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect, right? I've sent someone to inform you of my arrival. I'm sure you're prepared. Summon your disciple, Duan Si Ling. Since the betrothal gifts have arrived, she can return to the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect with us. Two celestial emperors from the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect are here to welcome her." Although Lan Heng's tone was nonchalant, there was no room for doubt. He looked at Yuan Qing as though he was certain Yuan Qing would win. Upon hearing Lan Heng's words, an uproar immediately. Duan Si Ling? Miss Si Ling is going to marry Lan Jinyan? Heavens! Is this for real? As far as I know, the sect leader of the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect came to ask for junior sister Si Ling's hand in marriage. However, he was rejected. No wonder the sect leader and the supreme elder's expressions are so unsightly. It seems like the people from the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect are here to force a marriage. The expressions of the elders and disciples of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect changed drastically when they regained their senses. Their eyes were filled with hostility as they looked at the people from the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect. Senior Lan Heng. Yuan Qing shook her head and sighed. Coincidentally, 2 days ago, my disciple, Duan Si Ling, committed a grave mistake and was expelled from the sect. I've sent my junior sister, Feng Tianwu, to capture her, but there's still no news from her. Your grandson. Before Yuan Qing could finish her sentence, Lan Heng interrupted her angrily. Yuan Qing, you little girl. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Do you think I'll believe your words? Lan Heng's celestial emperor aura surged out of his body, causing some of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect's disciples to retreat. Sect leader Yuan. At this moment, Lan Jinyan opened his mouth and said with narrowed eyes, I came here with sincerity. I know junior sister Si Ling is the disciple you love the most, but if she marries me, I'll definitely love her dearly. Yes, I have a bad reputation in the past, but I'll change it in the future. Although Lan Jinyan spoke in a friendly manner, there was a hint of coldness in his eyes. The corners of his mouth also curled up in disdain at the right time. It's better if you summon her here. Don't tell me you want us to go in and look for her. Lan Jinyan said as he looked at Yuan Qing meaningfully. Yuan Qing. Before Yuan Qing could say anything, Lan Heng said angrily, I'll give you 15 minutes to summon Duan Si Ling here. If she's not here in 15 minutes, I'll kill a person from the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect every 10 breaths. It was clear Lan Heng had completely fallen out with the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect. The expressions of the people from the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect changed drastically. They did not expect the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect's Celestial Emperor to be so overbearing. Was he trying to bully the weak and force them to marry him? Senior Lan Heng. Yu Wenqing sighed. Do you think I'm lying? If you don't believe me, you can search the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect and see if my unfilial disciple, Duan Si Ling, is still in the sect. If you can find her, you can take her away. The Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect won't stop you. Yu Wenqing said. Young sect leader Lan. Yu Baifeng looked at Lan Ji Nian with a mocking smile on her face. If you want to marry Duan Si Ling, you can find her yourself. She's no longer a disciple of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.